Bearer leader, as we have said, of the plain or neutral party, who thought with the Girondists in conscience, and acted with the Jacobins in fear, proposed one of those seemingly moderate measures, which involve as sure destruction to those who adopt them, as if their character were more decisively hostile, with compliments to their good intentions, with lamentations for the emergency. He entreated the proscribed Girondists to sacrifice themselves as the unhappy subjects of disunion in the Republic, and to resign their character of deputies. The convention, he said, would then declare them under the protection of the laws, if they were not invested with that protection, while they were convicted of no crime, and clothed at the same time with the inviolability of which he advised them to divest themselves. It was as if a man were requested to lay aside his armor on the promise that the ordinary garments which he wore under it should be rendered impenetrable. But a Frenchman is easily induced to do that to which he is provoked, as involving a point of honor. This treacherous advice was adopted by Isnard Dussox and others of the proscribed deputies, who were thus persuaded to abandon what defenses remained to them, in hopes to soften the ferocity of an enemy too inveterate to entertain feelings of generosity. Lanjuinais maintained a more honorable struggle. Expect, not from me, he said to the convention, to hear either of submission or resignation of my official character. Am I free to offer such a resignation, or are you free to receive it? As he would have turned his eloquence against Robespierre and the Jacobins, an attempt was made by Legendre and Chabot to drag him from the tribune. While he resisted, he received several blows. Cruel men, he exclaimed, the heathens adorned and caressed the victims whom they led to the slaughter. You load them with blows and insult. Shame procured him a moment's hearing, during which he harangued the assembly, with much effect, on the baseness, treachery, cruelty, and impolicy of thus surrendering their brethren to the call of a bloodthirsty multitude from without, stimulated by a vengeful minority of their own members. The convention made an effort to free themselves from the toils in which they were entangled. They resolved to go out in a body and ascertain what respect would be paid to their persons by the armed force assembled around them. Fall of the Girondists. They sallied forth accordingly in procession into the gardens of the Tuileries, the Jacobins alone remaining in the hall, but their progress was presently arrested by Henriette at the head of a strong military staff, and a large body of troops. Every passage leading from the gardens was secured by soldiers. The president read the decree of the assembly, and commanded Henriette's obedience. The commandant of Paris only replied by reining back his horse and commanding the troops to stand to their arms. Return to your posts, he said to the terrified legislators. The people demand the traitors who are in the bosom of your assembly, and will not depart till their will is accomplished. Marat came up presently afterwards at the head of a select band of 100 ruffians. He called on the multitude to stand firm to their purpose, and commanded the convention, in the name of the people, to return to their place of meeting to deliberate, and above all to obey. The convention re-entered their hall in the last degree of consternation, prepared to submit to the infamy, which now seemed inevitable, yet loathing themselves for their cowardice even, while obeying the dictates of self-preservation. The Jacobins meanwhile enhanced their demand like her, who sold the books of the Sibyls, instead of 22 deputies. The accusation of 30 was now demanded amid terror mingled. With acclamations the decree was declared to be carried. This doom of proscription passed on the motion of Couthon, a decrepit being, whose lower extremities were paralyzed, whose benevolence of feeling seemed to pour itself out in the most gentle expressions uttered in the most melodious tones, whose sensibility led him constantly to foster a favorite spaniel in his bosom, that he might have something on which to bestow kindness and caresses, but who was at heart as fierce as Danton, and as pitiless as Robespierre. Great part of the convention did not join in this vote, protesting loudly against the force imposed on them. Several of the proscribed deputies were arrested, others escaped from the hall by the connivance of their brethren and of the official persons attached to the convention. Some, foreseeing their fate, had absented themselves from the meeting, and were already fled from Paris. Thus fell, without a blow struck or sword drawn in their defense, the party in the convention, which claimed the praise of acting upon pure republican principles, who had overthrown the throne, and led the way to anarchy merely to perfect an ideal theory. They fell as the wisest of them admitted dupes to their own system, and to the vain and impracticable idea of ruling a large and corrupt empire by the motives which may sway a small and virtuous community. They might, as they too late discovered, have as well attempted to found the capital on a bottomless and quaking marsh, as their pretended republic in a country like France. The violent revolutionary expedients, the means by which they acted, were turned against them by men whose ends were worse than their own. The Girondists had gloried in their share of the triumphs of the 10th of August. Yet what was that celebrated day, save an insurrection of the populace against the constituted authority of the time, as those of the 31st of May and 2d of June 1793, under which the Girondists succumbed were directed against them as successors in the government in the one case. A king was dethroned in the other, a government or band of ministers dismissed. And if the people had a right, as the Girondists claimed in their behalf, to act as the executioners of their own, well, in the one instance, it is difficult to see upon what principle their power should be trammeled in the other. In the important process against the king, the Girondists had shown themselves pusillanimous desirous to save the life of a guiltless man. They dared not boldly vouch his innocence, but sheltered themselves under evasions which sacrificed his character. While they could not protect his life after committing this great error, they lost every chance of rallying with efficacy under their standard what might remain of well-intentioned individuals in Paris and in France who, if they had seen the Girondists, when in power, conduct themselves with firmness, would probably rather have ranked themselves in the train of men who were friends to social order, however republican their tenets, than have given way to the anarchy which was doomed to ensue. Upon all their own faults, whether of act or of omission, the unfortunate Girondists had now ample time to meditate. 22 of their leading members, arrested on the fatal 2d of June, already waited their doom in prison, while the others wandered on in distress and misery through the different departments of France. The fate of those who were prisoners was not very long suspended. In October, they were brought to trial and convicted of royalism. Such was the temper of France at the time, and so gross the impositions which might be put upon the people, that the men in the empire who, upon abstract principle, were most averse to monarchy, and who had sacrificed even their consciences to join with the Jacobins in pulling down the throne, were now accused and convicted of being royalists, and that at a time when what remained of the royal family was at so low an ebb that the imprisoned queen could not obtain the most ordinary book for the use of her son, without a direct and formal application to the community of Paris. Fate of the Girondist leaders. When the Girondists were brought before the tribunal, the people seemed to have shown more interest in men whose distinguished talents had so often swayed the legislative body than was altogether acceptable to the Jacobins, who were induced to fear some difficulty in carrying through their conviction. They obtained a decree from the convention declaring that the president of the revolutionary tribunal should be at liberty to close the procedure so soon as the jury should have made up their minds, and without hearing the accused in their defense. This frightful expedient of cutting short the debate, couper la parole, was the phrase was often resorted to on those revolutionary trials. Unquestionably, they dreaded the reasoning of Brissot and the eloquence of Vergniaud, of which they had so long and so often experienced the thunders. One Crimea, and it was a fatal offense, considering before what judicature they stood, seems to have been made out by Brissot's own letters. It was that by which the late members attempted to effect a combination among the departments for the purpose of counterpoising, if possible, the tremendous influence which the capital and the revolutionary part of its magistracy exercised over the convention, whom Paris detained prisoners within her walls. This delinquency alone was well calculated to remove all scruples from the minds of a jury, selected from that very class of Parisians, whose dreadful importance would have been altogether annihilated by the success of such a scheme. The accused were found guilty as conspirators against the unity and indivisibility of the Republic, and the liberty and safety of the French people. When the sentence of death was pronounced, one of their number, valets, plunged a dagger in his bosom. The rest suffered in terms of the sentence, and were conveyed to the place of execution in the same tumbrel with the bloody corpse of their suicide colleague. Brissot seemed downcast. An unhappy Fauchet, a renegade priest, showed signs of remorse. The rest effected a Roman resolution and went to execution, singing a parody on the hymn of the Marseillaise, in which that famous composition was turned against the Jacobins. They had long rejected the aids of religion, which, early received and cherished, would have guided their steps in prosperity, and sustained them in adversity. Their remaining stay was only that of the same vain and speculative philosophy which had so deplorably influenced their political conduct. Those members of the Girondist party, who, escaping from Paris to the departments, avoided their fate somewhat longer, saw little reason to pride themselves on the political part they had chosen to act. They found the eastern and southern departments in a ferment against Paris and the Jacobins, and ready to rise in arms, but they became aware at the same time that no one was thinking of or regretting their system of a pure republic. The motives by which the malcontents were agitated, being of a very different and far more practical character. Great part of the nation, all at least of better feelings, had been deeply affected by the undeserved fate of the king, and the cruelty with which his family had been, and were still treated. The rich feared to be pillaged and murdered by the Jacobins, the poor suffered no less under scarcity of grain, under the depreciation of assignats, and a compulsory levy of no less than 300,000 men over France to supply the enormous losses of the French army. But everywhere the insurrections took a royalist and not a republican character, and although the Girondists were received at Caen and elsewhere, with compassion and respect the votes they had given in the king's trial, and their fanatic zeal for a kind of government for which France was totally unfitted, and which those from whom they obtained refuge were far from desiring, prevented their playing any distinguished part in the disturbed districts of the West. Buzot seems to see this in the true sense. It is certain, he says, that if we could have rested our pretensions upon having wished to establish in France a moderate government of that character, which according to many well-instructed persons, best suited the people of France, indicating a limited monarchy, we might have entertained hopes of forming a formidable coalition in the department of Calvados, and rallying around us all whom ancient prejudices attached to royalty. As it was, they were only regarded as a few enthusiasts, whom the example of America had induced to attempt the establishment of a republic in a country where all hopes and wishes save those of the Jacobins, and the vile rabble whom they courted and governed, were turned towards a moderate monarchy. Buzot also observed that the many violences and atrocities, forced levies, and other acts of oppression practiced in the name of the republic had disgusted men with a form of government where cruelty seemed to rule over misery by the sole aid of terror. With more candor than some of his companions, he avows his error, and admits that he would at this closing scene have willingly united with the moderate monarchists to establish royalty under the safeguard of constitutional restraints. Louvet Riouf Barbaroux. Several of the deputies, Louvet, Riouf, Barbaroux, Petion, and others united themselves with a body of royalists of Bretagne, to whom General Wimpfen had given something of the name of an army, but which never attained the solidity of one it was defeated at Vernon, and never afterwards could be again assembled. The proscribed deputies at first, with a few armed associates afterwards, entirely deserted, wandered through the country, incurring some romantic adventures, which have been recorded by the pen of their historian Louvet. At length 6 of the party succeeded in obtaining the means of transportation to Bordeaux, the capital of that Gironde from which their party derived its name, and which those who were natives of it, remembering only the limited society in which they had first acquired their fame, had described as possessing and cherishing the purest principles of philosophical freedom. Guadet had protested to his companions in misfortune 1,000 times that if liberal, honorable, and generous sentiments were chased from every other corner of France, they were nevertheless sure to find refuge in La Gironde. The proscribed wanderers had well-nigh kissed the land of refuge when they disembarked as in a country of assured protection. But Bordeaux was by this time no more than a wealthy trading town, where the rich, trembling before the poor, were not willing to increase their own imminent danger by intermeddling with the misfortunes of others. All doors, or nearly so, of La Gironde itself, were shut against the Girondists, and they wandered outcasts in the country, suffering every extremity of toil and hunger, and bringing in some cases death upon the friends who ventured to afford them refuge. Louvet alone escaped of the 6 Girondists who took refuge in their own peculiar province. Guadet Sales and the enthusiastic Barbaroux were seized and executed at Bordeaux, but not till the last had twice attempted suicide with his pistols. Buzot and Petion killed themselves in extremity, and were found dead in a field of corn. This was the same Petion who had been so long the idol of the Parisians, and who, when the forfeiture of the king was resolved on, had been heard to say with simple vanity, "If they should force me to become regent now, I cannot see any means by which I can avoid it." Others of this unhappy party shared the same melancholy fate. Condorcet, who had pronounced his vote for the king's life, but in perpetual fetters, was arrested, and poisoned himself. Rabaud de Saint Etienne was betrayed by a friend in whom he trusted, and was executed. Roland was found dead on the highroad between Paris and Rouen, accomplishing a prophecy of his wife, whom the Jacobins had condemned to death, and who had declared her conviction that her husband would not long survive her. That remarkable woman, happy if her high talents had in youth fallen under the direction of those who could better have cultivated them, made before the revolutionary tribunal a defense more manly than the most eloquent of the Girondists. The bystanders, who had become amateurs in cruelty, were as much delighted with her deportment as the hunter with the pulling down a noble stag. What sense, they said, what wit, what courage, what a magnificent spectacle it will be to behold such a woman upon the scaffold. She met her death with great firmness, and as she passed the Statue of Liberty on her road to execution, she exclaimed, "Ah, Liberty, what crimes are committed in thy name!" About 4 to 2 of the Girondist deputies perished by the guillotine by suicide, or by the fatigue of their wanderings. About 24 escaped these perils, and were after many and various sufferings recalled to the Convention. When the Jacobin influence was destroyed, they owed their fall to the fantastic philosophy and visionary theories, which they had adopted, not less than to their presumptuous confidence that popular assemblies, when actuated by the most violent personal feelings, must yield to the weight of argument as inanimate bodies obey the impulse of external force, and that they who possess the highest powers of oratory can by mere elocution take the weight from clubs, the edge from sabers, and the angry and brutal passions from those who wield them. They made no further figure as a party in any of the state changes. In France, and in relation to their experimental republic, may remind the reader of the presumptuous champion of antiquity, who was caught in the cleft of oak, which he in vain attempted to rend asunder. History has no more to say on the subject of La Gironde, considered as a party name. Chapter Roman 15 Views of parties in Britain, relative to the revolution-affiliated societies counterpoised by aristocratic associations. Aristocratic party, eager for war with France. The French proclaim the navigation of the Scheldt. British ambassador, recalled from Paris, and French envoy, no longer accredited in London. France declares war against England. British army sent to Holland, under the Duke of York. State of the Army. View of the military positions of Francine Flanderson, the Rhinean Piedmont, Savian. The Pyrenees. State of the war, in La Vendée. Description of the country, Le Bocage, Le Luru. Close union betwixt the nobles and peasantry, both strongly attached to royalty and abhorrent of the revolution. The priests. The religion of the Vendeans, outraged by the Conventioné general insurrection, takes place in 1793. Military organization and habits of the Vendeans division in the British cabinet. On the mode of conducting the war. Pitt Windham. Reasoning upon the subject. Vendeans defeated. They defeat their turn the French troops at Laval, but are ultimately destroyed and dispersed. Unfortunate expedition to Quiberon. La Tourette defeated and executed, and the War of La Vendée finally terminated. Unsuccessful resistance of Bordeaux, Marseille, and Lyon to the Convention. Siege of Lyon. Its surrender and dreadful punishment. Siege of Toulon. The Jacobins, by their successive victories on the 31st May and 2 June 1793, had vanquished and driven from the field their adversaries, and we have already seen with what fury they had pursued their scattered enemies, and dealt among them vengeance and death. But the situation of the country, both in regard to external and internal relations, was so precarious that it required the exertion of men as bold and unhesitating as those who now assumed the guidance of the power of France, to exert the energies necessary to repel foreign force, and at the same time to subdue internal dissension. State of parties in Britain. We have seen that England had become, in a great measure, divided into two large parties, one of which continued to applaud the French Revolution, although the wise and good among them reprobated its excesses, while the other, with eyes fixed in detestation upon the cruelties, confiscations, and horrors of every description which it had given rise to, looked on the very name of this great change, though, no doubt, comprehending much good as well as evil, with the unmixed feelings of men, contemplating a spectacle equally dreadful and disgusting. The affair of the 10th of August, and the approaching fate of the king, excited general interest in Britain, and a strong inclination became visible among the higher and middling classes that the nation should take up arms and interfere in the fate of the unhappy Louis. Mr. Pitt had been making up his mind to the same point, but feeling how much his own high talents were turned to the improvement of the internal regulations and finances of the country, he hesitated for some time to adopt a hostile course, though approved by the sovereign and demanded by a large proportion of his subjects. But new circumstances arose every day to compel a decision on this important point. The French, whether in their individual or collective capacities, have been always desirous to take the lead among European nations, and to be considered as the foremost member of the civilized republic. In almost all her vicissitudes, France has addressed herself as much to the citizens of other countries as to those of her own, and it was thus that, in the speeches of her statesmen invitations, were thrown out to the subjects of other states. To imitate the example of the Republic cast away the rubbish of their old institutions dethrone. Their kings demolish their nobility, divide the lands of the church and the aristocracy among the lower classes, and arise a free and regenerated people in Britain. As elsewhere, these doctrines carried a fascinating sound for Britain, as well as France had men of parts, who thought themselves neglected men of merit, who conceived themselves oppressed experimentalists, who would willingly put the laws in their revolutionary cruciblined men, desirous of novelties in the church, and in the state, either from the eagerness of restless curiosity, or the hopes of bettering by the change above all Britain, had a far too ample mass of poverty and ignorance subject, always to be acted upon by the hope of license-affiliated societies, were formed in almost all the towns of Great Britain. They corresponded with each other, held very high and intimidating language, and seemed to frame themselves on the French model. They addressed the National Convention of France directly in the name of their own bodies and of societies united for the same purpose, and congratulated them on their freedom and on the manner in which they had gained it, with many a broad hint that their example would not be lost on Britain. The persons who composed these societies had, generally speaking, little pretension to rank or influence, and though they contained some men of considerable parts, there was a deficiency of anything like weight or respectability in their meetings. Their consequence lay chiefly in the numbers, who were likely to be influenced by their arguments, and these were extraordinarily great, especially in large towns and in the manufacturing districts. That state of things began to take place in Britain, which had preceded the French Revolution, but the British aristocracy, well cemented together, and possessing great weight in the state, took the alarm sooner and adopted precautions more effectual than had been thought of in France. They associated together in political unions on their side, and by the weight of influence, character, and fortune, soon obtained a superiority, which made it dangerous, or at least inconvenient to many whose situations in society rendered them in some degree dependent upon the favor of the aristocracy, to dissent violently from their opinions. The political shibboleth used by these associations was a renunciation of the doctrines of the French Revolution, and they have been reproached that this abhorrence was expressed by some of them in terms so strong as if designed to withhold the subscribers from attempting any reformation in their own government, even by the most constitutional means. In short, while the Democratical Party made in their clubs the most violent and furious speeches against the aristocrats, the others became doubly prejudiced against reform of every description, and all who attempted to assert its propriety. After all, had this political ferment broke out in Britain at any other period, or on any other occasion, it would have probably passed away like other heartburnings of the same description, which interest for a time, but weary out the public attention, and are laid aside and forgotten. But the French Revolution blazed in the neighborhood like a beacon of hope to the one party, of fear and caution to the other. The shouts of the democratic triumphs, the foul means by which their successes were obtained, and the cruel use which was made of them, increased the animosity of both parties in England. In the fury of party zeal, the Democrats excused many of the excesses of the French Revolution in respect of its tendency, while the other party, in condemning the whole revolution, both root and branch, forgot that after all the struggle of the French nation to recover their liberty was in its commencement not only justifiable but laudable. The wild and inflated language addressed by the French statesmen to mankind in general, and the spirit of conquest, which the nation had lately evinced, mixed with their marked desire to extend their political principles, and with the odium which they had heaped upon themselves, by the king's death, made the whole aristocratic party, commanding a very large majority in both houses of parliament, become urgent that war should be declared against France, a holy war, it was said, against treason, blasphemy, and murder, and a necessary war in order to break off all connection betwixt the French government and the discontented part of our own subjects, who could not otherwise be prevented from the most close, constant, and dangerous intercourse with them. Another reason for hostilities, more in parallel with similar cases in history, occurred from the French having, by a formal decree, proclaimed the Scheldt navigable. In so doing, a point had been assumed as granted upon the denial of which the states of Holland had always rested, as the very basis of their national prosperity. It is probable that this might in other circumstances have been made the subject of negotiation, but the difference of opinion on the general politics of the Revolution, and the mode in which it had been carried on, set the governments of France and England in such direct and mortal opposition to each other that war became inevitable. British ambassador recaled war with England. Lord Gower, the British ambassador, was recalled from Paris immediately on the king's execution. The prince to whom he was sent was no more. And on the same ground Chauvelin, the French envoy at the court of St. James, though not dismissed by His Majesty's government, was made acquainted that the ministers no longer considered him as an accredited person, yet through merit a subordinate agent Pitt continued to keep up some correspondence with the French government in a lingering desire to preserve peace if possible. What the British minister chiefly wished was to have satisfactory assurances that the strong expressions of a decree which the French Convention had passed on the 19th November were not to be considered as applicable to England. The decree was in these words: the National Convention declares, in the name of the French nation, that it will grant fraternity and assistance to all people who wish to recover their liberty, and it charges the executive power to send the necessary orders to the generals to give succors to such people, and to defend those citizens who have suffered or may suffer in the cause of liberty, that this decree might not remain a secret to those for whose benefit it was intended. A translation of it in every foreign language was ordered to be printed. The Convention, as well as the ministers of France, refused every disavowal of the decree as applicable to Great Britain, were equally reluctant to grant explanation of any kind on the opening of the Scheldt. And finally, without one dissentient voice, the whole Convention, in a full meeting Feb 1, declared war upon England 398, which last nation is nevertheless sometimes represented, even at this day, as having declared war upon France. In fact, Mr. Pitt came unwillingly into the war with even more than his great father's ministerial talents. He did not habitually nourish the schemes of military triumph, which were familiar to the genius of Chatham, and was naturally unwilling, by engaging in an expensive war, to derange those plans of finance, by which he had retrieved the revenues of Great Britain from a very low condition. It is said of Chatham that he considered it as the best economy to make every military expedition which he fitted out of such a power and strength as to overbear as far as possible all chance of opposition. A general officer, who was to be employed in such a piece of service, having demanded a certain body of troops as sufficient to effect his purpose, take double the number, said Lord Chatham, and answer with your head for your success. His son had not the same mode of computation, and would perhaps have been more willing to have reduced the officer's terms chaffered with him for the lowest number, and finally dispatched him at the head of as small a body as the general could have been prevailed on to consider as affording any prospect of success. This untimely economy of resources arose from the expense attending the British army. They are certainly one of the bravest, best appointed, and most liberally paid in Europe. But in forming demands on their valor and expectations from their exertions, their fellow subjects are apt to indulge extravagant computations from not being in the habit, considering military calculations, or being altogether aware of the numerical superiority possessed by other countries. That one Englishman will fight two Frenchmen is certain, but that he will beat them, though a good article of the popular creed, must be allowed to be more dubious. And it is not wise to wage war on such odds, or to suppose that because our soldiers are infinitely valuable to us, and a little expensive besides, it is therefore judicious to send them in small numbers against desperate odds. Another point well touched by Sheridan during the debate on the question of peace or war was not sufficiently attended to by the British administration. That statesman, whose perception of the right and wrong of any great constitutional question was as acute as that of any whomever of his great political contemporaries, said he wished every possible exertion to be made for the preservation of peace, if, however, that were impracticable in such case. But in such case only he proposed to vote for a vigorous war, not a war of shifts and scraps of timid operation or protracted effort, but a war conducted with such energy as might convince the world that we were contending for our dearest and most valuable privileges. Of this high-spirited and most just principle the policy of Britain unfortunately lost sight during the first years of the war, when there occurred more than one opportunity in which a home and prostrating blow might have been aimed at her gigantic adversary. A gallant auxiliary army was, however, immediately fitted out, and embarked for Holland with His Royal Highness the Duke of York at their head. As if the king had meant to give to his allies the dearest pledge in his power, how serious was the interest which he took in their defense. But though well equipped and commanded under the young prince by Abercrombie Dundas, Sir William Erskine, and many other officers of gallantry and experience, it must be owned that the British army had not then recovered the depressing and disorganizing effects of the American War. The soldiers were indeed fine men on the parade, but their external appearance was acquired by dint of 1,000-minute and vexatious attentions exacted from them at the expense of private comfort, and which after all only gave them the exterior appearance of high drilling in exchange for ease of motion and simplicity of dress. No general system of maneuvers, we believe, had been adopted for the use of the forces. Each commanding officer managed his regiment according to his own pleasure in a field. 2 or 3 battalions could not act in concert without much previous consultation and action. They got on as chance directed. The officers too were acquainted both with their soldiers and with their duty in a degree far inferior to what is now exacted from them. Our system of purchasing commissions, which is necessary to connect the army with the country, and the property of the country, was at that time so much abused that a mere beardless boy might be forced at once through the subordinate and subaltern steps into a company, or a majority without having been a month in the army. In short, all those gigantic abuses were still subsisting, which the illustrious prince, whom we have named, eradicated from the British army, by regulations for which his country can never be sufficiently grateful, and without which they could never have performed the distinguished part finally destined to them in the terrible drama, which was about to open under less successful auspices. There hung also like a cloud upon the military fame of England the unfortunate issue of the American struggle, in which the advantages obtained by regulars against less disciplined forces had been trifled with in the commencement, until the genius of Washington and the increasing spirit and numbers of the Continental armies completely overbalanced and almost annihilated that original preponderance. Yet the British soldiery did not disgrace their high national character, nor show themselves unworthy of fighting under the eye of the son of their monarch. And when they joined the Austrian army under the Prince of Saxe-Coburg, gave many demonstrations both of valor and discipline, the storming the fortified camp of the French at Famars, battle of Linselles, part they bore in the sieges of Valenciennes and Conde, both of which surrendered successively to the Allied forces, upheld the reputation of their country, and amounted indeed to what in former wars would have been the fruits of a very successful campaign. But Europe was now arrived at a time when war was no longer to be carried on according to the old usage, by the agency of standing armies of moderate numbers, when a battle lost, and won, or a siege raised or successful, was thought sufficient for the active exertions of the year, and the troops on either side were drawn off into winter quarters, while diplomacy took up the contest which tactics had suspended. All this was to be laid aside, and instead of this drowsy state of hostility, nations were to contend with each other like individuals in mortal conflict, bringing not merely the hands, but every limb of the body into violent and furious struggle. Situation of France, both in internal and external relations, required the most dreadful efforts which had ever been made by any country, and the exertions which she demanded were either willingly made by the enthusiasm of the inhabitants, or extorted by the energy and severity of the revolutionary government. We must bestow a single glance on the state of the country, ere we proceed to notice the measures adopted for its defense. Military position of France. On the northeastern frontier of France, considerable advances had been made by the English and Hanoverian army in communication and conjunction with the Austrian force under the Prince of Saxe-Coburg, an excellent officer, but who, belonging to the old school of formal and prolonged war, never sufficiently considered that a new description of enemies were opposed to him, who were necessarily to be combated in a different manner from those whom his youth had encountered, and who, unenterprising himself, does not appear either to have calculated upon or prepared to counteract strokes of audacity and activity on the part of the enemy. The war on the Rhine was furiously maintained by Prussians and Austrians. United, the French lost the important town of Mentz, were driven out of other places, and experienced many reverses, although Custine Moreau, Houchard Beauharnais, and other general officers of high merit had already given luster to the arms of the Republic. The loss of the strong lines of Weissenberg, which were carried by General Wurmser, a distinguished Austrian officer, completed the shade of disadvantage which here hung on the Republican banners. In Piedmont, the French were also unsuccessful, though the scale was less grand, and imposing the Republican General Brunet was unfortunate, and he was forced from his camp at Belvedere, while on the side of Savoy, the King of Sardinia also obtained several temporary advantages. On the Pyrenees, the Republican armies had been equally unsuccessful. A Spanish army, conducted with more spirit than had been lately the case with the troops of that once proud monarchy, had defeated the Republican General Servan, and crossed the Bidasoa on the eastern extremity of these celebrated mountains. the Spaniards had taken the towns of Port Vender and Orleans. Assailed on so many sides, and by so many enemies, all of whom excepting the Sardinians had more or less made impression upon the frontiers of the Republic, it might seem that the only salvation which remained for France must have been sought for in the unanimity of her inhabitants. But so far was the nation from possessing this first of requisites for a successful opposition to the overpowering coalition, which assailed her, that a dreadful civil war was already waged in the western provinces of France, which threatened from its importance and the success of the insurgents to undo in a great measure the work of the revolution, while similar discords breaking out on different points in the south menaced conclusions no less formidable. La Vendée. It does not belong to us to trace the interesting features of the war in La Vendée with a minute pencil, but they mingle too much with the history of the period to be altogether omitted. We have elsewhere said that, speaking of La Vendée as a district, it was there alone, through the whole kingdom of France, that the peasants and the nobles, in other words, the proprietors and cultivators of the soil, remained in terms of close and intimate connection and friendship, which made them feel the same undivided interest in the great changes created by the Revolution, the situation of La Vendée, its soil and character, as well as the manners of the people, had contributed to an arrangement of interests and habits of thinking, which rendered the union betwixt these two classes indissoluble. La Vendée is a wooded and pastoral country, not indeed mountainous, but abounding in inequalities of ground crossed by brooks and intersected by a variety of canals and ditches made for drainage, but which become, with the numerous and intricate thickets, posts of great strength in the time of war. The enclosures seemed to be one as it were out of the woodland, and the paths which traversed the country were so intricate and perplexed as to render it inaccessible to strangers and not easily traveled through by the natives themselves. There were almost no roads practicable for ordinary carriages during the rainy season, and the rainy season in La Vendée is a long one. The ladies of rank, when they visited, went in carriages drawn by bullocks. The gentlemen, as well as the peasants, traveled chiefly on foot, and by assistance of the long leaping poles, which they carried for that purpose, surmounted the ditches and other obstacles which other travelers found impassable. The whole tract of country is about 150 miles square and lies at the mouth, and on the southern bank of the Loire. The internal part is called Le Bocage, the thicket, because partaking in a peculiar degree of the wooded and intricate character which belongs to the whole country. That portion of La Vendée which lies close to the Loire and nearer its mouth is called Le Leroux. The neighboring districts partook in the insurrection, but the strength and character which it assumed was derived chiefly from La Vendée. The union betwixt the noblesse of La Vendée and their peasants was of the most intimate character. Their chief exportations from the district consisted in the immense herds of cattle which they reared in their fertile meadows, and which supplied the consumption of the metropolis. These herds, as well as the land on which they were raised, were in general the property of the seigneur, but the farmer possessed a joint interest in the latter. He managed the stock and disposed of it at market, and there was an equitable adjustment of their interests in disposing of the produce. Their amusements were also in common: the chase of wolves, not only for the sake of sport, but to clear the woods of those ravenous animals, was pursued as of yore by the seigneur at the head of his followers and vassals upon the evenings of Sundays and holidays. The young people of each village and metairie repaired to the courtyard of the chateau as the natural and proper scene for their evening amusement, and the family of the baron often took part in the pastime. In a word, the two divisions of society depended mutually on each other, and were strongly knit together by ties which in other districts of France existed only in particular instances. The Vendean peasant was the faithful and attached though humble friend of his lord. He was his partner in bad and good fortune, submitted to his decision the disputes which might occur betwixt him and his neighbors, and had recourse to his protection if he sustained wrong or was threatened with injustice from anyone. This system of simple and patriarchal manners could not have long subsisted under any great inequality of fortune. Accordingly, we find that the wealthiest of the Vendean nobility did not hold estates worth more than 12 or 1500 ayer, while the lowest might be 3 or 400. They were not accordingly much tempted by exuberance of wealth to seek to display magnificence, and such as went to court and conformed to the fashions of the capital were accustomed to lay them aside in all haste when they returned to the bocage, and to reassume the simple manners of their ancestors. All the incentives to discord which abounded elsewhere through France were wanting in this wild and wooded region, where the peasant was the noble's affectionate partner, and friend the noble, the natural judge and protector of the peasant. The people had retained the feelings of the ancient French in favor of royalty. They listened with dissatisfaction and disgust to the accounts of the revolution as it proceeded, and feeling themselves none of the evils in which it originated its whole tendency, became the object of their alarm and suspicion. The neighboring districts, and Bretagne in particular, were agitated by similar commotions, for although the revolutionary principles predominated in the towns of the West, they were not relished by the country people any more than by the nobles. Great agitation had for some time taken place through the provinces of Bretagne, Anjou, Maine, and Poitou, to which the strength of the insurrection in La Vendée gave impulse. It was not, however, a political impulse which induced the Vendeans to take the field. The influence of religion, seconded by that of natural affection, was the immediate stimulating motive. In a country so simple and virtuous in its manners, as we have described, La Vendée, religious devotion must necessarily be a general attribute of the inhabitants, who, conscious of loving their neighbors as themselves, are equally desirous to the extent of their strength and capacity to love and honor the great being who created all. The Vendeans were therefore very regular in the performance of their prescribed religious duties, and their parish priest or cure held an honored and influential rank in their little society, was the attendant of the sickbed of the peasant, as well for rendering medical as religious aid, his counselor in his family affairs, and often the arbiter of disputes not of sufficient importance to be carried before the seigneur. The priests were themselves generally natives of the country, more distinguished for the primitive duty with which they discharged their office than for talents and learning. The cure took frequent share in the large hunting parties which he announced from the pulpit, and after having said mass attended in person with the fowling piece on his shoulder. This active and simple manner of life rendered the priests predisposed to encounter the fatigues of war. They accompanied the bands of Vendeans with the crucifix displayed, and promised, in the name of the deity, victory to the survivors and honor to those who fell in the patriotic combat. But Madame La Roche Jacqueline repels as a calumny their bearing arms except for the purpose of self-defense. Almost all these parish priests were driven from their cures by the absurd and persecuting fanaticism of that decree of the Assembly, which, while its promoters railed against illiberality and intolerance, deprived of their office and of their livelihood soon after of liberty and life those churchmen who would not renounce the doctrines in which they had been educated, and which they had sworn to maintain in La Vendée as elsewhere, where the curates resisted this unjust and impolitic injunction of the legislature. Persecution followed on the part of the government, and was met in its turn by violence on that of the people. The peasants maintained in secret their ancient pastors, and attended their ministry in woods and deserts, while the intruders who were settled in the livings of the recusants dared hardly appear in the churches without the protection of the National Guards. So early as 1791, when Dumouriez commanded the forces at Nantes, and the districts adjacent, the flame of dissension had begun to kindle. That general's sagacity induced him to do his best to appease the quarrel by moderating, betwixt the parties, his military eye detected in the inhabitants and their country an alarming scene for civil war. He received the slightest concessions on the part of the parish priests as satisfactory, and appears to have quieted the disturbances of the country, at least for a time. But in 1793, the same cause of discontent, added to others, hurried the inhabitants of La Vendée into a general insurrection of the most formidable description. The events of the 10th of August, 1792, had driven from Paris a great proportion of the royalist nobility, who had, many of them, carried their discontents and their counter-revolutionary projects into a country prepared to receive and adopt them. Then followed the conventional decree, which supported their declaration of war, by a compulsory levy of 300,000 men throughout France. This measure was felt as severe by even those departments in which the revolutionary principles were most predominant, but was regarded as altogether intolerable by the Vendeans, averse alike to the republican cause and principles. They resisted its exaction. By main force delivered the conscripts in many instances, defeated the National Guards in others, and finding that they had incurred the vengeance of a sanguinary government, resolved by force to maintain the resistance which in force had begun. Thus originated that celebrated war, which raged so long in the very bosom of France, and threatened the stability of her government, even while the Republic was achieving the most brilliant victories over her foreign enemies. It is remote from our purpose to trace the history of these hostilities, but a sketch of their nature and character is essential to a general view of the revolution and the events connected with it. La Tourette, the insurgents, though engaged in the same cause and frequently cooperating, were divided into different bodies, under leaders independent of each other. Those of the right bank of the Loire were chiefly under the orders of the celebrated La Tourette, who descended from a family distinguished as commanders of privateers, and himself, a naval officer, had taken on him this dangerous command, an early wandering disposition, not unusual among youth of eager and ambitious character, had made him acquainted with the inmost recesses of the woods, and his native genius had induced him to anticipate the military advantages which they afforded in his case. As in many others, either the sagacity of these uninstructed peasants led them to choose for command men whose talents best fitted them to enjoy it, or perhaps the perils which environed such authority prevented its being aspired to save by those whom a mixture of resolution and prudence led to feel themselves capable of maintaining their character when invested with it. It was remarkable also that, in choosing their leaders, the insurgents made no distinction between the noblesse and the inferior ranks. Names renowned in ancient history, Talmont de Audichamp Lescure and La Roche Jacqueline, were joined in equal command with the gamekeeper Stofflet Cathalino, an itinerant wool merchant, La Tourette, a roturier of slight pretensions, and others of the lowest order, whom the time and the public voice called into command, but who nevertheless do not seem in general to have considered their official command as altering the natural distinction of their rank in society in their success. They formed a general council of officers, priests, and others who held their meetings at Chatelain and directed the military movements of the different bodies, assembled them at pleasure on particular points, and for particular objects of service, and dispersed them to their homes when these were accomplished. War of La Vendée. With an organization so simple, the Vendean insurgents in about 2 months possessed themselves of several towns and an extensive tract of country, and though repeatedly attacked by regular forces commanded by experienced generals, they were far more frequently victors than vanquished, and inflicted more loss on the Republicans by gaining a single battle than they themselves sustained in repeated defeats. Yet at first their arms were of the most simple and imperfect kind, fowling pieces, and fusées of every caliber they possessed from their habits as huntsmen and fowlers for close encounter. They had only scythes, axes, clubs, and such weapons, as anger places most readily in the hands of the peasant. Their victories latterly supplied them with arms in abundance, and they manufactured gunpowder for their own use in great quantity. Their tactics were peculiar to themselves, but of a kind so well suited to their country and their habits that it seems impossible to devise a better and more formidable system. The Vendean took the field with the greatest simplicity of military equipment. His scrip served as a cartridge box. His uniform was the country short jacket and pantaloons which he wore at his ordinary labor. A cloth knapsack contained bread and some necessaries, and thus he was ready for service. They were accustomed to move with great secrecy and silence amongst the thickets and enclosures by which their country is intersected, and were thus enabled to choose at pleasure the most favorable points of attack or defense. Their army, unlike any other in the world, was not divided into companies or regiments, but followed in bands, and at their pleasure, the chiefs to whom they were most attached, instead of drums or military music, they used, like the ancient Swiss and Scottish soldiers, the horns of cattle. For giving signals to their troops, their officers wore for distinction a sort of checkered red handkerchief, knotted round their head, with others of the same color tied round their waist by way of sash, in which they stuck their pistols. The attack of the Vendeans was that of sharpshooters. They dispersed themselves, so as to surround their adversaries with a semicircular fire, maintained by a body of formidable marksmen, accustomed to take aim with fatal precision, and whose skill was the more dreadful because, being habituated to take advantage of every tree, bush, or point of shelter, those who were dealing destruction amongst others were themselves comparatively free from risk. This maneuver was termed segular, and the execution of it, resembling the Indian bushfighting, was like the attack of the Red Warriors, accompanied by whoops and shouts, which seemed from the extended space through which they resounded to multiply the number of the assailants. When the Republicans, galled in this manner, pressed forward to a close attack, they found no enemy on which to wreak their vengeance, for the loose array of the Vendeans gave immediate passage to the head of the charging column, while its flanks, as it advanced, were still more exposed than before to the murderous fire of their invisible enemies. In this manner, they were sometimes led on from point to point, until the regulars, meeting with a barricade or an abattis or a strong position in front, or becoming perhaps involved in a defile, the Vendians exchanged their fatal musketry for a close and furious onset, throwing themselves with the most devoted courage among the enemy's ranks, and slaughtering them in great numbers. If, on the other hand, the insurgents were compelled to give way, a pursuit was almost as dangerous to the Republicans as an engagement. The Vendian, when hard pressed, threw away his clogs or wooden shoes, of which he could make himself a new pair at the next resting place, sprang over a fence or canal, loaded his fusee as he ran, and discharged it at the pursuer with a fatal aim, whenever he found opportunity of pausing for that purpose. This species of combat, which the ground rendered so advantageous to the Vendians, was equally so in case of victory or defeat. If the Republicans were vanquished, their army was nearly destroyed, for the preservation of order became impossible. And without order their extermination was inevitable, while baggage, ammunition, carriages, guns, and all the material part, as it is called, of the defeated army, fell into possession of the conquerors. On the other hand, if the Vendians sustained a loss, the victors found nothing on the field but the bodies of the slain, and the sabots or wooden shoes of the fugitives. The few prisoners whom they made had generally thrown away, or concealed their arms, and their army, having no baggage or carriages of any kind, could of course lose none. Pursuit was very apt to convert an advantage into a defeat, for the cavalry could not act, and the infantry, dispersed in the chase, became frequent victims to those whom they pursued. In the field the Vendians were courageous to rashness. They hesitated not to attack and carry artillery, with no other weapons than their staves, and most of their worst losses proceeded from their attacking fortified towns and positions, with the purpose of carrying them by main force after conquest. They were in general humane and merciful, but this depended on the character of their chiefs. At Maschakal the insurgents conducted themselves with great ferocity in the very beginning of the Civil War, and towards the end of it, mutual and reciprocal injuries had so exasperated the parties against each other that quarter was neither given nor taken on either side yet, until provoked by the extreme cruelties of the revolutionary party, and unless when conducted by some peculiarly ferocious chief. The character of the Vendians united clemency with courage. They gave quarter readily to the vanquished, but having no means of retaining prisoners, they usually shaved their heads before they set them at liberty, that they might be distinguished if found again in arms contrary to their parole. A no less striking feature was the severity of a discipline respecting property, which was taught them only by their moral sense. No temptation could excite them to pillage, and Madame La Roche Jacqueline has preserved the following singular instance of their simple honesty. After the peasants had taken the town of Bressuire by storm, she overheard 2 or 3 of them complain of the want of tobacco, to the use of which they were addicted like the natives of moist countries in general. What, said the lady, is there no tobacco in the shops? Tobacco? Enough, answered the simply-hearted and honest peasants, who had not learned to make steel supply the want of gold. Tobacco, enough, but we have no money to pay for it. Amidst these primitive warriors were mingled many gentlemen of the first families in France, who, royalists from principle, had fled to La Vendée, rather than submit to the dominion of the Convention, or the Conventions. Yet more cruel masters, there were found many men, the anecdotes told of whom remind us continually of the age of Henry Quater, and the heroes of chivalry in these ranks, and almost on a level with the valiant peasants of which they were composed, fought the calm, steady, and magnanimous Lescure d'Elby, a man of the most distinguished military reputation, Bonchamp the gallant, and the able officer, who, like the Constable Montmorency with all his talent, was persecuted by Fortuneth chivalrous Henry La Roche Jacqueline, whose call upon his soldiers was, if I fly, slay Maif, I advance, follow Maif, I fall, avenge me, with other names distinguished in the roll of fame, and not the less so that they have been recorded by the pen of affection. The object of the insurrection was announced in the title of the Royal and Catholic Army, assumed by the Vendians in their moments of highest hope. Their wishes were singularly modest. Had they gained Paris, and replaced the royal authority in France, they meditated the following simple boons. 1. They had resolved to petition that the name of La Vendée be given to the bocage, and its dependencies, which should be united under a separate administration, instead of forming, as at present, a part of 3 distinct provinces. 2. That the restored monarch would honor the bocage with a visit. 3. That in remembrance of the loyal services of the country, a white flag should be displayed from each steeple, and the king should add a cohort of Vendians to his bodyguard. 4. That former useful projects of improving the navigation of the Loire and its canals should be perfected by the government. So little of selfish hope or ambition was connected with the public spirit of these patriarchal warriors. The War of La Vendée was waged with various fate for nearly 2 years, during which the insurgents, or brigands as they were termed, gained by far the greater number of advantages, though with means infinitely inferior to those of the government, which detached against them one general, after another at the head of numerous armies, with equally indifferent success. Most of the Republicans entrusted with this fatal command suffered by the guillotine for not having done that which circumstances rendered impossible. Upwards of 200 battles and skirmishes were fought in this devoted country. The revolutionary fever was in its access. The shedding of blood seemed to have become positive pleasure to the perpetrators of slaughter, and was varied by each invention which cruelty could invent to give it new zest. The habitations of the Vendians were destroyed, their families subjected to violation, and massacre, their cattle hoed and slaughtered, and their crops burnt and wasted. One Republican column assumed and merited the name of the Infernal by the horrid atrocities which they committed at Pillow. They roasted the women and children in a heated oven. Many similar horrors could be added, did not the heart and hand recoil from the task. Without quoting any more special instances of horror, we use the words of a Republican eyewitness to express the general spectacle presented by the theater of civil conflict. I did not see a single male being at the towns of St. Herman Chantenay or Herbiers. A few women alone had escaped the sword. Countrysats, cottages, habitations of whichever kind, were burnt. The herds and flocks were wandering in terror around their usual places of shelter, now smoking in ruins. I was surprised by night, but the wavering and dismal blaze of conflagration afforded light over the country. To the bleating of the disturbed flocks and bellowing of the terrified cattle was joined the deep hoarse notes of carrion crows, and the yells of wild animals coming from the recesses of the woods, to prey on the carcasses of the slain. At length a distant column of fire, widening and increasing as I approached, served me as a beacon. It was the town of Mortagny in flames. When I arrived there, no living creatures were to be seen save a few wretched women who were striving to save some remnants of their property from the general conflagration. Such is civil war, and to this pass had its extremities reduced the smiling, peaceful, and virtuous country, which we have described a few pages before. It is no wonder after such events that the hearts of the peasants became hardened in turn, and that they executed fearful vengeance on those who could not have the face to expect mercy. We read, therefore, without surprise, that the Republican general Hax, a man of great military talent, and who had distinguished himself in the Vendian War, shot himself through the head when he saw his army defeated by the insurgents rather than encounter their vengeance. During the superiority of the Vendians, it may be asked why their efforts, so gigantic in themselves, never extended beyond the frontier of their own country, and why an insurrection so considerable and so sustained neither made any great impression on the French Convention, where they were spoken of only as a handful of brigands, nor on foreign nations, by whom their existence, far less their success, seems hardly to have been known on the former subject. It is perhaps sufficient to observe that the War of the Vendians, and their mode of conducting it, so formidable in their own country, became almost nugatory when extended into districts of an open character, and affording highroads and plains, by which cavalry and artillery could act against peasants who formed no close ranks, and carried no bayonets. Besides, the Vendians remained bound to their ordinary occupation, were necessarily children of the soilland. Their army usually dispersed, after the battle was over, to look after their cattle, cultivate the plot of arable land, and attend to their families. The discipline of their array, in which mere goodwill supplied the place of the usual distinctions of rank, would not have been sufficient to keep them united in long and distant marches, and they must have found the want of a commissariat, a train of baggage, field pieces, a general staff, and all the other accompaniments of a regular army, which in the difficult country of La Vendée, familiar to the natives and unknown to strangers, could be so easily dispensed with. In a word, an army which, under circumstances of hope and excitation, might one day amount to 30 or 40,000, and on the next be diminished to the 10th part of the number, might be excellent for fighting battles, but could not be relied on for making conquests or securing the advantages of victory. It is not but that a man of D'Elba's knowledge in the art of war, who acted as one of their principal leaders, meditated higher objects for the Vendians than merely the defense of their own province. A superb prospect offered itself to them by a meditated attack on the town of Nantes. Upon the success of this attempt turned perhaps the fate of the Revolution. This beautiful and important commercial city is situated on the right bank of the Loire, which is there a fine navigable river, about 27 miles from its junction with the sea. It is without fortifications of any regular description, but had a garrison of perhaps 10,000 men, and was covered by such hasty works of defense as time had permitted them to erect. The force of the Vendians, by which it was attacked, has been estimated so high as 30 or 40,000 men under D'Elby, while the place was blockaded on the left bank by Charette and an army of royalists equal in number to the actual assailants. Had this important place been gained, it would probably have changed the face of the war. One or more of the French princes might have resorted there with such adherents, as they had then in arms. The Loire was open to succors from England, the indecision of whose cabinet might have been determined by a success so important. Bretagne and Normandy, already strongly disposed to the royal cause, would have upon such encouragement risen in mass upon the Republicans. And as Poitou and Anjou were already in possession of the royal and Catholic army, they might probably have opened a march upon Paris distracted, as the capital then was by civil and foreign war. Accordingly, June 18th, the rockets which were thrown up, and the sound of innumerable bugle horns intimated to General Canclox, who commanded the town, that he was to repel a general attack of the Vendians. Fortunately for the infant republic, he was a man of military skill and high courage, and by his dexterous use of such means of defense as the place afforded, and particularly by a great superiority of artillery, he was enabled to baffle the attacks of the Vendians, although they penetrated with the utmost courage into the suburbs, and engaged at close quarters the Republican troops. They were compelled to retreat after a fierce combat which lasted from 3 in the morning till 4 in the afternoon. At different times after the failure of this bold and well-imagined attempt, opportunities occurred during which the Allies and the English government in particular might have thrown important succors into La Vendée. The island of Noirmoutier was for some time in possession of the Royalists, when arms and money might have been supplied to them. To any amount, auxiliary forces would probably have been of little service, considering in what sort of country they were to be engaged, and with what species of troops they were to act. At least, it would have required the talents of a Peterborough or a Montrose in a foreign commander to have freed himself sufficiently from the trammels of military pedantry, and availed himself of the peculiar qualities of such troops as the Vendians, irresistible after their own fashion, but of a character the most opposite possible to the ideas of excellence entertained by a mere martinet. Divisions in the British cabinet. It is now well known there was a division in the British cabinet concerning the mode of carrying on the war. Pitt was extremely unwilling to interfere with the internal government of France. He desired to see the barrier of Flanders, so foolishly thrown open by the Emperor Joseph, again re-established, and he hoped from the success of the Allied arms that this might be attained, that the French lust for attacking their neighbors might be ended, their wildness for crusading in the cause of innovation checked, and some political advances to a regular government affected. On the other hand, the enthusiastic, ingenious, but somewhat extravagant opinions of Windham led him to espouse those of Burke in their utmost extent, and he recommended to England, as to Europe, the replacing the Bourbons with the ancient royal government and constitution as the fundamental principle on which the war should be waged. This variance of opinion so far divided the British councils that, as it proved, no sufficient efforts were made either on the one line of conduct or the other. Indeed, Madame La Roche Jacqueline, who, however, we are apt to think has been in some degree misled in her account of that matter, says the only dispatches received by the Vendians from the British cabinet indicated a singular ignorance of the state of La Vendée, which was certainly near enough to Jersey and Guernsey to have afforded the means of obtaining accurate information upon the nature and principles of the Vendean insurrection. The leaders of the royal and Catholic army received their first communication from Britain through a royalist emissary, the Chevalier de Tintignac, who carried them, concealed in the wadding of his pistols, addressed to a supposed chief named Gaston, whose name had scarce been known among them. In this document, they were required to say for what purpose they were in arms, whether in behalf of the old government, or of the Constitution of 1791, or the principles of the Girondists. These were strange questions to be asked of men who had been in the field as pure royalists for more than 5 months, who might have reasonably hoped that the news of their numerous and important victories had resounded through all Europe, but must at least have expected they should be well known to those neighbors of France who were at war with her present government. Assistance was promised, but in a general and indecisive way, nor did the testimony of Roman 1000 de Tintignac give his friends much assurance that it was seriously proposed. In fact, no support ever arrived until after the first pacification of La Vendée. The ill-fated expedition to Quiberon, delayed until the cause of royalty was nigh hopeless, was at length undertaken, when its only consequence was that of involving in absolute destruction a multitude of brave and high-spirited men. But on looking back on a game so doubtful, it is easy to criticize the conduct of the players, and perhaps no blunder in war or politics, is so common as that which arises from missing the proper moment of exertion. The French, although more able to seize the advantageous opportunity than we for their government being always in practice something despotic, is at liberty to act more boldly secretly and decisively than that of England, are nevertheless chargeable with similar errors, if the English cabinet missed the opportunities given by the insurrection of law. Vendée, the French did not more actively improve those afforded by the Irish rebellion, and if we had to regret the too tardy and unhappy expedition to Quiberon, they in their turn might repent having thrown away the troops whom they landed at Castlehaven, after the pacification of Ireland, for the sole purpose, it would seem, of surrendering at Ballinamook. It is yet more wonderful that a country whose dispositions were so loyal, and its local advantages so strong, should not have been made by the Loyalists in general the center of those counter-revolutionary exertions, which were vainly expended on the iron eastern frontier, where the fine army of Condé wasted their blood. About paltry frontier, redoubts and fortresses, the nobles and gentlemen of France fighting, abreast with the gallant peasants of La Vendée, inspired with the same sentiments of loyalty with themselves, would have been more suitably placed than in the mercenary ranks of foreign nations. It is certain that the late King Louis, Roman 18, and also his present Majesty, were desirous to have exposed their persons in the War of La Vendée. The former wrote to the Duc de Harcourt, "What course remains for me? But La Vendée, who can place me there? England insist upon that point, and tell the English ministers in my name that I demand from them a crown or a tomb. If there were a serious intention of supporting these unfortunate princes, the means of this experiment ought to have been afforded them, and that upon no stinted scale the error of England, through all the early part of the war, was an unwillingness to proportion her efforts to the importance of the ends she had in view. Looking upon the various chances which might have befriended the unparalleled exertions of the Vendeans, considering the generous, virtuous, and disinterested character of those primitive soldiers, it is with sincere sorrow that we proceed to trace their extermination by the bloodthirsty ruffians of the Reign of Terror. Yet the course of Providence after the lapse of time is justified even in our weak and undiscerning eyes. We should indeed have read with hearts throbbing with the just feelings of gratified vengeance that La Tourette or La Roche Jacqueline had successfully achieved at the head of their gallant adherents the road to Parashad, broke in upon the committees of public safety and public security like Thalaba the destroyer into the Domdaniel, and with the same dreadful result to the agents of the horrors with which these revolutionary bodies had deluged France. But such a reaction, accomplished solely for the purpose of restoring the old despotic monarchy, could not have brought peace to France or to Europe, nay, could only have laid a foundation for farther and more lasting quarrels. The flame of liberty had been too widely spread in France to be quenched even by such a triumph of royalty as we have supposed. However pure the principles and high the spirit of the Vendeans, it was necessary that the nation should experience both the extremes of furious license and of stern despotism, to fix the hopes of the various contending parties upon a form of government in which a limited power in the monarch should be united to the enjoyment of all rational freedom. In the subject, we return to our sad task. War of La Vendée. Notwithstanding the desolating mode in which the Republicans conducted the war with the avowed purpose of rendering La Vendée uninhabitable, the population seemed to increase in courage, and even in numbers as their situation became more desperate. Renewed armies were sent into the devoted district, and successively destroyed in assaults, skirmishes, and ambuscades where they were not. Slaughtered in general actions, more than 100,000 men were employed at one time in their efforts to subjugate this devoted province. But this could not last forever, and a chance of war upon the frontiers, which threatened reverses to the Convention, compensated them by furnishing new forces and of a higher description in point of character and discipline for the subjection of La Vendée. This was the surrender of the town of Metz to the Prussians by the capitulation. A garrison of near 15,000 experienced soldiers and some officers of considerable name were debarred from again bearing arms against the Allies. These troops were employed in La Vendée, where the scale had already begun to preponderate against the dauntless and persevering insurgents. At the first encounters, the soldiers of Metz, unacquainted with the Vendean mode of fighting, sustained loss, and were thought lightly of by the Royalists. This opinion of their new adversaries was changed in consequence of a defeat Oct 17, near call it more dreadful in its consequences than any which the Vendeans had yet received, and which determined their generals to pass the Loire with their whole collected force leave their beloved bocage to the axes and brands of the victors, and carry the war into Bretagne, where they expected either to be supported by a descent of the English or by a general insurrection of the inhabitants. In this military emigration, the royalists were accompanied by their aged people, their wives and their children, so that their melancholy march resembled that of the Cimbrians or Helvetians of old, when abandoning their ancient dwellings, they wandered forth to find new settlements in a more fertile land. They crossed the river near St. Florent, and the banks were blackened with nearly 100,000 pilgrims of both sexes, and of every age. The broad river was before them, and behind them, their burning cottages and the exterminating sword of the Republicans. The means of embarkation were few and precarious, the affright of the females almost ungovernable. And such was the tumult and terror of the scene, that, in the words of Madame La Roche Jacqueline, the awestruck spectators could only compare it to the Day of Judgment. Without food directions or organization of any kind, without the show of an army, saving in the front and rear of the column, the center consisting of their defenseless families marching together, in a mass. These indomitable peasants defeated a republican army under the walls of Laval. The garrison of Mentz, whose arrival in La Vendée had been so fatal to the insurgents, and who had pursued them in a state of rout, as they thought, out of their own country across the Loire, were almost exterminated in this most unexpected defeat. An unsuccessful attack upon Granville more than counterbalanced this advantage, and although the Vendians afterwards obtained a brilliant victory at Dal, it was the last success of what was termed the Great Army of La Vendée, and which well deserved that title on more accounts than in its more ordinary sense. They had now lost, by the chances of war, most of their best chiefs, and misfortunes, and the exasperating feelings attending them had introduced disunion, which had been so long a stranger to their singular association. Charette was reflected upon as being little willing to aid La Roche Jacqueline, and Stofflet seems to have set up an independent standard. The insurgents were defeated at Mons, whereof 3 Republican generals of name Westerman Mars and Kleber the first disgraced himself by savage cruelty, and the other 2 gained honor by their clemency. 15,000 male and female natives of La Vendée perished in the battle and the massacre which ensued. But though La Vendée, after this decisive loss, which included some of her best troops and bravest generals, could hardly be said to exist, La Tourette continued with indefatigable diligence and undaunted courage to sustain the insurrection of Lower Poitou and Bretagne. He was followed by a division of peasants from the Marais, whose activity in marshy grounds gave them similar advantages to those possessed by the Vendians in their woodlands. He was followed also by the inhabitants of Morbihan, called from their adherence to royalism the Little La Vendée. He was the leader, besides, of many of the bands called Chouans, a name of doubtful origin given to the insurgents of Bretagne, but which their courage has rendered celebrated. La Tourette himself, who with these and other forces continued to sustain the standard of royalty in Bretagne and Poitou, was one of those extraordinary characters made to shine, amidst difficulties and dangers, as prudent and cautious. As he was courageous and adventurous, he was at the same time so alert and expeditious in his motions that he usually appeared at the time and place where his presence was least expected. And most formidable, a Republican officer who had just taken possession of a village and was speaking of the royalist leader as of a person at 20 leagues distance, said publicly, "I should like to see this famous Tourette there. He is," said a woman, pointing with her finger. In fact, he was at that moment in the act of charging the Republican troops, who were all either slain or made prisoners. Treaty with La Tourette. After the fall of Robespierre, the Convention made offers of pacification to La Tourette, which were adjusted betwixt the Vendian chief and General Canclox, the heroic defender of Nantes. The articles of treaty were subscribed in that place, which La Tourette entered at the head of his military staff. With his long white plume streaming in the wind, he heard with coldness shouts of welcome from a city to which his name had been long a terror, and there was a gloom on his brow as he signed his name to the articles agreed upon. He certainly suspected the faith of those with whom he transacted, and they did not by any means confide in his. An armistice was agreed on until the Convention should ratify the pacification, but this never took place. Mutual complaints and recriminations followed, and the soldiers of La Tourette and of the Republic began once more to make a petty war on each other. Meantime, that party in the British cabinet which declared for a descent on France in name, and on behalf of the successor to the crown, had obtained the acquiescence of their colleagues in an experiment of this nature. But unhappily it had been postponed until its success had become impossible. The force, too, which composed this experimental operation was injudiciously selected, a certain proportion, consisted of emigrants in whom the highest confidence might be with justice reposed, but about 2 battalions of this invading expedition were vagrant foreigners of various descriptions, many or most of them, enlisted from among the prisoners of war, who readily took any engagement to get out of captivity, with the mental resolution of breaking it. The first opportunity besides these imprudences, the purpose and time of executing a project, which to be successful should have been secret and sudden, were generally known in France and England, before the expedition weighed anchor. The event, as is universally known, was most disastrous. The mercenaries deserted to the Republicans as soon as they got ashore, and the unfortunate emigrants who became prisoners in great numbers were condemned and executed without mercy. The ammunition and muskets, of which a quantity had been landed, fell into the hands of the enemy, and what was worse, England did not, among other lighter losses, entirely save her honor. She was severely censured as giving up her allies to destruction, because she had yielded to the wishes which enthusiastic and courageous men had elevated into hope. Nothing, indeed, can be more difficult than to state the just extent of support, which can prudently be extended by one nation to a civil faction in the bosom of another. Indeed, nothing short of success, absolute success, will prove the justification of such enterprises in the eyes of some, who will allege in the event of failure that men have been enticed into perils in which they have not been adequately supported, or of others, who will condemn such measures as squandering the public resources in enterprises which ought not to have been encouraged at all. But in fair judgment, the expedition of Quiberon ought not to be summarily condemned. It was neither inadequate nor accepting as to the description of some of the forces employed, ill calculated for the service proposed. Had such reinforcements and supplies arrived while the royalists were attacking Nantes or Grenoble, or while they yet held the island of Noirmoutier, the good consequences to the royal cause might have been incalculable. But the expedition was ill-timed, and that was in a great measure owing to those unfortunate gentlemen engaged who, impatient of inactivity and sanguine by character, urged the British ministry, or rather Mr. Windham, to authorize the experiment without fully considering more than their own zeal and courage. We cannot, however, go so far as to say that their impatience relieved ministers from the responsibility attached to the indifferent intelligence on which they acted. There could be no difficulty in getting full information on the state of Bretagne by way of Jersey, and they ought to have known that there was a strong French force collected from various garrisons for the purpose of guarding against a descent at Quiberon. After this unfortunate affair, and some subsequent vain attempts to throw in supplies on the part of the English, La Tourette still continued in open war, but Hoch, an officer of high reputation, was now sent into the disturbed districts with a larger army than had yet been employed against them. He was thus enabled to form movable columns which acted in concert, supporting each other when unsuccessful or completing each other's victory. When such was obtained, La Tourette, after his band was almost entirely destroyed, was himself made prisoner, being condemned to be shot. He refused to have his eyes covered and died as courageously as he had lived. With him and Stofflet, who suffered a similar fate, the War of La Vendée terminated. To trace this remarkable civil war, even so slightly as we have attempted, the task has carried us beyond the course of our narrative. It broke out in the beginning of March 1793, and La Tourette's execution, by which it was closed, took place at Nantes 29th March 1796. The astonishing part of the matter is that so great a conflagration should not have extended itself beyond a certain limited district, while within that region it raged with such fury that for a length of time no means of extinguishing it could be discovered. State of the provinces. We now return to the state of France in spring 1793, when the Jacobins, who had possessed themselves of the supreme power of the Republic, found that they had to contend not only with the allied forces on 2 frontiers of France and with the royalists in the west, but also with more than one of the great commercial towns, which, with less inclination to the monarchical cause than a general terror of revolutionary measures, prepared for resistance after the proscription of the Girondists upon the 31st of May. Bordeaux, Marseille, Toulon, and Lyon had declared themselves against the Jacobin supremacy, rich from commerce and their maritime situation, and in the case of Lyon, from their command of internal navigation. The wealthy merchants and manufacturers of those cities foresaw the total insecurity of property, and in consequence their own ruin in the system of arbitrary spoliation and murder upon which the government of the Jacobins was founded, but property for which they were solicitous. though if its natural force is used in time, the most powerful barrier to withstand revolution becomes, after a certain period of delay, its most helpless victim. If the rich are in due season liberal of their means, they have the power of enlisting in their cause, and as adherents those among the lower orders who, if they see their superiors dejected and despairing, will be tempted to consider them as objects of plunder. But this must be done early, or those, who might be made the most active defenders of property, will join with such as are prepared to make a prey of it. We have already seen that Burdo in which the Brissotins or Girondists had ventured to hope for a zeal purely republican, at once adverse to royalty and to Jacobin domination, had effectually disappointed their expectations, and succumbed with little struggle under the ferocious victors. Marseille showed at once her goodwill and her impotency of means. The utmost exertions of that wealthy city, whose revolutionary band had contributed so much to the downfall of the monarchy in the attack on the Tuileries, were able to equip only a small and doubtful army of about 3,000 men, who were dispatched to the relief of Lyon. This inconsiderable army threw themselves into Avignon, and were defeated with the utmost ease by the Republican General Cartox, despicable as a military officer, and whose forces would not have stood a single egglement of the Vendean sharpshooters. Marseille received the victors, and bowed her head to the subsequent horrors, which it pleased Cartox, with two formidable Jacobins, Barras and Freron, to inflict on that flourishing city. The place underwent the usual terrors of Jacobin purification, and was for a time affectedly called the Nameless Commune. Revolt of Lyon. Lyon made a more honorable stand. That noble city had been subjected for some time to the domination of Chalier, one of the most ferocious, and at the same time, one of the most extravagantly absurd of the Jacobins. He was at the head of a formidable club which was worthy of being affiliated with the Mother Society and ambitious of treading in its footsteps, and he was supported by a garrison of 2 revolutionary regiments, besides a numerous artillery, and a large addition of volunteers, amounting in all to about 10,000 men, forming what was called a revolutionary army. This Chalier was an apostate priest, an atheist, and a thorough-paced pupil in the school of terror. He had been created procureur of the commune, and had imposed on the wealthy citizens a tax which was raised from 6 to 30 millions of livres, but blood as well as gold was his object. The massacre of a few priests and aristocrats confined in the fortress of Pierces was a pitiful sacrifice, and Chalier, ambitious of deeds more decisive, caused a general arrest of 100 principal citizens, whom he destined as a hecatomb more worthy of the demon whom he served. This sacrifice was prevented by the courage of the Lyonois, a courage which, if assumed by the Parisians, might have prevented most of the horrors which disgraced the Revolution. The meditated slaughter was already announced by Chalier to the Jacobin Club. 300 heads, he said, are marked for slaughter. Let us lose no time in seizing the members of the departmental office-bearers, the presidents and secretaries of the sections, all the local authorities who obstruct our revolutionary measures. Let us make one faggot of the whole, and deliver them at once to the guillotine. But ere he could execute his threat, terror was awakened into the courage of despair. The citizens rose in arms May 29, and besieged the Hôtel de Ville, in which Chalier with his revolutionary troops made a desperate, and for some time, a successful yet ultimately a vain defense. But the Lyonois unhappily knew not how to avail themselves of their triumph. They were not sufficiently aware of the nature of the vengeance which they had provoked, or of the necessity of supporting the bold step which they had taken by measures which precluded a compromise. Their resistance to the violence and atrocity of the Jacobins had no political character, any more than that offered by the traveler against robbers who threaten him with plunder and murder. They were not sufficiently aware that, having done so much, they must necessarily do more. They ought, by declaring themselves royalists, to have endeavored to prevail on the troops of Savoy, if not on the Swiss, who had embraced a species of neutrality, which after the 10th of August was dishonorable to their ancient reputation, to send in all haste soldiery to the assistance of a city which had no fortifications or regular troops to defend it, but which possessed nevertheless treasures, to pay their auxiliaries and strong hands and able officers, to avail themselves of the localities of their situation, which when well defended, are sometimes as formidable as the regular protection erected by scientific engineers. The people of Lyon vainly endeavored to establish a revolutionary character for themselves upon the system of the Gironde, 2 of whose proscribed deputies, Birodeau and Chasset, tried to draw them over to their unpopular and hopeless cause. and they inconsistently sought protection by affecting a republican zeal, even while resisting the decrees and defeating the troops of the Jacobins. There were undoubtedly many of royalist principles among the insurgents, and some of their leaders were decidedly such. But these were not numerous or influential enough to establish the true principle of open resistance and the ultimate chance of rescue. By a bold proclamation of the king's interest, they still appealed to the convention as their legitimate sovereign in whose eyes they endeavored to vindicate themselves, and at the same time tried to secure the interest of two Jacobin deputies who had countenanced every violence attempted by Chalier, that they might prevail upon them to represent their conduct. Favorably, of course, they had enough of promises to this effect. While Messrs. Guathier and Nioche, the deputies in question, remained in their power, promises doubtless the more readily given that the Lionnois, though desirous to conciliate the favor of the Convention, did not hesitate in proceeding to the punishment of the Jacobin Chalier. He was condemned and executed, along with one of his principal associates, termed Ribard. To defend these vigorous proceedings, the unhappy insurgents placed themselves under the interim government of a council, who, still desirous to temporize and maintain the revolutionary character, termed themselves the Popular and Republican Commission of Public Safety of the Department of the Rhone, and Loire, a title which, while it excited no popular enthusiasm and attracted no foreign aid, no way soothed, but rather exasperated the resentment of the Convention now, under the absolute domination of the Jacobins, by whom everything short of complete fraternization was accounted presumptuous defiance. Those who were not with them, it was their policy to hold as their most decided enemies. The Lionnois had indeed letters of encouragement and promised concurrence from several departments, but no effectual support was ever directed towards their city, excepting the petty reinforcement from Marseille, which we have seen was intercepted and dispersed with little trouble by the Jacobin general Cartox. Lyon had expected to become the patroness and focus of an anti-Jacobin league formed by the great commercial towns against Paris, and the predominant part of the convention. She found herself isolated and unsupported and left to oppose her own proper forces and means of defense to an army of 60,000 men, and to the numerous Jacobins contained within her own walls. About the end of July, after a lapse of an interval of 2 months, a regular blockade was formed around the city, and in the first week of August hostilities took place. The besieging army was directed in its military character by General Kellerman, who with other distinguished soldiers had now begun to hold an eminent rank in the Republican armies, but for the purpose of executing the vengeance for which they thirsted. The Jacobins relied chiefly on the exertions of the deputies they had sent along with the commander, and especially of the representative Dubois, Krantz, a man whose sole merit appears to have been his frantic Jacobinism. General Pressy, formerly an officer in the royal service, undertook the almost hopeless task of defense, and by forming redoubts on the most commanding situations around the town, commenced a resistance against the immensely superior force of the besiegers, which was honorable if it could have been useful. The Lionnois at the same time still endeavored to make fair weather with the besieging army by representing themselves as firm republicans. They celebrated as a public festival the anniversary of the 10th of August, while Dubois Krantz, to show the credit he gave them for their republican zeal, fixed the same day for commencing his fire on the place, and caused the first gun to be discharged by his own concubine. A female born in Lyon. Bombs and red-hot bullets were next resorted to against the second city of the French Empire, while the besieged sustained the attack with a constancy, and on many parts repelled it with a courage highly honorable to their character. But their fate was determined. The deputies announced to the convention their purpose of pouring their instruments of havoc on every quarter of the town at once, and when it was on fire in several places, to attempt a general storm. The city, they said, must surrender, or there shall not remain one stone upon another. And this we hope to accomplish, in spite of the suggestions of false compassion. Do not then be surprised when you shall hear that Lyon exists no longer. The fury of the attack threatened to make good these promises. In the meantime, the Piedmontese troops made a show of descending from their mountains to the succor of the city, and it is probable their interference would have given a character of royalism to the insurrection. But the incursion of the Piedmontese and Sardinians was speedily repelled by the skill of Kellerman, and produced no effect in favor of the city of Lyon, except that of supporting for a time the courage of its defenders. The sufferings of the citizens became intolerable. Several quarters of the city were on fire at the same time, immense magazines were burnt to the ground, and a loss incurred during 2 nights' bombardment, which was calculated at 200 millions of livres. a black flag was hoisted by the besieged on the great hospital as a sign that the fire of the assailants should not be directed. On that asylum of hopeless misery, the signal seemed only to draw the Republican bombs to the spot, where they could create the most frightful distress and outrage in the highest degree. The feelings of humanity, the devastations of famine were soon added to those of slaughter. And after 2 months of such horrors had been sustained, it became obvious that farther resistance was impossible. The military commandant of Lyon Pressy resolved upon a sally at the head of the active part of the garrison, hoping that by cutting his way through the besiegers he might save the lives of many of those who followed him in the desperate attempt and gain the neutral territory of Switzerland, while the absence of those who had been actual combatants during the siege might in some degree incline the convention to lenient measures towards the more helpless part of the inhabitants. A column of about 2,000 men made this desperate attempt, but pursued by the Republicans and attacked on every side by the peasants to whom they had been represented in the most odious colors by the Jacobin deputies, and who were stimulated besides by the hope of plunder, scarcely 50 of the devoted body, reached with their leader the protecting soil of Switzerland. Lyon reluctantly opened her gates after the departure of her best, and bravest the rest may be described in the words of Horace. Barbarus heu sinners insistet victor et urbum. Dissipabit insolens. The paralytic Cousin with Calat de Herbois and other deputies were sent to Lyon by the Committee of Public Safety to execute the vengeance which the Jacobins demanded, while Dubois-Krantz was recalled, for having put it was thought less energy in his proceedings than the prosecution of the siege required. Calat de Herbois had a personal motive of a singular nature for delighting in the task entrusted to him and his colleagues in his capacity of a play actor. He had been hissed from the stage at Lyon, and the door to revenge was now open. The instructions of this committee enjoined them to take the most satisfactory revenge for the death of Chalier and the insurrection of Lyon, not merely on the citizens, but on the town itself. The principal streets and buildings were to be leveled with the ground, and a monument erected where they stood was to record the cause. Lyon rebelled against the Republic. Lyon is no more. Such fragments of the town as might be permitted to remain were to bear the name of Commune Affranchie. It will scarcely be believed that a doom like that which might have passed the lips of some Eastern despot, in all the frantic madness of arbitrary power and utter ignorance, could have been seriously pronounced and as seriously enforced in one of the most civilized nations in Europe, and that in the present enlightened age men, who pretended to wisdom and philosophy, should have considered the labors of the architect as a proper subject of punishment. So it was, however, and to give the demolition more effect, the impotent Couthon was carried from house to house, devoting each to ruin by striking the door with a silver hammer, and pronouncing these words: House of a rebel, I condemn thee in the name of the law. Workmen followed in great multitudes, who executed the sentence by pulling the house down to the foundations. This wanton demolition continued for 6 months, and is said to have been carried on at an expense equal to that which the superb military hospital, the Hôtel des Invalides, cost its founder Louis Roman XIV. But Republican vengeance did not waste itself exclusively upon senseless lime and stone. It sought out sentient victims. The deserved death of Chalier had been atoned by an apotheosis executed after Lyon had surrendered, but Calat de Herbois declared that every drop of that patriotic blood fell as if scalding his own heart, and that the murder demanded atonement. All ordinary process and every usual mode of execution was thought too tardy to avenge the death of a Jacobin proconsul. The judges of the Revolutionary Commission were worn out with fatigue. The arm of the executioner was wearied. Very steel of the guillotine was blunted. Calat de Herbois devised a more summary mode of slaughter. A number of from 200 to 300 victims at once were dragged from prison to the Place de Brado, one of the largest squares in Lyon, and they're subjected to a fire of grape-shot efficacious. As this mode of execution may seem, it was neither speedy nor merciful. The sufferers fell to the ground like singed flies, mutilated but not slain, and imploring their executioners to dispatch them speedily. This was done with sabers and bayonets, and with such haste and zeal that some of the jailers and assistants were slain along with those whom they had assisted in dragging to death, and the mistake was not discerned, until upon counting the dead bodies, the military murderers found them amount to more than the destined tale. The bodies of the dead were thrown into the Rhône to carry news of the Republican vengeance, as Calat de Herbois expressed himself to Toulon, then also in a state of revolt. But the sullen stream rejected the office imposed on it, and heaved back the dead in heaps upon the banks, and the Committee of Representatives were compelled at length to allow the relics of their cruelty to be interred to prevent the risk of contagion. People of the south of France have always been distinguished by the vivacity of their temperament, as cruelties beget retaliation. It may be as well here mentioned that upon the fall of the Jacobins, the people of Lyon forgot not what indeed was calculated for eternal remembrance, and took by violence a severe and sanguinary vengeance on those who had been accessory to the atrocities of Cousin and Calat de Herbois. They rose on the Jacobins after the fall of Robespierre, and put to death several of them. Toulon, important by its port, its arsenals, and naval yard, as well as by its fortifications both on the sea and land side, had partaken deeply in the feelings which pervaded Marseille, Bordeaux, and Lyon, but the insurgents of Toulon were determinedly royalist. The place had been for some time subjected to the administration of a Jacobin club, and had seen the usual quantity of murders and excesses with the greater pain. That the town contained many naval officers and others who had served under the king, and retained their affection for the royal cause, their dissatisfaction did not escape the notice of men to whom every sullen look was cause of suspicion, and the slightest cause of suspicion, a ground of death. The town being threatened with a complete purification, after the Jacobin fashion, the inhabitants resolved to anticipate the blow. At the dead of night, the tocsin was sounded by the citizens, who dispersed. The Jacobin club seized on the two representatives who had governed its proceedings, arrested 7 or 8 Jacobins, who had been most active in the previous assassinations, and in spite of some opposition, actually executed them with more decision than the inhabitants of Lyon. They proceeded to proclaim Louis Roman 17, under the Constitution of 1791. Cartox presently marched upon the insurgent city, driving before him the Marseillois, whom, as before mentioned, he had defeated upon their march towards Lyon. Alarmed at this movement and destitute of a garrison, which they could trust, the Toulonnois implored the assistance of the English and Spanish admirals Lord Hood and Gravina, who were cruising off their port. It was instantly granted, and marines were sent on shore for their immediate protection, while efforts were made to collect from the different allied powers such a supply of troops as could be immediately thrown into the place. But the event of the siege of Toulon brings our general historical sketch into connection with the life of that wonderful person whose actions we have undertaken to record. It was during this siege that the light was first distinguished, which, broadening more and more, and blazing brighter and brighter, was at length to fill with its luster the whole hemisphere of Europe, and was then to set with a rapidity equal to that with which it had arisen. Ere, however, we produce this first-rate actor upon the stage, we must make the reader still more particularly acquainted with the spirit of the scene. Chapter Roman 16 Views of the British Cabinet regarding the French Revolution. Extraordinary situation of France. Explanation of the anomaly which it exhibited. System of terror. Committee of Public Safety of Public Security. David the Painter Law against suspected persons. Revolutionary Tribunal. Effects of the emigration of the princes and nobles. Causes of the passiveness of the French people under the tyranny of the Jacobins. Singular address of the Committee of Public Safety. General reflections. It has been a maxim with great statesmen that evil governments must end by becoming their own destruction. According to the maxim, res nolent diu male administrari, Pitt himself was of opinion that the fury of the French Revolution would wear itself out, and that it already presented so few of the advantages and privileges of social compact that it seemed as if its political elements must either altogether dissolve or assume a new form more similar to that on which all other states and governments rest their stability. It was on this account that this great English statesman declined assisting in plain and open terms the royal cause, and desired to keep England free from any pledge concerning the future state of government in France, aware of the danger of involving her in any declared and avowed interference with the right of a people to choose their own system, however anxious to prevent the revolutionary opinions as well as arms from extending beyond their own frontier. It was thought in the British cabinet by one large party that the present frantic excess of republican principles must of itself produce a reaction in favor of more moderate sentiments. Some steady system for the protection of life and property was, it was said, essential to the very existence of society. The French nation must assume such and renounce the prosecution of those revolutionary doctrines for the sake of their own as well as of other countries. The arrangement must, it was thought, take place from the inevitable course of human affairs, which, however they may fluctuate, are uniformly determined at length by the interest of the parties concerned. Such was the principle assumed by many great statesmen, whose sagacity was unhappily baffled by the event. In fact, it was calculating upon the actions and personal exertions of a raving madman, as if he had been under the regulation of his senses, and acting upon principles of self-regard and self-preservation, France continued not only to subsist, but to be victorious without a government, unless the revolutionary committees and Jacobin clubs could be accounted such for. The convention was sunk into a mere engine of that party, and sanctioned whatever they proposed without religion, which as we shall see they formally abolished without municipal laws or rights, except that any one of the ruling party might do what mischief he would while citizens less distinguished for patriotism were subjected for any cause or no cause to loss of liberty, property, and life itself, without military discipline, for officers might be dragged from their regiments and generals from their armies on the information of their own soldiers, without revenues of state for the depression of. The assignats was extreme without laws, for there were no ordinary tribunals left to appeal to without colonies, ships, manufactories, or commerce, without fine arts, any more than those which were useful in short France, continued to subsist and to achieve victories, although apparently forsaken of God, and deprived of all the ordinary resources of human wisdom. The whole system of society, indeed, seemed only to retain some appearances of cohesion from mere habit, the same which makes trained horses draw up in something like order, even without their riders, if the trumpet is sounded. And yet in foreign wars, notwithstanding the deplorable state of the interior, the Republic was not only occasionally, but permanently and triumphantly victorious. She was like the champion in Burney's romance, who was so delicately sliced asunder by one of the paladins that he went on fighting and slew other warriors, without discovering for a length of time that he was himself killed. All this extraordinary energy was in one word the effect of terror death a graver sounds, which awaken the strongest efforts in those whom they menace. There was never anywhere save in France during this melancholy period so awful a comment on the expression of Scripture. All that a man hath will he give for his life. Force, immediate and irresistible force, was the only logic used by the government. Death was the only appeal from their authoritative guillotine, the all-sufficing argument which settled each debate betwixt them and the governed. Was the exchequer low, the guillotine filled it with the effects of the wealthy who were judged aristocratical in exact proportion to the extent of their property. Were these supplies insufficient, diminished, as they were by peculation, ere they reached the public coffers the assignats remained, which might be multiplied to any quantity, did the paper medium of circulation fall in the market to 50 under the 100, the guillotine was ready to punish those who refused to exchange it at par. A few examples of such jobbers in the public funds made men glad to give 100 francs for state money, which they knew to be worth no more than 50. Was bread a wanting corn, was to be found by the same compendious means, and distributed among the Parisians, as among the ancient citizens of Rome at a regulated price. The guillotine was a key to storehouses, barns, and granaries. Did the army want recruits? The guillotine was ready to exterminate all conscripts who should hesitate to march on the generals of the Republican army. This decisive argument, which a priori might have been deemed less applicable in all its rigor to them than to others, was possessed of the most exclusive authority. They were beheaded for want of success, which may seem less different from the common course of affairs. But they were also guillotined when their successes were not improved to the full expectations of their masters. Nay, they were guillotined when, being too successful, they were suspected of having acquired over the soldiers who had conquered under them an interest dangerous to those who had the command of this all-sufficing reason of state, even mere mediocrity, and a limited but regular discharge of duty, neither so brilliant as to incur jealousy, nor so important as to draw down censure, was no protection. There was no rallying point against this universal and very simple system of main force. The Vendians, who tried the open and manly mode of generous and direct resistance, were, as we have seen, finally destroyed, leaving a name which will live for ages. The commercial towns, which upon a scale more modified also tried their strength with the revolutionary torrent, were successively overpowered. One can therefore be no more surprised that the rest of the nation gave way to predominant force than we are daily at seeing a herd of strong and able-bodied cattle driven to the shambles. Before one or two butchers, and as many bulldogs as the victims approach the slaughterhouse, and smell the blood of those which have suffered the fate to which they are destined, they may be often observed to hesitate, start, roar, and bellow, and intimate their dread of the fatal spot and instinctive desire to escape from it. But the cudgels of their drivers and the fangs of the mastiff seldom fail to compel them forward, slavering and snorting and trembling to the destiny which awaits them. The power of exercising this tremendous authority over a terrified nation was vested in few hands, and rested on a very simple basis. The convention had, after the fall of the Girondists, remained an empty show of what it had once some title to call itself the representative body of the French nation, the members belonging to the plain who had observed a timid neutrality. Betwixt the mountain and the Girondists, if not without talent, were without courage to make any opposition to the former when triumphant they crouched to their fate, were glad to escape in silence, and, to yield full passage to the revolutionary torrent, they consoled themselves with the usual apology of weak minds that they submitted to what they could not prevent, and their adversaries, while despising them, were yet tolerant of their presence and somewhat indulgent to their scruples, because while these timid neutrals remained in their ranks, they furnished to the eye at least the appearance of a full Senate. Filled the ranks of the representative body as a garment is stuffed out to the required size by buckram, and countenanced by their passive acquiescence, the measures which they most detested in their hearts. It was worth the while of the mountain to endure the imbecility of such associates, and even to permit occasionally some diffident opposition on their part, had it only been to preserve appearances, and afford a show of a free assembly debating on the affairs of the nation. Thus, although the name of the National Convention was generally used, its deputies, carefully selected from the Jacobin or ruling party, were everywhere acting in their name with all the authority of Roman proconsuls, while two-thirds of the body sate with submitted necks and padlocked lips, unresisting slaves to the minor proportion which again, under its various fierce leaders, was beginning to wage a civil war within its own limited circle. But the young reader to whom this eventful history is a novelty may ask in what hands was the real power of the government lodged, of which the convention considered as a body was thus effectually deprived, though permitted to retain like the apparition in Macbeth. Upon its baby brow the round and type of sovereignty, France had indeed in 1792 accepted with the usual solemnities a new constitution, which was stated to rest on the right republican basis, and was of course alleged to afford the most perfect and absolute security for liberty and equality that the nation could desire. But this constitution was entirely superseded in practice by the more compendious mode of governing by means of a junto selected out of the convention itself, without observing any farther ceremony. In fact, two small committees vested with the full authority of the state exercised the powers of a dictatorship, while the representatives of the people, like the Senate under the Roman Empire, retained the form and semblance of supreme sway, might keep their curule chairs, and enjoy the dignity of fasces and lictors, but had in their possession and exercised scarcely the independent powers of an English vestry or quarter sessions. The Committee of Public Safety dictated every measure of the convention, or more frequently acted, without deigning to consult the legislative body at all. The number of members who exercised this executive government fluctuated betwixt 10 and 12, and as they were all chosen Jacobins, and selected as men capable of going all the lengths of their party, care was taken by re-elections from time to time to render the situation permanent. This body deliberated in secret, and had the despotic right of interfering with and controlling every other authority in the state, and before its absolute powers and the uses which were made of them, the Council of 10 of the Venetian government sunk into a harmless and liberal institution. Another committee with powers of the same revolutionary nature, and in which the members were also renewed from time to time, was that of public security. It was inferior in importance to that of public safety, but was nevertheless as active within its sphere. We regret to record of a man of genius that David, the celebrated painter, held a seat in the Committee of Public Security. The fine arts which he studied had not produced on his mind the softening and humanizing effect ascribed to them. Frightfully ugly in his exterior, his mind seemed to correspond with the harshness of his looks. "Let us grind enough of the red," was the professional phrase of which he made use when sitting down to the bloody work of the day. That these revolutionary committees might have in their hands a power subject to no legal defense or evasion on the part of the accused Merlin of Douai, a lawyer, it is said, of eminence, framed what was termed the law against suspected persons, which was worded with so much ingenuity that not only it enveloped everyone who by birth, friendship, habits of life, dependencies, or other ties was linked, however distantly, with aristocracy, whether of birth or property, but also all who had in the various changes and phases of the revolution taken one step too few in the career of the most violent patriotism, or had, though it were, but for one misguided and doubtful moment, held opinions short of the most extravagant Jacobinism. This crime of suspicion was of the nature of the chameleon. It derived its peculiar shade or color from the person to whom it attached for the moment. To have been a priest or even an assertor of the rites and doctrines of Christianity was fatal, but in some instances, an overflow of atheistical blasphemy was equally so. To be silent on public affairs betrayed a culpable indifference, but it incurred darker suspicion to speak of them otherwise than in the most violent tone of the ruling party. By a supplementary law, the spider's web was so widely extended that it appeared no fly could be found insignificant enough to escape its meshes. Its general propositions were of a nature so vague that it was impossible they could ever be made subjects of evidence. Therefore, they were assumed without proof, and at length definition of the characteristics of suspicion seems to have been altogether dispensed with, and all those were suspected persons whom the revolutionary committees and their assistants chose to hold as such. The operation of this law was terrible. A suspected person, besides being thrown into prison, was deprived of all his rights, his effects sealed up, his property placed under care of the state, and he himself considered as civilly dead. If the unfortunate object of suspicion had the good fortune to be set at liberty, it was no security whatever against his being again arrested on the day following. There was indeed no end to the various shades of sophistry, which brought almost every kind of person under this oppressive law, so ample was its scope, and undefined its objects, that the administrators of this law of suspicion might not have too much trouble in seeking for victims. All householders were obliged to publish on the outside of their doors a list of the names and description of their inmates' domestic security, the most precious of all rights to a people who know what freedom really is, was violated on every occasion, even the slightest, by domiciliary visits. The number of arrests which took place through France choked the prisons anew, which had been so fearfully emptied on the 2d and 3d of September, and is said to have been only moderately computed at 300,000 souls, one-third of whom were women. The Jacobins, however, found a mode of jail delivery less summary than by direct massacre, although differing so little from it in every other respect that a victim might have had pretty nearly the same chance of a fair trial before Maillard and his men of September, as from the Revolutionary Tribunal. It requires an effort even to write that word, from the extremities of guilt and horror which it recalls, but it is the lot of humanity to record its own greatest disgraces, and it is a wholesome and humbling lesson to exhibit a just picture of those excesses of which, in its unassisted movements, and when agitated by evil and misguided passions, human nature can be rendered capable. Revolutionary Tribunal. The Extraordinary Criminal Court, better known by the name of the Revolutionary Tribunal, was first instituted upon the motion of Danton. Its object was to judge of state crimes, plots, and attempts against liberty, or in favor of royalty, or affecting the rights and liberty of man, or in any way more or less tending to counteract the progress of the revolution. In short, it was the business of this court to execute the laws, or inflict the sentence, rather upon such as had been arrested as suspected persons, and they generally saw room to punish in most of the instances where the arresting functionaries had seen ground for imprisonment. This frightful court consisted of 6 judges or public accusers and 2 assistants. There were 12 jurymen, but the appointment of these was a mere mockery. They were official persons who held permanent appointments, had a salary from the state, and were in no manner liable to the choice or challenge of the party-tried jurors, and judges were selected for their republican zeal and steady qualities, and were capable of seeing no obstacle either of law or humanity in the path of their duty. This tribunal had the power of deciding without proof or cutting short evidence, when in the progress of being adducedor, stopping the defense of the prisoners at pleasure, privileges, which tended greatly to shorten the forms of court and aid the dispatch of business. The Revolutionary Tribunal was in a short time so overwhelmed with work that it became necessary to divide it into 4 sections, all armed with similar powers. The quantity of blood which it caused to be shed was something unheard of even during the proscriptions of the Roman Empire, and there were involved in its sentences crimes the most different, personages the most opposed, and opinions the most dissimilar. When Henry Roman VIII roused the fires of Smithfield both against Protestant and Papist, burning at the same stake one wretch for denying the king's supremacy and another for disbelieving the divine presence in the Eucharist, the association was consistency itself compared to the scenes presented at the Revolutionary Tribunal, in which royalist, constitutionalist, Girondist, churchman, theophilanthropist, noble and roturier prince, and peasant, both sexes and all ages, were involved in one general massacre, and sent to execution by scores together, and on the same sledge. Supporting by their numerous associations, the government as exercised by the revolutionary committees, came the mass of Jacobins who divided into 1,000 clubs, emanating from that which had its meetings at Paris formed the strength of the party, to which they gave the name. The sole principle of the Jacobinical institutions was to excite against all persons who had anything to lose the passions of those who possessed no property, and were by birth and circumstances brutally ignorant and envious of the advantages enjoyed by the higher classes. All other governments have made individual property the object of countenance and protection. But in this strangely inverted state of things, it seemed the object of constant suspicion and persecution, and exposed the owner to perpetual danger. We have elsewhere said that equality, unless in the no less intelligible than sacred sense of equal submission to the law, is a mere chimera which can no more exist with respect to property than in regard to mental qualifications or personal strength, beauty, or stature, divide the whole property of a country equally among its inhabitants, and a week will bring back the inequality which you have endeavored to remove, nay, a much shorter space will find the industrious and saving richer than the idle and prodigal. But in France at the period under discussion, this equality in itself, so unattainable, had completely superseded even the principle of liberty. As a watchword for exciting the people, it was to sin against this leading principle, to be possessed of, and more especially to enjoy ostentatiously, anything which was wanting to your neighbor, to be richer, more accomplished, better bred, or better taught, subjected you to the law of suspicion, and you were conducted instantly before a revolutionary committee, where you were probably convicted of incivism, not for interfering with the liberty and property of others, but for making what use you pleased of your own. The whole of the terrible mystery is included in two regulations communicated by the Jacobin Club of Paris to the Committee of Public Safety. One, that when by the machinations of opulent persons seditions should arise in any district, it should be declared in a state of rebellion. Two, that the convention shall avail themselves of such opportunity to excite the poor to make war on the rich, and to restore order at any price. Whatever this was so much understood that one of the persons tried by the revolutionary tribunal, when asked what he had to say in his defense, answered, "I am wealthy. What avails it to me to offer any exculpation when such is my offense?" Affiliated societies. The committees of government distributed large sums of money to the Jacobin Club and its affiliated societies, as being necessary to the propagation of sound political principles. The clubs themselves took upon them in every village the exercise of the powers of government, and while they sat swearing, drinking, and smoking, examined passports, imprisoned citizens, and enforced to their full extent the benefits of liberty and equality, death or fraternity was usually inscribed over their place of assembly, which some one translated, "Become my brother, or I will kill thee." These clubs were composed of members drawn from the lees of the people, that they might not in their own persons give an example contradicting the equality which it was their business to enforce. They were filled with men without resources or talents, but towards whom the confidence of the deceived people was directed from the conviction that, because taken from among themselves, they would have the interest of the lower orders constantly in view. Their secretaries, however, were generally selected with some attention to alertness of capacity, for on them depended the terrible combination, which extended from the mother society of Jacobins in Paris, down into the most remote villages of the most distant provinces, in which the same tyranny was maintained by the influence of similar means. Thus, rumors could be either circulated or collected with a speed and uniformity, which enabled a whisper from Robespierre to regulate the sentiments of the Jacobins at the most distant part of his empire, for his it unquestionably was for the space of 2 dreadful years. France had been subjected to many evils ere circumstances had for a time reduced her to this state of passive obedience to a yoke which, after all, when its strength was fairly tried, proved as brittle as it was intolerable. Those who witnessed the tragedies which then occurred look back upon that period as the delirium of a national fever filled with visions too horrible and painful for recollection, and which, being once wiped from the mind, we recall with difficulty and reluctance, and dwell upon with disgust a long course of events, tending each successively to disorganize society, more and more, had unhappily prevented a brave, generous, and accomplished people from combining together in mutual defense. The emigration and forfeiture of the nobles and clergy had deprived the country at once of those higher classes, that right-hand file who are bred up to hold their lives light if called on to lay them down for religion, or in defense of the rights of their country, or the principles of their own honor or conscience. Whatever may be thought of the wisdom or necessity of emigration, its evils were the same: a high-spirited and generous race of gentry, accustomed to consider themselves as peculiar depositaries of the national honor learned, and numerous priesthood, the guardians of religious opinion had been removed from their place in society was so much the more weak and more ignorant for the want of them, whether voluntarily abandoning or forcibly driven from the country. The expulsion of so large a mass belonging entirely to the higher orders tended instantly to destroy the balance of society, and to throw all power into the hands of the lower class, who, deceived by bad and artful men, abused it to the frightful excess we have described. We do not mean to say that the emigrants had carried with them, beyond the frontiers, all the worth and courage of the better classes in France, or that there were not among men attached to the cause of liberty many who would have shed their blood to have prevented its abuse. But these had been unhappily during the progress of the revolution divided and subdivided among themselves, were split up into a variety of broken and demolished parties, which had repeatedly suffered proscription, and what was worse sustained it from the hand of each other. The constitutionalist could not safely join in league with the royalist or either with the Girondist, and thus there existed no confidence on which a union could be effected among materials repulsive of each other. There extended besides, through France far and near, that sorrow and sinking of the heart which prevails amid great national calamities, where there is little hope. The state of oppression was so universal that no one strove to remedy its evils more than they would have struggled to remedy the malaria of an infected country. Those who escaped the disorder contented themselves with their individual safety, without thinking of the general evil as one which human art could remedy or human courage resist. Moreover, the Jacobinical rulers had surrounded themselves with such a system of espionage and delation that the attempt to organize any resistance to their power would have been in fact to fall inevitably and fatally under their tyranny if the bold conspirator against this most infernal authority did not bestow his confidence on a false friend or a concealed emissary of the Jacobin party. He was scarce the safer on that account, for, if he breathed forth in the most friendly ear anything tending to reflect on the free, happy, and humane government under which he had the happiness to live, his hearer was bound equally as a hired spy to carry the purport of the conversation to the constituted authorities, that is, to the revolutionary committees or republican commissioners, and above all to the committee of public safety. Silence on public affairs and acquiescence in democratic tyranny became therefore matter of little wonder, for men will be long mute when to indulge the tongue may endanger the head. And thus in the kingdom which boasts herself most civilized in Europe, and with all that ardor for liberty which seemed but of late to animate every bosom, the general apathy of terror and astonishment, joined to a want of all power of combination, palsied every effort at resistance. They who make national reflections on the French for remaining passive under circumstances so hopeless should first reflect that our disposition to prevent or punish crime, and our supposed readiness to resist oppression, have their foundation in a strong confidence in the laws and in the immediate support which they are sure to receive from the numerous classes who have been trained up to respect them as protectors of the rich equally and of the poor. But in France, the whole system of the administration of justice was in the hands of brutal force, and it is one thing to join in the hue and cry against a murderer, seconded by the willing assistance of a whole population, another to venture upon withstanding him in his den, he at the head of his banditti, the assailant defenseless, excepting in the justice of his cause. Ferocity of the populace. It has further been a natural subject of wonder, not only that the richer and better classes, the avowed objects of Jacobin persecution, were so passively resigned to this frightful tyranny, but also why the French populace, whose general manners are so civilized and so kindly that they are on ordinary occasions the gayest and best humored people in Europe, should have so far changed their character as to delight in cruelty, or at least to look on without expressing disgust at cruelties perpetrated in their name. But the state of a people in ordinary times and peaceful occupations is in every country totally different from the character which they manifest under strong circumstances of excitation. Rousseau says that no one who sees the ordinary greyhound, the most sportive, gentle, and timid perhaps of the canine race, can form an idea of the same animal pursuing and strangling its screaming and helpless victim. Something of this sort must plead the apology of the French people in the early excesses of the Revolution, and we must remember that men collected in crowds and influenced with a sense of wrongs, whether real or imaginary, are acted upon by the enthusiasm of the moment, and are besides in a state of such general and undistinguishing fury that they adopt by joining in the clamors and general shouts deeds, of which they hardly witness the import, and which perhaps not one of the assembled multitude out of 1,000 would countenance were that import distinctly felt and known. In the revolutionary massacres and cruelties, there was always an executive power, consisting of a few well-breathed and thorough-paced ruffians, whose hands perpetrated the actions to which the ignorant vulgar only lent their acclamations. This species of assentation became less wonderful when instant slaughter, without even the ceremony of inquiry, had been exchanged for some forms, however flimsy and unsubstantial, of regular trial, condemnation, and execution. These served for a time to satisfy the public mind. The populace saw men dragged to the guillotine, convicted of criminal attempts, as they were informed against the liberty of the people, and they shouted as at the punishment of their own immediate enemies. But as the work of death proceeded daily, the people became softened as their passions abated, and the frequency of such sacrifices having removed the odious interest, which for a while attended them, the lower classes whom Robespierre desired most to conciliate looked on first with indifference, but afterwards with shame and disgust, and at last with the wish to put an end to cruelties, which even the most ignorant and prejudiced began to regard in their own true undisguised light. Yet the operation of these universal feelings was long delayed to support the reign of terror. The revolutionary committees had their own guards and executioners, without whom they could not have long withstood the general abhorrence of mankind. All official situations were scrupulously and religiously filled up by individuals chosen from the sans-culottes, who had rendered themselves by their zeal worthy of that honorable appellation. Were they of little note, they were employed in the various capacities of guards, officers, and jailers, for which the times created an unwearied demand. Did they hold places in the Convention, they were frequently dispatched upon commissions to different parts of France, to give new edge to the guillotine, and superintend in person the punishment of conspiracy or rebellion real, or supposed. Such commissioners or proconsuls, as they were frequently termed, being vested with unlimited power and fresh, in its exercise, signalized themselves by their cruelty, even more than the tyrants whose will they discharged. We may quote in illustration a remarkable passage, in an address by the Commissioners of Public Safety to the representatives absent upon commissions, in which there occur some gentle remarks on their having extended capital punishment to cases where it was not provided by law, although the luster of their services to the Republic far outshone the shade of such occasional peccadilloes for their future direction. They are thus exhorted: let your energy awaken anew, as the term of your labor approaches. The Convention charges you to complete the purification and reorganization of the constituted authorities with the least possible delay, and to report the conclusion of these two operations before the end of the next month. A simple measure may effect the desired purification. Convoke the people in the popular societies, let the public functionaries appear before them, interrogate the people on the subject of their conduct, and let their judgment dictate yours. Thus the wildest prejudices arising in the Jacobin Club, consisting of the lowest, most ignorant, most prejudiced, and often most malicious members in society, were received as evidence, and the populace declared masters at their own pleasure of the property, honor, and life of those who had held any brief authority over them. Where there had occurred any positive rising or resistance, the duty of the commissioners was extended by all the powers that martial law, in other words, the rule of superior force, could confer. We have mentioned the murders committed at Lyon, but even these, though hundreds were swept away by volleys of musket shot, fell short of the horrors perpetrated by Carrier at Nantes, who, in avenging the Republic on the obstinate resistance of La Vendée, might have summoned hell to match his cruelty without a demon venturing to answer his challenge. Hundreds, men, women, and children, were forced on board of vessels which were scuttled and sunk in the Loire, and this was called Republican baptism. Men and women were stripped, bound together, and thus thrown into the river, and this was called Republican marriage. But we have said enough to show that men's blood seems to have been converted into poison, and their hearts into stone, by the practices in which they were daily engaged. Many affected even a lust of cruelty, and the instrument of punishment was talked of with the fondness and gaiety with which we speak of a beloved and fondled object. It had its pet name of the little national window, and others equally expressive, and although saints were not much in fashion, was, in some degree, canonized by the name of the Holy Mother Guillotine. That active citizen, the executioner, had also his honors, as well as the senseless machine which he directed. This official was admitted to the society of some of the more emphatic patriots, and as we shall afterwards see, shared in their civic festivities. It may be questioned whether even his company was not too good for the patrons who thus regaled him. Revolutionary Army. There was also an armed force raised among the most thorough-paced and hardened satellites of the lower order. Termed by preeminence the Revolutionary Army, they were under the command of Ronson, a general every way worthy of such soldiers. These troops were produced on all occasions. When it was necessary to intimidate the metropolis and the National Guard, they were at the more immediate disposal of the Commune of Paris, and were ready though not a great force, which always could be produced at a moment's notice, and were generally joined by the more active Democrats in the capacity of a Jacobin militia. In their own ranks, they mustered 6,000 men. It is worthy of remark that some of the persons whose agency was distinguished during this disgraceful period, and whose hands were deeply dyed in the blood, so unrelentingly shed, under whatever frenzy of brain or state of a generally maddening impulse, they may have acted nevertheless made amends in their after conduct for their enormities, then committed. This was the case with Tallien, with Barras, with Fouch Legender, and others who neither good nor scrupulous men, were yet upon many subsequent occasions much more humane and moderate than could have been expected from their early acquaintance with revolutionary horrors. They resembled disbanded soldiers who returned to their native homes, often resumed so entirely the habits of earlier life that they seemed to have forgotten the wild and perhaps sanguinary character of their military career. We cannot indeed pay any of these reformed Jacobins the compliment ascribed to Octavius by the Romans, who found a blessing in the emperor's benevolent government, which compensated the injuries inflicted by the triumvir. But it is certain that had it not been for the courage of Tallien and Barras, in particular, it might have been much longer ere the French had been able to rid themselves of Robespierre, and that the revolution of 9th Thermidor, as they called the memorable day of his fall, was in a great measure brought about by the remorse or jealousy of the dictator's old comrades. But ere we arrive at that more auspicious point of our story, we have to consider the train of causes which led to the downfall of Jacobinism. Periods which display great national failings or vices are those also which bring to light distinguished and redeeming virtues. France, unfortunately, during the years 1793 and 1794, exhibited instances of extreme cruelty in principle and practice, which make the human blood curdle. She may also be censured for a certain abasement of spirit for sinking so long unresistingly under a yoke so unnaturally horrible. But she has to boast that, during this fearful period, she can produce as many instances of the most high and honorable fidelity of the most courageous and devoted humanity as honor the annals of any country whatever. The cruelty of the laws denounced the highest penalties against those who relieved proscribed fugitives. These were executed with the most merciless rigor. Madame Bauqui and her husband were put to death at Bordeaux for affording shelter to the members of the Gironde faction, and the interdiction of fire and water to outlawed persons of whatever description was enforced with the heaviest penalty. Yet not only among the better classes, but among the poorest of the poor, were there men of noble minds found who, having but half a morsel to support their own family, divided it willingly with some wretched fugitive, though death stood ready to reward their charity. In some cases, fidelity and devotion aided the suggestions of humanity among domestic servants, a race whose virtues should be the more esteemed that they are practiced sometimes in defiance of strong temptation. Were found many distinguished instances of unshaken fidelity. Indeed, it must be said to the honor of the French manners that the master and his servant live on a footing of much more kindliness than attends the same relation in other countries, and especially in Britain. Even in the most trying situations, there were not many instances of domestic treason, and many a master owed his life to the attachment and fidelity of a menial, the feelings of religion sheltered. Others, the recusant and exiled priests, often found among their former flock the means of concealment and existence, when it was death to administer them. Often, this must have flowed from grateful recollection of their former religious service, sometimes from unmingled veneration for the being whose ministers they professed themselves. Nothing short of such heroic exertions, which were numerous and especially in the class, where individuals hard pressed on account of their own wants, are often rendered callous to the distress of others, could have prevented France during this horrible period from becoming a universal charnel house, and her history an unvaried calendar of murder. Chapter Romans 17, Marat Danton Robespierre, Marat poniarded Danton and Robespierre, become rivals. Commune of Paris. Their gross irreligion Gobel goddess of reason marriage, reduced to a civil contract. Views of Danton and of Robespierre. Principal leaders of the Commune arrested and 19 of them executed Danton, arrested by the influence of Robespierre along with Camille Desmoulins Westermann, and Lacroix taken before the Revolutionary Tribunal condemned and executed decree, issued on the motion of Robespierre, acknowledging a supreme being Cecily Regnault gradual change in the public mind. Robespierre becomes unpopular, makes every effort to retrieve his power-stormy debate in the Convention Calat de Herbois Italian Roman 100, expelled from the Jacobin Club at the instigation of Robespierre, denounced in the Convention on the 9th Thermidor 27th, July 1794, and after furious struggles arrested along with his brother Cousin, and Saint Just Henriette, commandant of the National Guard, arrested terrorists take refuge in the Hôtel de Ville, attempt their own lives. Robespierre wounds himself but lives, along with most of the others, long enough to be carried to the guillotine and executed. His character struggles that followed his fate, final destruction of the Jacobinical system and return of tranquility, singular color given to society in Paris. Ball of the victims. The reader need not be reminded that the three distinguished champions who assumed the front in the Jacobin ranks were Marat, Danton, and Robespierre. The first was poniarded by Charlotte Corday, an enthusiastic young person who had nourished in a feeling betwixt lunacy and heroism the ambition of ridding the world of a tyrant. Danton and Robespierre, reduced to a duumvirate, might have divided the power betwixt them, but Danton, far the more able and powerful-minded man, could not resist temptations to plunder and to revel, in Robespierre, who took care to preserve proof of his rival's peculations, a crime of a peculiarly unpopular character, and from which he seemed to keep his own hands pure, possessed thereby the power of ruining him whenever he should find it convenient. Danton married a beautiful woman, became a candidate for domestic happiness, withdrew himself for some time from state affairs, and quitted the stern and menacing attitude which he had presented to the public during the earlier stages of the Revolution. Still, his ascendancy, especially in the Club of Cordeliers, was formidable enough to command Robespierre's constant attention and keep awake his envy, which was like the worm that dieth not, though it did not draw down any indication of his immediate and active vengeance. A power kindred also in crime, but more within his reach for the moment, was first to be demolished ere Robespierre was to measure strength with his great rival. Commune of Paris. This third party consisted of those who had possessed themselves of official situations in the Commune of Paris, whose civic authority, and the implement which they commanded in the revolutionary army commanded by Ronsin, gave them the power of marching at a moment's warning upon the Convention, or even against the Jacobin Club. It is true these men, of whom Hebert Chomet and others were leaders, had never shown the least diffidence of Robespierre, but on the contrary had used all means to propitiate his favor. But the man whom a tyrant fears becomes, with little farther provocation, the object of his mortal enmity. Robespierre watched, therefore, with vigilance, the occasion of overreaching and destroying this party, whose power he dreaded, and singular to tell, he sought the means of accomplishing their ruin in the very extravagance of their revolutionary zeal, which shortly before he might have envied as pushed farther than his own. But Robespierre did not want sense, and he saw with pleasure Hebert Chomet and their followers run into such inordinate extravagances as he thought might render his own interference desirable even to those who most disliked his principles, most abhorred the paths by which he had climbed to power, and most feared the use which he made of it. It was through the subject of religion that this means of ruining his opponents, as he hoped, arose a subject which one would have thought so indifferent to either, came to be on both sides the occasion of quarrel between the Commune of Paris and the Jacobin leader. But there is a fanaticism of atheism, as well as of superstitious belief, and a philosopher can harbor and express as much malice against those who persevere in believing what he is pleased to denounce as unworthy of credence, as an ignorant and bigoted priest can bear against a man who cannot yield faith to dogmata which he thinks insufficiently proved. Accordingly, the throne being wholly annihilated, it appeared to the philosophers of the school of Hebert that in totally destroying such vestiges of religion and public worship as were still retained by the people of France, there was room for a splendid triumph of liberal opinions. It was not enough, they said, for a regenerate nation to have dethroned earthly kings, unless she stretched out the arm of defiance towards those powers which superstition had represented as reigning over boundless space. An unhappy man named Gobel, constitutional bishop of Paris, was brought forward to play the principal part in the most impudent and scandalous farce ever acted in the face of a national representation. It is said that the leaders of the scene had some difficulty in inducing the bishop to comply with the task assigned him, which after all he executed, not without present tears and subsequent remorse. But he did play the part prescribed. He was brought forward in full procession, Nov 7, to declare to the convention that the religion which he had taught so many years was in every respect a piece of priestcraft which had no foundation either in history or sacred truth. He disowned in solemn and explicit terms the existence of the deity to whose worship he had been consecrated, and devoted himself in future to the homage of liberty, equality, virtue, and morality. He then laid on the table his episcopal decorations, and received a fraternal embrace from the president of the convention. Several apostate priests followed the example of this prelate. The gold and silver plate of the churches was seized upon, and desecrated processions entered the convention travestied in priestly garments, and singing the most profane hymns, while many of the chalices and sacred vessels were applied by Chomet and Hebert to the celebration of their own impious orgies. The world for the first time heard an assembly of men born and educated in civilization, and assuming the right to govern one of the finest of the European nations, uplift their united voice to deny the most solemn truth which man's soul receives and renounce unanimously the belief and worship of a deity. For a short time, the same mad profanity continued to be acted upon. Goddess of Reason. One of the ceremonies of this insane time stands unrivaled for absurdity combined with impiety. The doors of the convention Nov 10 were thrown open to a band of musicians preceded by whom the members of the municipal body entered in solemn procession, singing a hymn in praise of liberty and escorting, as the object of their future worship, a veiled female whom they termed the goddess of reason. Being brought within the bar, she was unveiled with great form and placed on the right hand of the president, when she was generally recognized as a dancing girl of the opera, with whose charms most of the persons present were acquainted from her appearance on the stage, while the experience of individuals was farther extended to this person, as the fittest representative of that reason, whom they worshipped. The National Convention of France rendered public homage. This impious and ridiculous mummery had a certain fashion, and the installation of the goddess of reason was renewed and imitated throughout the nation, in such places, where the inhabitants desired to show themselves equal to all the heights of the revolution. The churches were in most districts of France closed against priests and worshippers. The bells were broken and cast into canon. The whole ecclesiastical establishment destroyed, and the republican inscription over the cemeteries declaring death to be perpetual sleep announced to those who lived under that dominion that they were to hope no redress even in the next world. Intimately connected with these laws affecting religion was that which reduced the union of marriage, the most sacred engagement which human beings can form, and the permanence of which leads most strongly to the consolidation of society, to the state of a mere civil contract of a transitory character, which any two persons might engage in, and cast loose at pleasure when their taste was changed, or their appetite gratified, if fiends had set themselves to work to discover a mode of most effectually destroying whatever is venerable, graceful, or permanent in domestic life, and of obtaining at the same time an assurance that the mischief which it was their object to create should be perpetuated from one generation to another. They could not have invented a more effectual plan than the degradation of marriage into a state of mere occasional cohabitation or licensed concubinage. Sophie Arnaud, an actress famous for the witty things she said, described the republican marriage as the sacrament of adultery. These anti-religious and antisocial regulations did not answer the purpose of the frantic and inconsiderate zealots, by whom they had been urged forward. Hebert and Chomet had outrun the spirit of the time, evil as that was, and had contrived to get beyond the sympathy even of those who at heart as vicious and criminal as they had still the sagacity to fear, or the taste to be disgusted with this overstrained tone of outrageous impiety. Perhaps they might have other motives for condemning so gross a display of irreligion. The most guilty of men are not desirous, generally speaking, totally to disbelieve and abandon all doctrines of religious faith. They cannot if they would prevent themselves from apprehending a future state of retribution and little effect, as such feeble glimmering of belief may have on their lives. They will not in general willingly throw away the slight chance that it may be possible on some occasion to reconcile themselves to the Church, or to the deity. This hope, even to those on whom it has no salutary influence, resembles the confidence given to a sailor during a gale of wind, by his knowing that there is a port under his lee. His purpose may be never to run for the haven, or he may judge there is great improbability that by doing so he should reach it in safety. Yet still such being the case he would esteem himself, but little indebted to anyone who should blot the harbor of refuge out of the chart, to all those who in various degrees received and believed the great truths of religion on which those of morality are dependent. The professors of those wild absurdities became objects of contempt, dislike, hatred, and punishment. Danton regarded the proceedings of Hebert and his philosophers of the Commune with scorn, and disgust, however wicked he had shown himself. He was too wise and too proud to approve of such impolitic and senseless folly. Besides, this perpetual undermining whatever remained of social institutions prevented any stop being put to the revolutionary movements, which Danton, having placed his party at the head of affairs and himself nearly as high as he could promise to climb, was now desirous should be done. Robespierre. Robespierre looked on these extravagant proceedings with a different and more watchful eye. He saw what Hebert and his associates had lost in popularity by affecting the doctrines of atheism and utter profaneness, and he imagined a plan first for destroying these blasphemers by the general consent of the nation as noxious animals, and then of enlarging, and as it were sanctifying his own power by once more connecting a spirit of devotion of some modified kind or other with the revolutionary form of government of which he desired to continue the head. It has even been supposed that Robespierre's extravagant success, in rising so much above all human expectation, had induced him to entertain some thoughts of acting the part of a new Mahomet in bringing back religious opinion into France under his own direct auspices. He is said to have countenanced in secret the extravagances of a female called Catherine Theos, or Theost, an enthusiastic devotee whose doctrines leaned to quietism. She was a kind of Joanna Southcote, and the Aaron of her sect was Dom Jurel, formerly a Carthusian monk, and remarkable for the motion he made in the First National Assembly that the Catholic religion should be recognized as that of France. Since that time, he had become entirely deranged. A few visionaries of both sexes attended secret and nightly meetings, in which Theos and Dom Jurel presided. Robespierre was recognized by them as one of the elect, and is said to have favored their superstitious doctrines, but whether the dictator saw in them anything more than tools which might be applied to his own purpose, there seems no positive authority to decide. At any rate, whatever religious opinions he might have imbibed himself, or have become desirous of infusing into the state, they were not such as were qualified to modify either his ambition, his jealousy, or his love of blood. The power of Hebert Chomet and of the Commune of Paris was now ripe for destruction. Ronson, with the other armed satellites of the Revolutionary Army, bullied indeed and spoke about taking the part of the magistracy of Paris against the Convention. But though they had the master and active ruffians still at their service, they could no longer command the long sable columns of pikes which used to follow and back them, and without whose aid they feared they might not be found equal in number to face the National Guard. So early as 27th December 1793, we find Chomet expressing himself to the Commune as one who had fallen on evil times and evil days. He brought forward evidence to show that it was not he who had conducted the installation of the goddess of reason in his native city of Nevers, and he complains heavily of his lot, that the halls were crowded with women, demanding the liberty of their husbands, and complaining of the conduct of the revolutionary societies. It was plain that a change was taking place in the political atmosphere, when Chomet was obliged to vindicate himself from the impiety which used to be his boast, and was subjected besides to female reproach for his republican zeal in imprisoning and destroying a few thousand suspected persons. The spirit of reaction increased and was strengthened by Robespierre's influence, now thrown into the scale against the Commune. The principal leaders in the Commune, many of whom seem to have been foreigners, and among the rest the celebrated Anacharsis Clootz, were 22 March arrested. The case of these men was singular, and would have been worthy of pity had it applied to any but such worthless wretches. They were accused of almost every species of crime, which seemed such in the eyes of a sans culotte. Much there was which could be only understood metaphysically, much there was of literal falsehood, but little or nothing like a distinct or well-grounded accusation of a specific criminal fact. The charge bore that they were associates of Pitt and Coburg, and had combined against the sovereignty of the people. Loaded them with the intention of starving thereby Paris with, that of ridiculing the Convention, by a set of puppets dressed up to imitate that scarce less passive assembly, and, much more to the same purpose, consisting of allegations that were totally unimportant or totally unproved, but nothing was said of their rivalry to Robespierre, which was the true cause of their trial, and as little of their revolutionary murders being the ground on which they really deserved. Their fate something was talked of pillage, at which Ronson, the commandant of the Revolutionary Army, lost all patience. Do they talk to me of pilfering? He says, dare they accuse such a man as I am of a theft of bed and body linen? Do they bring against me a charge of petty larceny against me, who have had all their throats at my disposal? The accused persons were convicted and executed 23d March to the number of 19 from that time. The city of Paris lost the means of being so preeminent in the affairs of France, as her commune had formerly rendered her the power of the magistracy was much broken by the reduction of the Revolution army, which the Convention dissolved as levied upon false principles, and as being rather a metropolitan than a national force, and one which was easily applied to serve the purposes of a party. Danton arrested. The Hebertists being removed, Robespierre had yet to combat and defeat a more formidable adversary. The late conspirators had held associations with the Club of Cordeliers, with which Danton was supposed to have particular relations, but they had not experienced his support, which in policy he ought to have extended to them. He had begun to separate his party and his views too distinctly from his old friends and old proceedings. He imagined falsely, as it proved that his bark could sail as triumphantly upon waves, composed only of water, as on those of blood. He, and others, seemed to have been seized with a loathing against these continued acts of cruelty. As if they had been gorged and nauseated by the constant repetition, Danton spoke of mercy and pardon, and his partisan Camille Desmoulins, in a very ingenious parody upon Tacitus, drew a comparison between the tyrants and informers of the French Jacobin government and those of the Roman imperial court. The parallels were most ably drawn in Robespierre, and his agents might read their own characters in those of the most odious wretches of that odious time from these aggressions. Danton seemed to meditate the part, which Tallien afterwards adopted, of destroying Robespierre, and his power and substituting a mode of government which should show some regard at least to life and to property. But he was too late in making his movement. Robespierre was beforehand with him, and on the morning of the 31st of March, the Parisians and the members of the Convention hardly dared whisper to each other that Danton, whose name had been as formidable as the sound of the tocsin, had been arrested like any poor ex-noble, and was in the hands of the fatal lictors. There was no end of exclamation and wonder, for Danton was the great apostle, the very Mahomet of Jacobinism. His gigantic stature, his huge and ferocious physiognomy, his voice, which struck terror in its notes of distant thunder, and the energies of talent and vehemence mingled which supplied that voice with language worthy of its deep tones, were such as became the prophet of that horrible and fearful sect. Marat was a madman raised into consequence only by circumstances. Robespierre, a cold, creeping, calculating hypocrite whose malignity resembled that of a paltry and second-rate fiend. But Danton was a character for Shakespeare or Schiller to have drawn in all its broad lights and shades, or Bruce could have sketched from him a yet grander Ros Michael than he of Tigray. His passions were a hurricane which, furious, regardless, and desolating in its course, had yet its intervals of sunshine, and reposed neither good by nature nor just by principle or political calculation. Men were often surprised at finding he still possessed some feelings of generosity, and some tendency, even towards magnanimity. Early habits of profligate indulgence, the most complete stifler of human virtue, and his implication at the beginning of his career with the wretched faction of Orleans, made him, if not a worse, certainly a meaner villain than nature had designed him. For his pride must have saved him from much which he yielded to from the temptations of gross indulgence, and from the sense of narrow circumstances. Still, when Danton fell under Robespierre, it seemed as if the mousingale had hawked at and struck an eagle, or at least a high-soaring vulture. His avowed associates lamented him, of course, nay, Legendre and others, by undertaking his defense in the Convention, and arrogating for him the merit of those violent measures which had paved the way to the triumph of Jacobinism, showed more consistency in their friendship than these ferocious demagogues manifested on any other occasion. Danton, before his fall, seemed to have lost much of his sagacity as well as energy. He had full warning of his danger from Lacroix Westermann, and others, yet took no steps either for escape or defense. Though either seemed in his power, still his courage was in no degree abated, or his haughty spirit tamed, although he seemed to submit passively to his fate with the disheartening conviction which often unmans great criminals that his hour was come. Danton's trial. Danton's process was of course a short one. He and his comrades Camille Desmoulins, Westermann, and Lacroix were dragged before the revolutionary tribunal, a singular accomplishment of the prophecy of the Girondist Boyer Fonfred. This man had exclaimed to Danton, under whose auspices that engine of arbitrary power was established, you insist, then, upon erecting this arbitrary judgment seat. Be it so, and like the tormenting engine devised by Phalaris, may it not fall to consume its inventors, as judges, witnesses, accusers, and guards. Danton was now surrounded by those who had been too humble to aspire to be companions of his atrocities, and held themselves sufficiently honored. In becoming his agents, they looked on his unstooping pride and unshaken courage as timid spectators upon a lion in a cage, while they still doubt the security of the bars, and have little confidence in their own personal safety. He answered to the formal interrogatories concerning his name and dwelling. My dwelling will be soon with annihilation. Me name will live in the pantheon of history. Camille Desmoulins, Hérault Sechelles, Faber d'Eglantine, men of considerable literary talent, and amongst the few Jacobins who had any real pretension to such accomplishments, shared his fate. Westermann was also numbered with them, the same officer who directed the attack on the Palace of the Tuileries on the 10th August, and who afterwards was distinguished by so many victories and defeats in La Vendée that he was called from his activity the scourge of that district. Their accusation was, as in all such cases at the period, an alla podrida, if we can be allowed the expression, in which every criminal ingredient was mixed up, but so incoherently mingled and assembled together, so inconsistent with each other, and so obscurely detailed in the charge, and in the proof that it was plain that malignant falsehood had made the gruel thick and slab. Had Danton been condemned for his real crimes, the doom ought in justice to have involved judges, jurors, witnesses, and most of the spectators in the court. Robespierre became much alarmed for the issue of the trial. The convention showed reviving signs of spirit, and when a revolutionary deputation demanded at the bar that death should be the order of the day, and reminded them that had they granted the moderate demand of 300,000 heads when requested by the philanthropic and now canonized Marat, they would have saved the Republic the wars of La Vendée, they were received with discouraging murmurs. Tallien, the president, informed them that not death but justice was the order of the day, and the petitioners, notwithstanding the patriotic turn of their modest request, were driven from the bar with execrations. Danton executed. This looked ill, but the power of Robespierre was still predominant with the revolutionary tribunal, and after a gallant and unusually long defense of which no notice was permitted to appear in the Moniteur, Danton and his associates were condemned and carried to instant execution. They maintained their firmness, or rather hardness of character, to the last. The sufferers on this occasion were men whose accomplishments and talents attracted a higher degree of sympathy than that which had been given to the equally eloquent but less successful Girondists. Even honest men looked on the fate of Danton with some regret, as when a furious bull is slain with a slight blow by a crafty toreador, and many men of good feelings had hoped that the cause of order and security might at least have been benefited in some degree by his obtaining the victory in a struggle with Robespierre. Those, on the other hand, who followed the fortunes of the latter, conceived his power had been rendered permanent by the overthrow of his last and most formidable rival, and exulted in proportion. Both were deceived in their calculations. The predominance of such a man as Danton might possibly have protracted the reign of Jacobinism, even by rendering it somewhat more endurable, but the permanent, at least the ultimate success of Robespierre was becoming more impossible from the repeated decimations to which his jealousy subjected his party. He was like the wild chief Lope d'Aguirre, whose story is so well told by Southey, who, descending the great river Orellana with a party of buccaneers, cut off one part of his followers after another in doubt of their fidelity, until the remainder saw no chance for escaping a similar fate, unless by being beforehand with their leader in murder. Alluding to Robespierre's having been the instrument of his destruction, Danton had himself exclaimed, "The cowardly poltroon, I am the only person who could have commanded influence enough to save him." And the event showed that he spoke with the spirit of prophecy, which the approach of fate has been sometimes thought to confer. In fact, Robespierre was much isolated by the destruction of the party of Hebert, and still more by that of Danton and his followers. He had, so to speak, scarped away the ground which he occupied, until he had scarce left himself standing groom, and detested by honest men he had alienated by his successive cruelties. Even the knaves who would otherwise have adhered to him for their own safety, all now looked on him with fear, and none dared hope at the hands of the dictator a better boon than that which is promised to Auteuil, that he should be the last devoured. It was at this period that Robespierre conceived the idea of reversing the profanities of Chaumette Hebert and the atheists by professing a public belief in the existence of a deity, This he conceived would at once be a sacrifice to public opinion, and as he hoped to manage it a new and potent spring, to be moved by his own finger, in a word, he seems to have designed to unite with his power in the state the character of High Pontiff of the new faith. As the organ of the Committee of Public Safety, Robespierre, May 7 by a speech of great length, and extremely dull, undertook the conversion of the French nation from infidelity upon all such occasions. He had recourse to that gross flattery, which was his great rarely failing and almost sole receipt for popularity. He began by assuring them that in her lights and the progress of her improvement France had preceded the rest of Europe by a mark of at least 2,000 years, and that existing among the ordinary nations of the world, she appeared to belong to another race of beings still. He thought some belief in a deity would do her no harm. Then he was again hurried away by his eloquence, of which we cannot help giving a literal specimen to show at how little expense of sense, taste, or talent a man may be held an excellent orator, and become dictator of a great nation. Yes, the delicious land which we inhabit, and which nature caresses with so much predilection, is made to be the domain of liberty and of happiness, and that people at once so open to feeling and to generous pride are born for glory and for virtue. O my native country, if fortune had caused my birth in some region remote from thy shores, I would not the less have addressed constant prayers to heaven in thy behalf, and would have wept over the recital of thy combats and thy virtues. My soul would have followed with restless ardor every change in this eventful revolution. I would have envied the lot of thy native Esoph, thy representatives. But I am myself a native of France. I am myself a representative, intoxicating, rapturous, sublime people, receive the sacrifice of my entire being. Happy is he who is born in the midst of the more happy he who can lay down his life for thy welfare. Festival of the Supreme Being. Such was the language which this great demagogue held to the sublime people whose lives he disposed of at the rate of 50 per day regular task work, and who were so well protected in person and property that no man dared call his hat his own or answer for 10 minutes space for the security of the head that wore it. Much there was also about the rashness of the worshippers of reason, whose steps he accuses of being too premature in her cause. Much about England and Mr. Pitt, who he says fasted on account of the destruction of the Catholic religion in France, as they wore mourning for Capet and his wife. But the summary of this extraordinary oration was a string of decrees commencing with a declaration that the Republic of France acknowledged the existence of a supreme being in the precise form in which the grand nation might have recognized the government of a coordinate state. The other decrees established the nature of the worship, to be rendered to the great being whom these frail atoms had restored to his place in their thoughts, and this was to be expressed by dedicating a day in each decade to some peculiar and established virtue, with hymns and processions, in due honor of it, approaching as near to paganism as could well be accomplished. The last decree appointed a fete to be given in honor of the Supreme Being himself, as the nation might have celebrated by public rejoicings a pacification with some neighboring power. The speech was received with servile applause by the convention. Couthon, with affected enthusiasm, demanded that not only the speech should be published in the usual form, by supplying each member with 6 copies, but that the plan should be translated into all languages and dispersed through the universe. The conducting of this heathen mummery, which was substituted for every external sign of rational devotion, was entrusted to the genius of the painter David, and had it not been that the daring blasphemy of the purpose threw a chill upon the sense of ridicule, it was scarcely matched as a masquerade, even by the memorable procession conducted by the notorious orator of the human race. There was a general muster of all. Paris, June 8, divided into bands of young women and matrons, and old men and youths with oaken bows and drawn swords, and all other emblems appurtening to their different ages. They were preceded by the representatives of the people having their hands full of ears of corn and spices and fruits, while Robespierre, their president, clad in a sort of purple garment, moved apart and alone, and played the part of sovereign pontiff. After marching up and down through the streets to the sound of doggerel hymns, the procession drew up in the gardens of the Tuileries before some fireworks which had been prepared, and Robespierre made a speech entirely addressed to the bystanders without a word, either of prayer or invocation. His acknowledgment of a divinity was, it seems, limited to a mere admission in point of fact, and involved no worship of the great being whose existence he at length condescended to own. He had no sooner made his offering than fire was set to some figures dressed up to resemble atheism, ambition, egotism, and other evil principles. The young men then brandished their weapons, the old patted them on the head, the girls flung about their flowers, and the matrons flourished aloft their children, all as it had been set down in David's program. And this scene of masking was to pass for the repentance of a great people turning themselves again to the deity whose worship they had forsaken, and whose being they had denied. I will appeal not to a sincere Christian but to any philosopher forming such idea of the nature of the deity, as even mere unassisted reason can attain to whether there does not appear more impiety in Robespierre's mode of acknowledging the divinity than in Hebert's horrible avowal of direct atheism. The procession did not in common phrase take, with the people it produced no striking effect awakened, no deep feeling by Catholics. It was regarded with horror by wise men of every or no principle as ridiculous. And there were politicians who, under the disguise of this religious ceremony, pretended to detect further and deeper schemes of the dictator Robespierre. Even in the course of the procession, threats and murmurs had reached his ears, which the impatient resentment of the friends of Danton was unable to suppress. And he saw plainly that he must again betake himself to the task of murder and dispose of Tallien Collot de Herbois, and others, as he had done successively of Hebert and Danton himself, or else his former victories would but lead to his final ruin. Meanwhile, the despot, whose looks made even the Democrats of the mountain tremble when directed upon them, shrunk himself before the apprehended presence of a young female Cecile, Rignault a girl, and as it would seem unarmed came to his house, and demanded to see Robespierre. Her manner exciting some suspicion, she was seized upon by the bodyguard of Jacobins who day and night watched the den of the tyrant amidst riot and blasphemy, while he endeavored to sleep under the security of their neighborhood. When the young woman was brought before the revolutionary tribunal, she would return no answer to the questions respecting her purpose, excepting that she wished to see what a tyrant was like. She was condemned to the guillotine, of course, and about 60 persons were executed as associates of a conspiracy, which was never proved by deed or word to have existed at all. The victims were drawn at hazard out of the prisons, where most of them had been confined for months previous to the arrest of Cecile Rignault, on whose account they were represented as suffering. Many have thought the crime entirely imaginary, and only invented by Robespierre to represent his person as endangered by the plots of the aristocracy and attached to himself, a part at least of the consequence which merit had acquired by the act of Charlotte Corday. A few weeks brought on a sterner encounter than that of the supposed female assassin. The terrorists were divided among themselves, the chosen and ancient bands of the 10th August to d September 31st May, and other remarkable periods of the Revolution, continued attached to the Jacobins, and the majority of the Jacobin club adhered to Robespierre. It was there his strength consisted. On the other hand, Tallien Barra's legender Fouch, and other of the Mountain Party, remembered Danton, and feared for a similar fate. The convention at large were sure to embrace any course which promised to free them from their present thraldom. Change in the public mind. The people themselves were beginning to be less passive. They no longer saw the train of victims pass daily to the guillotine, in the Place de la Revolution, with stupid wonder or overwhelming fear, but on the contrary with the sullenness of manifest resentment that waited but an opportunity to display itself. The citizens in the Rue Saint-Honor shut up their shops at the hours when the fatal tumbrils passed to the scene of death, and that whole quarter of the city was covered with gloom. These ominous feelings were observed, and the fatal engine was removed to a more obscure situation at the Barrière de la Trône, near the Faubourg Saint-Antoine. To the inhabitants of which it was thought a daily spectacle of this nature must be an interesting relief from labor. But even the people of that turbulent suburb had lost some of their republican zealed. Men's feelings were altered. They saw indeed blood stream in such quantities that it was necessary to make an artificial conduit to carry it off, but they did not feel that they or those belonging to them received any advantages from the number of victims daily immolated, as they were assured in their behalf the constant effusion of blood without plunder or license to give it zest disgusted them, as it would have disgusted all but literal cannibals, to whose sustenance, indeed, the Revolutionary Tribunal would have contributed plentifully. Robespierre unpopular. Robespierre saw all this increasing unpopularity with much anxiety. He plainly perceived that, strong as its impulse was, the stimulus of terror began to lose its effect on the popular mind, and he resolved to give it novelty not by changing the character of his system, but by varying the mode of its application. Hitherto men had only been executed for political crimes, although the circle had been so vaguely drawn and capable of such extension, when desired, that the law regarding suspected persons was alone capable of desolating a whole country. But if the penalty of death were to be inflicted for religious and moral delinquencies, as well as for crimes directed against the state, it would at once throw the lives of thousands at his disposal, upon whom he could have no ready hold on. Political motives and might support at the same time his newly assumed character as a reformer of manners. He would also thus escape the disagreeable and embarrassing necessity of drawing lines of distinction betwixt his own conduct and that of the old friends whom he found it convenient to sacrifice. He could not say he was less a murderer than the rest of his associates, but he might safely plead more external decency of morals. His own manners had always been reserved and austere. And what a triumph would it have been had the laws permitted him the benefit of slaying Danton, not under that political character, which could hardly be distinguished from his own, but on account of the gross peculation and debauchery, which none could impute to the austere and incorruptible Robespierre. His subordinate agents began already to point to a reformation of manners. Payen, who succeeded Hebert in the important station of procureur to the commune of the metropolis, had already adopted a very different line from his predecessor, whose style derived energy by printing at full length the foulest oaths and most beastly expressions used by the refuse of the people. Payen, on the contrary, in direct opposition to Pierre Duchesne, is found gravely advising with the Commune of Paris on a plan of preventing the exposing licentious prince, and works to sail to the evident danger of corrupting the rising generation. There exists also a curious address from the Convention, which tends to evince a similar purpose in the framer Robespierre, the guilt of profane swearing, and of introducing the sacred name into ordinary speech as an unmeaning and blasphemous expletive, is severely censured. The using indecent and vicious expressions in common discourse is also touched upon. But as this unbounded energy of speech had been so very lately one of the most accredited marks of a true sans culotte, the legislators were compelled to qualify their censure by admitting that at the commencement of the Revolution, the vulgar mode of speaking had been generally adopted by patriots in order to destroy the jargon employed by the privileged classes and to popularize, as it was expressed, the general language of society. But these ends being effected, the speech of Republicans, audit, is said to be simple, manly, and concise, but at the same time free from coarseness and violence. From these indications, and the tenor of a decree to be hereafter quoted, it seems plain that Robespierre was about to effect a new character, not perhaps without the hope of finding a Puritanic party in France as favorable to his ambitious views as that of the Independents was to Cromwell. He might then have added the word virtue to liberty and equality, which formed the national program, and doubtless would have made it the pretext of committing additional crimes. The decree which we allude to was brought forward June 8 by the philanthropic Couthon, who, with his kindness of manner, rendered more impressive by a silverstoned voice, and an affectation of extreme gentleness, tendered a law extending the powers of the revolutionary tribunal and the penalty of death not only to all sorts of persons who should in any manner of way neglect their duty to the Republic or assist her enemies, but to the following additional classes: all who should have deceived the people, or their representative is all, who should have sought to inspire discouragement into good citizens, or to favor the undertakings of tyrants, all who should spread false news, all who should seek to lead astray the public opinion, and to prevent the instruction of the people, or to debauch manners, and corrupt the public conscience, or who should diminish the purity of revolutionary principles by counter-revolutionary works. Roman 100 Roman 100 Roman 100,496. It is evident that compared with a law couched in terms so vague and general, so obscure and indefinite, the description of crimes concerning suspected persons was broad sunshine, that there was no Frenchman living who might not be brought within the danger of the decree under one or other of those sweeping clauses, that loose or careless expression or the repetition of an inaccurate article of news might be founded on as corrupting the public conscience or misleading the public opinion. In short, that the slightest indulgence in the most ordinary functions of speech might be brought under this comprehensive edict, and so cost the speaker his life. The decree sounded like a death knell in the ears of the Convention. All were made sensible that another decimation of the legislative body approached, and beheld with terror that no provision was made in the proposed law for respecting the personal inviolability of the deputies, but that the obnoxious members of the Convention, without costing Robespierre even the formality of asking a decree from their complacent brethren, might be transferred, like any ordinary individuals, to the butchery of the revolutionary tribunal, not only by the medium of either of the committees, but at the instance of the public prosecutor, or even of any of their own brethren of the representative body who were acting under a commission. Rouemps, one of the deputies, exclaimed in accents of despair that if this decree were resolved upon the Friends of Liberty, had no other course left than to blow their own brains out. The law passed for the night in spite of all opposition, but the terrified deputies returned to the attack. Next day, the measure was again brought into debate, and the question of privileges was evasively provided for. At a third sitting the theme was renewed, and after much violence the fatal decree was carried without any of the clogs which had offended Robespierre, and he attained possession of the fatal weapon such as he had originally forged it. From this moment there was mortal though secret war betwixt Robespierre and the most distinguished members of the Assembly, particularly those who had sate with him on the celebrated mountain, and shared all the atrocities of Jacobinism. Calat de Herbois, the demolisher of Lyon and regenerator of Ville, Affranchi threw his weight into the scale against his master, and several other members of both committees, which were Robespierre's own organs, began secretly to think on means of screening themselves from a power which, like the huge anaconda, enveloped in its coils, and then crushed and swallowed whatever came in contact with it. The private progress of the schism cannot be traced, but it is said that the dictator found himself in a minority in the Committee of Public Safety when he demanded the head of Fouch, whom he had accused as a Dantonist in the Convention, and the Jacobin Club. It is certain he had not attended the meeting of the committee for 2 or 3 weeks before his fall, leaving his interest there, to be managed by Couthon and Saint Just. Feeling himself thus placed in the lists against his ancient friends, the terrorists, the astucious tyrant, endeavored to acquire allies among the remains of the Girondists, who had been spared in contempt more than clemency, and permitted to hide themselves among the neutral party, who occupied the plain, and who gave generally their votes on the prudential system of adhering to the stronger side. Finding little countenance from this timid and long-neglected part of the legislative body, Robespierre returned to his more steady supporters in the Jacobin Club. Here he retained his supremacy, and was heard with enthusiastic applause, while he intimated to them the defection of certain members of the legislature from the true revolutionary course, complained of the inactivity and lukewarmness of the committees of public safety and public security, and described himself as a persecuted patriot, almost the solitary supporter of the cause of his country, and exposed for that reason to the blows of 1,000 assassins. All patriots, exclaimed Couthon, are brothers and friends. For my part, one invoke on myself the poniards destined against Robespierre. So do we all, exclaimed the meeting unanimously. Thus encouraged, Robespierre urged a purification of the society, directing his accusations against Fouch and other members of the Mountain, and he received the encouragement he desired. He next ascertained his strength among the judges of the Revolutionary Tribunal and his willing agents among the Reformed Commune of Paris, which, after the fall of Hebert and Chaumette, he had taken care to occupy with his most devoted friends. But still, he knew that in the storm which was about to arise these autofter demagogues were but a sort of tritons of the minnows compared to Tallien. Fouch, Barras, Calat de Herbois, Billaud Varennes, and other deputies of distinguished powers, accustomed to make their voices heard, and obeyed amid all the roar of revolutionary tempest, he measured and remeasured his force with theirs, and for more than 6 weeks avoided the combat, yet without making any overtures for reconciliation, in which indeed neither party would probably have trusted the other. Meantime, the dictator's enemies had also their own ground on which they could engage advantageously in these skirmishes, which were to serve as preludes to the main and fatal conflict vadier, on the part of the Committee of Public Safety, laid before the Convention, in a tone of bitter satirical ridicule, the history of the mystical meetings and formation of a religious sect under Catherine Theos, whose pretensions have been already hinted at. No mention was indeed made of Robespierre or of the countenance he was supposed to have given to these fanatical intriguers, but the fact of his having done so was well known, and the shafts of Vadier were aimed with such malignant dexterity that while they seemed only directed against the mystics of whom he spoke, they galled to the quick the High Pontiff, who had so lately conducted the new and singular system of worship, which his influence had been employed to engraft upon the genuine atheism natural to Jacobinism. Robespierre felt he could not remain long in this situation, that there were no means of securing himself where he stood, that he must climb higher or fallen, that every moment in which he supported insults and endured menaces, without making his vengeance felt, brought with it a diminution of his power. He seems to have hesitated between combat and flight. Among his papers, according to the report of Courtois, who examined them, was found an obscure intimation that he had acquired a competent property and entertained thoughts of retiring at the close of his horrible career, after the example of the celebrated Sylla, It was a letter from some unknown confidant unsigned, and undated, containing the following singular passage: "You must employ all your dexterity to escape from the scene, on which you are now once more to appear, in order to leave it for ever, your having attained the president's chair, will be but one step to the guillotine, through a rabble who will spit upon you as you pass, as they did upon Egolite, since you have collected a treasure sufficient to maintain you for a long time, as well as those for whom you have made provision. I will expect you with anxiety, that we may enjoy a hearty laugh together at the expense of a nation as credulous as it is greedy of novelty. If, however, he had really formed such a plan, which would not have been inconsistent with his base spirit, the means of accomplishing it were probably never perfected." At length his fate urged him on to the encounter. Robespierre descended July 26 to the Convention, where he had of late but rarely appeared like the far nobler dictator of Rome. And in his case, also a band of senators were ready to poniard the tyrant on the spot, had they not been afraid of the popularity he was supposed to enjoy, and which they feared might render them instant victims to the revenge of the Jacobins. The speech which Robespierre addressed to the Convention was as menacing as the first distant rustle of the hurricane, and dark and lurid as the eclipse which announces its approach. Anxious murmurs had been heard among the populace, who filled the tribunes, or crowded the entrances of the hall of the Convention, indicating that a second 31st of May, being the day on which the Jacobins proscribed the Girondists, was about to witness a similar operation. The first theme of the gloomy orator was the display of his own virtues, and his services as a patriot, distinguishing as enemies to their country all whose opinions were contrary to his own. He then reviewed successively the various departments of the government, and loaded them in turn with censure and contempt. He declaimed against the supineness of the committees of public safety and public security, as if the guillotine had never been in exercise, and he accused the Committee of Finance of having counter-revolutionized the revenues of the Republic. He enlarged with no less bitterness on withdrawing the artillerymen, always violent Jacobins, from Paris, and on the mode of management adopted in the conquered countries of Belgium. It seemed as if he wished to collect within the same lists all the functionaries of the state, and in the same breath to utter defiance to them all. Robespierre denounced. The usual honorary motion was made to print the discourse, but then the storm of opposition broke forth, and many speakers vociferously demanded that, before so far adopting the grave inculpations, which it contained, the discourse should be referred to the two committees. Robespierre, in his turn, exclaimed that this was subjecting his speech to the partial criticism and revision of the very parties whom he had accused. Exculpations and defenses were heard on all sides against the charges which had been thus sweepingly brought forward, and there were many deputies who complained, in no obscure terms, of individual tyranny, and of a conspiracy on foot to outlaw and murder such part of the Convention as might be disposed to offer resistance. Robespierre was but feebly supported, save by Saint Just Couthon and by his own brother, after a stormy debate in which the Convention were alternately swayed by their fear and their hatred of Robespierre. The discourse was finally referred to the committees instead of being printed, and the haughty and sullen dictator saw in the open slight thus put on his measures and opinions the sure mark of his approaching fall. Robespierre's defense. He carried his complaints to the Jacobin Club to repose, as he expressed it, his patriotic sorrows in their virtuous bosoms, where alone he hoped to find succor and sympathy. To this partial audience he renewed, in a tone of yet greater audacity, the complaints with which he had loaded every branch of the government, and the representative body itself. He reminded those around him of various heroic eras, when their presence and their pikes had decided the votes of the trembling deputies. He reminded them of their pristine actions of revolutionary vigor, asked them if they had forgot the road to the Convention, and concluded by pathetically assuring them that if they forsook him, he stood resigned to his fate, and they should behold with what courage he would drink the fatal hemlock. The artist David caught him by the hand, as he closed, exclaiming in rapture at his elocution, "I will drink it with thee." The distinguished painter has been reproached as having on the subsequent day declined the pledge which he seemed so eagerly to embrace, but there were many of his original opinion at the time he expressed it so boldly, and had Robespierre possessed either military talents or even decided courage, there was nothing to have prevented him from placing himself that very night at the head of a desperate insurrection of the Jacobins and their followers. Payen, the successor of Hebert, actually proposed that the Jacobins should instantly march against the two committees, which Robespierre charged with being the focus of the anti-revolutionary machinations, surprise their handful of guards, and stifle the evil with which the state was menaced. Even in the very cradle, this plan was deemed too hazardous to be adopted, although it was one of those sudden and masterstrokes of policy which Machiavel would have recommended. The fire of the Jacobins spent itself in tumult and threatening, in expelling from the bosom of their society Calat di Herboitalion, and about 30 other deputies of the Mountain Party, whom they considered as specially leagued to effect the downfall of Robespierre, and whom they drove from their society with execrations and even blows. Calat di Herbois, thus outraged, went straight from the meeting of the Jacobins to the place where the Committee of Public Safety was still sitting in consultation on the report which they had to make to the Convention. The next day, upon the speech of Robespierre, Saint, just one of their number though warmly attached to the dictator, had been entrusted by the committee with the delicate task of drawing up that report. It was a step towards reconciliation, but the entrance of Calat di Herbois, frantic with the insults he had received, broke off all hope of accommodation betwixt the friends of Danton and those of Robespierre. De Herbois exhausted himself in threats against Saint Just Couthon and their master Robespierre, and they parted on terms of mortal and avowed enmity. Every exertion now was used by the associated conspirators against the power of Robespierre to collect and combine against him the whole forces of the Convention, to alarm the deputies of the plain with fears for themselves, and to awaken the rage of the mountaineers, against whose throat the dictator now waved the sword which their short-sighted policy had placed in his hands. Lists of proscribed deputies were handed around, said to have been copied from the tablets of the dictator. Genuine or false, they obtained universal credit and currency, and those whose names stood on the fatal scrolls engaged themselves for protection in the league against their enemy. The opinion that his fall could not be delayed now became general. The ninth Thermidor. This sentiment was so commonly entertained in Paris on the 9th Thermidor, or 27th July, that a herd of about 80 victims who were in the act of being dragged to the guillotine were nearly saved by means of it. The people, in a generous burst of compassion, began to gather in crowds and interrupted the melancholy procession, as if the power which presided over these hideous exhibitions had already been deprived of energy. But the hour was not come. The vile Henriette, commandant of the National Guards, came up with fresh forces, and on the day destined to be the last of his own life, proved the means of carrying to execution this crowd of unhappy and doubtless innocent persons. On this eventful day, Robespierre arrived in the Convention, and beheld the Mountain in close array, and completely manned, while, as in the case of Catiline, the bench on which he himself was accustomed to sit seemed purposely deserted. Saint Just Couthon Labaz, his brother-in-law, and the younger Robespierre were the only deputies of name who stood prepared to support him. But could he make an effectual struggle, he might depend upon the aid of the servile-bearer, a sort of Belial in the Convention, the meanest yet not the least able amongst those fallen spirits who with great adroitness and ingenuity as well as wit and eloquence caught opportunities as they arose, and was eminently dexterous in being always strong upon the strongest and safe upon the safest side. There was a tolerably numerous party, ready in times so dangerous to attach themselves to bearer as a leader who professed to guide them to safety if not to honor, and it was the existence of this vacillating and uncertain body, whose ultimate motions could never be calculated upon, which rendered it impossible to presage with assurance the event of any debate in the Convention during this dangerous period. Saint Just arose in the name of the Committee of Public Safety to make after his own manner, not theirs, a report on the discourse of Robespierre on the previous evening. He had begun an harangue in the tone of his patron, declaring that were the tribune which he occupied the Tarpeian rock itself, he would not the less placed as he stood there discharge the duties of a patriotai am, about he said to lift the veil tier it asunder, said Tallien, interrupting him. The public interest is sacrificed by individuals who come hither to speak exclusively in their own name, and conduct themselves as superior to the whole Convention. He forced Saint Just from the tribune, and a violent debate ensued. Robespierre denounced. Belaud Varennes called the attention of the Assembly to the sitting of the Jacobin Club on the preceding evening. He declared the military force of Paris was placed under the command of Henriette, a traitor, and a parricide who was ready to march the soldiers whom he commanded against the Convention. He denounced Robespierre himself as a second Catiline, artful as well as ambitious, whose system it had been to nurse jealousies and inflame dissensions in the Convention, so as to disunite parties and even individuals from each other, attack them in detail, and thus destroy those antagonists separately upon whose combined and united strength he dared not have looked. The convention echoed with applause every violent expression of the orator, and when Robespierre sprung to the tribune, his voice was drowned by a general shout of "Down with the tyrant Tallien," moved the denunciation of Robespierre with the arrest of Henriette his staff officers, and of others connected with the meditated violence on the convention. He had undertaken to lead the attack upon the tyrant, he said, and to poniard him in the convention itself if the members did not show courage enough to enforce the law against him. With these words he brandished an unsheathed poniard. As if about to make his purpose good, Robespierre still struggled hard to obtain audience. But the tribune was adjudged to bearer, and the part taken against the fallen dictator by that versatile and self-interested statesman was the most absolute sign that his overthrow was irrecoverable. Torrents of invective were now uttered from every quarter of the hall against him, whose single word was wont to hush it into silence. The scene was dreadful, yet not without its use to those who may be disposed to look at it as an extraordinary crisis, in which human passions were brought so singularly into collision. While the vaults of the hall echoed with exclamations from those who had hitherto been the accomplices, the flatterers, the followers, at least the timid and overawed assentators, to the dethroned demagogue himself. Breathless, foaming, exhausted like the hunter of classical antiquity, when on the point of being overpowered and torn to pieces by his own hounds, tried in vain to raise those screechal notes, by which the convention had formerly been terrified and put to silence, he appealed for a hearing from the president of the assembly, to the various parties of which it was composed, rejected by the mountaineers, his former associates who now headed the clamor against him. He applied to the Girondists, few and feeble as they were, and to the more numerous but equally helpless deputies of the plain, with whom they sheltered. The former shook him from them, with disgust, the last with horror. It was in vain he reminded individuals that he had spared their lives, while at his mercy this might have been applied to every member in the House, to every man in France, for who was it during 2 years that had lived on other terms than under Robespierre's permission? And deeply must he internally have regretted the clemency, as he might term it, which had left so many with ungashed throats to bay at him. But his agitated and repeated appeals were repulsed by some with indignation, by others with sullen or embarrassed and timid silence. A British historian must say that even Robespierre ought to have been heard in his defense, and that such calmness would have done honor to the convention, and dignified their final sentence of condemnation. As it was, they no doubt treated the guilty individual according to his deserts, but they fell short of that regularity and manly staidness of conduct which was due to themselves and to the law, and which would have given to the punishment of the demagogue the effect and weight of a solemn and deliberate sentence, in place of its seeming the result of a hasty and precipitate seizure of a temporary advantage. Haste was, however, necessary, and must have appeared more so at such a crisis than perhaps it really was. Much must be pardoned to the terrors of the moment, the horrid character of the culprit, and the necessity of hurrying to a decisive conclusion. We have been told that his last audible words, contending against the exclamations of hundreds, and the bell which the president was ringing incessantly, and uttered in the highest tones which despair could give to a voice naturally shrill and discordant, dwelt long on the memory, and haunted the dreams of many who heard him. President of assassins, he screamed for the last time, I demand privilege of speech. After this exertion his breath became short and faint, and while he still uttered broken murmurs and hoarse ejaculations, a member of the Mountain called out that the blood of Danton choked his voice. The tumult was closed by a decree of arrest against Robespierre, his brother Couthon, and Saint Just Labaz was included on his own motion, and indeed could scarce have escaped the fate of his brother-in-law, though his conduct then and subsequently showed more energy than that of the others. Couthon, hugging in his bosom the spaniel upon which he was wont to exhaust the overflowing of his affected sensibility, appealed to his decrepitude, and asked whether, maimed of proportion and activity as he was, he could be suspected of nourishing plans of violence or ambition. Wretch, said Legendre, thou hast the strength of Hercules for the perpetration of crime. Dumas, president of the Revolutionary Tribunal, with Henriette, commandant of the National Guards, and other satellites of Robespierre, were included in the doom of arrest. The officers of the legislative body were ordered to lay hands on Robespierre, but such was the terror of his name that they hesitated for some time to obey, and the reluctance of their own immediate satellites afforded the convention an indifferent omen of the respect which was likely to be paid without doors to their decree against this powerful demagogue. Subsequent events seemed for a while to confirm the apprehensions thus excited. The convention had declared their sitting permanent, and had taken all precautions for appealing for protection to the large mass of citizens who, wearied out by the reign of terror, were desirous to close it at all hazards. They quickly had deputations from several of the neighboring sections, declaring their adherence to the national representatives, in whose defense they were arming, and many undoubtedly prepared beforehand were marching in all haste to the protection of the convention. But they heard also the less pleasing tidings that Henriette, having effected the dispersion of those citizens who had obstructed as elsewhere, mentioned the execution of the 80 condemned persons, and consummated that final act of murder was approaching the Tuileries, where they had held their sitting with a numerous staff, and such of the Jacobinical forces as could hastily be collected. Happily for the convention, this commandant of the National Guards, on whose presence of mind and courage the fate of France perhaps for the moment depended, was as stupid and cowardly as he was brutally ferocious. He suffered himself without resistance to be arrested by a few gendarmes, the immediate guards of the convention, headed by two of its members, who behaved in the emergency with equal prudence and spirit. But fortune, or the demon whom he had served, afforded Robespierre another chance for safety perhaps, even for empire for moments, which a man of self-possession might have employed for escape, one of desperate courage, might have used for victory, which, considering the divided and extremely unsettled state of the capital, was likely to be gained by the boldest competitor. Terrorists at the Hôtel de Ville. The arrested deputies had been carried from one prison to another, all the jailers refusing to receive, under their official charge, Robespierre, and those who had aided him in supplying their dark habitations with such a tide of successive inhabitants. At length, the prisoners were secured in the office of the Committee of Public Safety. But by this time, all was in alarm. Amongst the Commune of Paris, where Fleuriot the mayor and Payen, the successor of Hebert, convoked the civic body, dispatched municipal officers to raise the city and the Fauxbourgs in their name, and caused the tocsin to be rung. Payen speedily assembled a force sufficient to liberate Henriette Robespierre and the other arrested deputies, and to carry them to the Hôtel de Ville, where about 2,000 men were congregated, consisting chiefly of artillerymen and of insurgents from the suburb of Saint-Antoine, who already expressed their resolution of marching against the convention. But the selfish and cowardly character of Robespierre was unfit for such a crisis. He appeared altogether confounded and overwhelmed with what had passed and was passing around him, and not one of all the victims of the reign of terror felt its disabling influence so completely as he, the despot who had so long directed its sway. He had not, even though the means must have been in his power, the presence of mind to disperse money in considerable sums, which of itself would not have failed to ensure the support of the revolutionary rabble. Meantime, the convention continued to maintain the bold and commanding front which they had so suddenly and critically assumed upon learning the escape of the arrested deputies, and hearing of the insurrection at the Hôtel de Ville. They instantly passed a decree outlawing Robespierre and his associates, inflicting a similar doom upon the mayor of Paris, the procureur, and other members of the commune, and charging 12 of their members, the boldest who could be selected, to proceed with the armed force to the execution of the sentence. The drums of the National Guards now beat to arms in all the sections under authority of the convention, while the tocsin continued to summon assistance with its iron voice to Robespierre. And the civic magistrates, everything appeared to threaten a violent catastrophe, until it was seen clearly that the public voice, and especially amongst the National Guards, was declaring itself generally against the terrorists. The Hôtel de Ville was surrounded by about 1,500 men, and cannon turned upon the doors. The force of the assailants was weakest in point of number, but their leaders were men of spirit, and night concealed their inferiority of force. The deputies commissioned for the purpose read the decree of the assembly to those whom they found assembled in front of the city hall, and they shrunk from the attempt of defending it, some joining the assailants, others laying down their arms, and dispersing meantime the deserted group of terrorists. Within conducted themselves like scorpions, which, when surrounded by a circle of fire, are said to turn their stings on each other, and on themselves. Mutual and ferocious upbraiding took place among these miserable men. Wretch, were these the means you promised to furnish, said Coffinhal to Henriette, whom he found intoxicated and incapable of resolution or exertion. And seizing on him as he spoke, he precipitated the revolutionary general from a window. Henriette survived the fall only to drag himself into a drain in which he was afterwards discovered and brought out to execution. The younger Robespierre threw himself from the window, but had not the good fortune to perish on the spot. It seemed as if even the melancholy fate of suicide, the last refuge of guilt and despair, was denied to men who had so long refused every species of mercy to their fellow creatures, Labaz alone had calmness enough to dispatch himself with a pistol-shot saint just after imploring his comrades to kill him, attempted his own life with an irresolute hand, and failed. Couthon lay beneath the table brandishing a knife, with which he repeatedly wounded his bosom, without daring to add force enough to reach his heart. Their chief Robespierre, in an unsuccessful attempt to shoot himself, had only inflicted a horrible fracture on his underjaw. In this situation, they were found like wolves in their lair foul, with blood mutilated despairing. And yet not able to die. Robespierre lay on a table, in an anteroom, his head supported by a deal box and his hideous countenance half hidden by a bloody and dirty cloth bound round the shattered chin. The captives were carried in triumph to the convention, who, refusing to admit them to the bar, sent them before the revolutionary tribunal, which ordered them as outlaws for instant execution. As the fatal cars passed to the guillotine, those who filled them, but especially Robespierre, were overwhelmed with execrations from the friends and relatives of victims, whom he had sent on the same melancholy road. The nature of his previous wound, from which the cloth had never been removed, till the executioner tore it off, added to the torture of the sufferer. The shattered jaw dropped, and the wretch yelled aloud to the horror of the spectators. A mask taken from that dreadful head was long exhibited in different nations of Europe, and appalled the spectator by its ugliness and the mixture of fiendish expression with that of bodily agony. At the same time fell young Robespierre, Couthon, Saint Just, Coffinhal, Henriette, Dumas, president of the Revolutionary Tribunal, the mayor, and 14 of their subalterns. Character of Robespierre. Thus fell Maximilien Robespierre, after having been the first person in the French Republic, for nearly 2 years, during which time he governed it upon the principles of Nero, or Caligula. His elevation to the situation which he held involved more contradictions than perhaps attached to any similar event in history. A low-born and low-minded tyrant was permitted to rule with the rod of the most frightful despotism. A people whose anxiety for liberty had shortly before rendered them unable to endure the rule of a humane and lawful sovereign, a dastardly coward, arose to the command of one of the bravest nations in the world. And it was under the auspices of a man who dared scarce fire a pistol that the greatest generals in France began their careers of conquest. He had neither eloquence nor imagination, but substituted in their stead a miserable, affected, bombastic style, which until other circumstances gave him consequence drew on him general ridicule. Yet against so poor an orator, all the eloquence of the philosophical Girondists, all the terrible powers of his associate Danton, employed in a popular assembly, could not enable them to make an effectual resistance. It may seem trifling to mention that in a nation where a good deal of prepossession is excited by amiable manners and beauty of external appearance, the person who ascended to the highest power was not only ill-looking, but singularly mean in person, awkward, and constrained in his address, ignorant how to set about pleasing even when he most desired to give pleasure, and as tiresome nearly as he was odious and heartless. To compensate all these deficiencies, Robespierre had but an insatiable ambition founded on a vanity, which made him think himself capable of filling the highest situation, and therefore gave him daring, when to dare is frequently to achieve. He mixed a false and overstrained, but rather fluent species of bombastic composition, with the grossest flattery to the lowest classes of the people, in consideration of which they could not but receive as genuine the praises which he always bestowed on himself. His prudent resolution, to be satisfied with possessing the essence of power, without seeming to desire its rank and trappings, formed another art of cajoling the multitude. His watchful envy, his long protracted, but sure revenge, his craft, which to vulgar minds supplies the place of wisdom, were his only means of competing with his distinguished antagonists. And it seems to have been a merited punishment of the extravagances and abuses of the French Revolution that it engaged the country in a state of anarchy, which permitted a wretch such as we have described to be, for a long period, master of her destiny. Blood was his element like that of the other terrorists, and he never fastened with so much pleasure on a new victim, as when he was at the same time an ancient associate in an epitaph of which the following couplet may serve as a translation. His life was represented as incompatible with the existence of the human race. Here lies Robespierre, let no tear be shed. Reader, if he had lived, thou hadst been dead. When the report of Robespierre's crimes was brought to the convention, in which he is most justly charged with the intention of possessing himself of the government, the inconsistent accusation is added that he plotted to restore the Bourbons, in support of which it is alleged that a seal bearing a fleur-de-lis was found at the Hôtel de Ville. Not even the crimes of Robespierre were thought sufficiently atrocious, without their being mingled with a tendency to royalism. The Thermidorians. With this celebrated demagogue, the reign of terror may be said to have terminated, although those by whose agency the tyrant fell were as much terrorists as himself, being indeed the principal members of the very committees of public safety and public security who had been his colleagues in all the excesses of his revolutionary authority among the Thermidorians, as the actors in Robespierre's downfall termed themselves. There were names almost as dreadful as that of the dictator, for whom the ninth Thermidor proved the Ides of March. What could be hoped for from Calat de Herbois, the butcher of the Lionoiswat, from Belaud Varoneswat, from Barras, who had directed the executions at Marseilles, after its ephemeral revoltwat from Tallien, whose arms were afterwards dyed double red from fingernails to elbow, in the blood of the unfortunate emigrant gentlemen who were made prisoners at Quiberon. It seemed that only a new set of septembrizers had succeeded, and that the same horrible principle would continue to be the moving spring of the government, under the direction of other chiefs indeed, but men who were scarce less familiar with its horrors than was the departed tyrant. Men looked hopelessly towards the convention, long rather like the corpse of a legislative assembly, actuated during its apparent activity, like the supposed vampire, by an infernal spirit not its own, which urged it to go forth and drink blood, but which, deserted by the animating demon, must, it was to be expected, sink to the ground in helpless incapacity. What could be expected from Bearer, the ready panegyrist of Robespierre, the tool who was ever ready to show to the weak, and the timid the exact point where their safety recommended to them, to join the ranks of the wicked and the strong? But in spite of these discouraging circumstances, the feelings of humanity and a spirit of self-protection, dictating a determined resistance to the renovation of the horrid system, under which the country had so long suffered, began to show itself both in the convention and without doors, encouraged by the fall of Robespierre. Complaints poured in against his agents on all sides. Lebon was accused before the convention by a deputation from Cambrai, and as he ascended the tribune to put himself on his defense, he was generally hailed as the hangman of Robespierre. The monster's impudence supported him in a sort of defense, and when it was objected to him that he had had the common executioner to dine in company with him, he answered that delicate people might think that wrong, but Lequinio, another Jacobin proconsul of horrible celebrity, had made the same useful citizen the companion of his leisure and hours of relaxation. He acknowledged with the same equanimity that an aristocrat being condemned to the guillotine, he kept him lying in the usual posture upon his back, with his eyes turned up to the axe which was suspended above his throat. In short, in all the agonies which can agitate the human mind, when within a hair's breadth of the distance of the great separation between time and eternity, he had read to him at length the Gazette, which had just arrived, giving an account of a victory gained by the Republican armies. This monster, with Heron Rossignol and other agents of terror, more immediately connected with Robespierre, were ordered for arrest, and shortly after for execution. Tallien and Barras would have here paused in the retrospect, but similar accusations now began to pour in from every quarter, and when once stated were such as commanded public attention in the most forcible manner. Those who invoked vengeance, backed the solicitations of each other. The general voice of mankind was, with them, and leaders who had shared the excesses of the reign of terror Thermidorians, as they were began to see some danger of being themselves buried in the ruins of the power which they had overthrown. Tallien, who is supposed to have taken the lead in the extremely difficult navigation which lay before the vessel of the state, seems to have experienced a change in his own sentiments, at least his principles of action, inclining him to the cause of humanity. He was also, it is said, urged to so favorable a modification of feelings by his newly married wife, formerly Madame Fontenay, who, bred a royalist, had herself been a victim to the law of suspicion, and was released from a prison to receive the hand and influence the activity of the Republican statesman Barras, who, as commanding the armed force, might be termed the hero of the ninth Thermidor, was supposed to be also inclined towards humanity and moderation. Thus disposed to destroy the monstrous system which had taken root in France, and which indeed, in the increasing impatience of the country, they would have found it impossible to maintain. Tallien and Barras had to struggle at the same time to diminish and restrict the general demand for revenge at a time when, if past tyranny was to be strictly inquired into and punished, the doom, as Carrier himself told them, would have involved everything in the convention, not excepting the president's bell, and his armchair so powerful were these feelings of resisting a retrospect that the Thermidorians declined to support Lecointre in bringing forward a general charge of inculpation against the two committees of public safety and public security, in which accusation, notwithstanding their ultimate quarrel with Robespierre, he showed their intimate connection with him and their joint agency in all which had been imputed to him as guilt. But the time was not mature for hazarding such a general accusation, and it was rejected by the Convention with marks of extreme displeasure. Freedom of the press. Still, however, the general voice of humanity demanded some farther atonement for 2 years of outrage, and to satisfy this demand, the Thermidorians set themselves to seek victims connected more immediately with Robespierre, while they endeavored gradually to form a party which, setting out upon a principle of amnesty and oblivion of the past, should in future pay some regard to that preservation of the lives and property of the governed, which in every other system saving that which had been just overthrown in France, is regarded as the principal end of civil government. With a view to the consolidation of such a party, the restrictions of the press were removed, and men of talent and literature silenced during the reign of Robespierre were once more admitted to exercise their natural influence in favor of civil order and religion. Marmontel La Harpe, and others who in their youth had been enrolled in the list of Voltaire's disciples, and amongst the infidels of the Encyclopédie, now made amends for their youthful errors by exerting themselves in the cause of good morals and of a regulated government. At length followed that general and long-desired measure, which gave liberty to so many thousands, by suspending the law denouncing suspected persons, and emptying at once of their inhabitants the prisons which had hitherto only transmitted them to the guillotine. The tales which these victims of Jacobinism had to repeat when revealing the secrets of their prison house, together with the moral influence produced by such a universal jail delivery, and the reunion which it effected amongst friends and relations that had been so long separated, tended greatly to strengthen the hands of the Thermidorians who still boasted of that name, and to consolidate a rational and moderate party, both in the capital and provinces. It is, however, by no means to be wondered at that the liberated sufferers showed a disposition to exercise retribution in a degree which their liberators trembled to indulge, lest it might have recoiled upon themselves. Still, both parties united against the remains of the Jacobins. A singular and melancholy species of force supported these movements towards civilization and order. It was levied among the orphans and youthful friends of those who had fallen under the fatal guillotine, and amounted in number to 2,000 or 3,000 young men who acted in concert, were distinguished by black collars, and by their hair being plaited and turned up a la victime as prepared for the guillotine. This costume was adopted in memory of the principle of mourning on which they were associated. These volunteers were not regularly armed or disciplined, but formed a sort of free corps who opposed themselves readily and effectually to the Jacobins when they attempted their ordinary revolutionary tactics of exciting partial insurrections and intimidating the orderly citizens by shouts and violence. Many scuffles took place betwixt the parties with various success, but ultimately the spirit and courage of the young avengers seemed to give them daily a more decided superiority. The Jacobins dared not show themselves, that is, to avouch their principles either at the places of public amusement, or in the Palais Royal, or the Tuileries, all of which had formerly witnessed their victories. Their assemblies now took place under some appearance of secrecy, and were held in remote streets, and with such marks of diminished audacity as augured that the spirit of the party was crestfallen. Still, however, the Jacobin party possessed dreadful leaders in Billaud Varennes and Collot d'Herbois, who repeatedly attempted to awaken its terrific energy. These demagogues had joined indeed in the struggle against Robespierre, but it was with the expectation that an Amurath was to succeed an Amuratha, Jacobin a Jacobinot, for the purpose of relaxing the reins of the revolutionary government, far less changing its character. These veteran revolutionists must be considered as separate from those who called themselves Thermidorians, though they lent their assistance to the revolution on the 9th Thermidor. They viewed as deserters and apostates Legendre Lecointre, and others above all Tallien and Barres, who in the full height of their career had paused to take breath, and were now endeavoring to shape a course so different from that which they had hitherto pursued. Jacobin Club reopened. These genuine sans-culottes endeavored to rest their own power and popularity upon the same basis. As formerly they reopened the sittings of the Jacobin Club shut up on the 9th Thermidor, this ancient revolutionary cavern again heard its roof resound with denunciations by which Vadier Billaud Varennes and others devoted to the infernal deities Lecointre and those who they complained wished to involve all honest Republicans in the charges brought against Robespierre and his friends those. Threats, however, were no longer rapidly followed by the thunderbolts which used to attend such flashes of Jacobin eloquence. Men's homes were now in comparison safe. A man might be named in a Jacobin club as an aristocrat or a moderate, and yet live. In fact, the demagogues were more anxious to secure immunity for their past crimes than at present to incur new censure. The tide of general opinion was flowing strongly against them, and a singular incident increased its power and rendered it irresistible. The Parisians had naturally enough imagined that the provinces could have no instances of Jacobinical cruelty and misrule to describe more tragic and appalling than the numerous executions which the capital had exhibited every day. But the arrival of 80 prisoner citizens of Nantes, charged with the usual imputations cast upon suspected persons, undeceived them. These captives had been sent for the purpose of being tried at Paris, before the revolutionary tribunal. Fortunately, they did not arrive till after Robespierre's fall, and consequently, when they were looked upon rather as oppressed persons than as criminals, and were listened to more as accusers of those by whom they were persecuted than as culprits on their defense. It was then that the metropolis first heard of horrors which we have formerly barely hinted at. It was then they were told of crowds of citizens, most of whom had been favorable to the republican order of things, and had borne arms against the Vendeans in their attack upon Nantes, men accused upon grounds equally slight and incapable of proof, having been piled together in dungeons, where the air was pestilential from ordure from the carcasses of the dead, and the infectious diseases of the dying. It was then they heard of republican baptism and republican marriage, of men, women, and children, sprawling together like toads and frogs, in the season of spring, in the waters of the Loire too shallow to afford them instant death. It was then they heard of 100 other abominations show. Those uppermost upon the expiring mass prayed to be thrust into the deeper water, that they might have the means of debt hand of much more, that humanity forbears to detail, but in regard to which the sharp, sudden, and sure blow of the Parisian guillotine was clemency. Trial of Carrier. This tale of horrors could not be endured, and the point of immediate collision between the Thermidorians, compelled and driven onward by the public voice and feeling, and the remnant of the old Jacobin faction, became the accusation of Carrier, the commissioned deputy under whom these unheard-of horrors had been perpetrated. Vengeance on the head of this wretch was so loudly demanded that it could not be denied even by those influential persons who, themselves deeply interested in preventing recrimination, would willingly have drawn a veil over the past through the whole impeachment and defense. The Thermidorians stood on the most delicate and embarrassing ground for Horrid, as his actions where he had in general their own authority to plead for them. For example, a letter was produced with these directions to General Haxo: "It is my plan to carry off from that accursed country all manner of subsistence or provisions for man or beast, all foraging, a word, everything, give all the buildings to the flames, and exterminate the whole inhabitants opposed there, being relieved by a single grain of corn for their subsistence. I give thee the most positive, most imperious order. Thou art answerable for the execution from this moment. In a word, leave nothing in that proscribed countrylette the means of subsistence provisions. Forage everything absolutely. Everything be removed to naught." The representatives of the French nation heard with horror such a fiendish commission. But with what sense of shame and abasement must they have listened to Carrier's defense, in which he proved he was only literally executing the decrees of the very convention, which was now inquiring into his conduct, a lunatic, who, in a lucid moment, hears some one recount the crimes and cruelties he committed in his frenzy, might perhaps enter into their feelings. They were not the less obliged to continue the inquiry, fraught as it was with circumstances so disgraceful to themselves, and Carrier's impeachment and conviction proved the point on which the Thermidorians and those who continued to entertain the violent popular opinions were now at issue. The atrocious Carrier was taken under the avowed protection of the Jacobin Club, before which audience he made out a case, which was heard with applause. He acknowledged his enormities, and pleaded his patriotic zeal, ridiculed the delicacy of those who cared whether an aristocrat died by a single blow or a protracted death, was encouraged throughout by acclamations, and received assurances of protection from the remnant of that once formidable association. But their magic influence was dissolved. Their best orators had fallen successively by each other's impeachment hand of their most active ruffians. Some had been killed or executed, some had fled or lay concealed, many were in custody, and the rest had become intimidated. Scarce a man who had signalized himself in the French Revolution, but had enjoyed the applause of these demagogues as versatile in personal attachments, as steady in their execrable principle scarce, one whom they had not been active in sacrificing. Nevertheless, those members of the revolutionary committees, who had so lately lent their aid to dethrone Robespierre, the last idol of the society, ventured to invoke them in their own defense. And that of their late agents, Billaud Varennes, addressing the Jacobins, spoke of the Convention as men spared by their clemency during the reign of Robespierre, who now rewarded the mountain deputies by terming them men of blood, and by seeking the death of those worthy patriots, Joseph, Lebon, and Carrier, who were about to fall under their counter-revolutionary violence. These excellent citizens, he said, were persecuted merely because their zeal for the Republic had been somewhat ardent, their forms of proceeding a little rash and severe. He invoked the awaking of the lion, a new revolutionary rising of the people, to tear the limbs and drink the blood. 528. These were the very words of those who had dared to beard them. The meeting dispersed with shouts and vows to answer to the halloo of their leaders. But the opposite party had learned that such menaces were to be met otherwise than by merely awaiting the issue, and then trying the force of remonstrances, or the protection of the law with those to whom the stronger force is the only satisfying reason. Well organized and directed by military officers, in many instances, large bands of anti-Jacobins, as we may venture to call the volunteer force already mentioned, appeared in the neighborhood of the suburbs, and kept in check those from whom the Mother Club expected its strongest aid, while the main body of the young Avengers marched down upon the citadel of the enemy and invested the Jacobin Club itself in the midst of its sitting. These demagogues made but a wretched defense when attacked by that species of popular violence which they had always considered as their own especial weapon, and the facility with which they were dispersed amid ridicule and ignominy served to show how easily on former occasions the mutual understanding and spirited exertion of well-disposed men could have at any time prevented criminal violence from obtaining the mastery. Had Lafayette marched against and shut up the Jacobin Club, the world would have been spared many horrors, and in all probability he would have found the task as easy as it proved to those bands of incensed young men. It must be mentioned, though the recital is almost unworthy of history, that the female Jacobins came to rally and assist their male associates, and that several of them were seized upon and punished in a manner which might excellently suit their merits, but which shows that the young associates for maintaining order were not sufficiently aristocratic to be under the absolute restraints imposed by the rules of chivalry. It is impossible, however, to grudge the flagellation administered upon this memorable occasion. When the Jacobins had thus fallen in the popular contest, they could expect little success in the Convention, and the less that the impulse of general feeling seemed about to recall into that assembly, by the reversal of their outlawry, the remnant of the unhappy Girondists and other members who had been arbitrarily proscribed. On the 31st of May, the measure was delayed for some time as tending to effect a change in the composition of the House, which the ruling party might find inconvenient. At length, upwards of 60 deputies were first declared free of the outlawry, and finally readmitted into the bosom of the Convention, with heads which had been so long worn in insecurity that it had greatly cooled their love of political theory. In the meantime, the government, through means of a revolutionary tribunal acting, however, with much more of legal formality and caution than that of Robespierre, made a sacrifice to the public desire of vengeance. Lebon, Carrier, already mentioned, Fauquier Tainville, the public accuser under Robespierre, and one or two others of the same class selected on account of the peculiar infamy and cruelty of their conduct, were condemned and executed as an atonement for injured humanity. Here probably the Thermidorians would have wished the reaction to stop, but this was impossible. Barras and Tallien perceived plainly that with whatever caution and clemency they might proceed towards their old allies of the mountain, there was still no hope of anything like reconciliation, and that their best policy was to get rid of them as speedily and as quietly as they could. The mountain, like a hydra whose heads burgeoned, according to the poetic expression, as fast as they were cut off, continued to hiss at and menace the government with unwearied malignity, and to agitate the metropolis by their intrigues, which were the more easily conducted that the winter was severe. Bread had become scarce and high-priced, and the common people, of course, angry and discontented. Scarcity is always the grievance of which the lower classes must be most sensible. And when it is remembered that Robespierre, though at the expense of the grossest injustice to the rest of the kingdom, always kept bread beneath a certain maximum or fixed price in the metropolis, it will not be wondered at that the population of Paris should be willing to favor those who followed his maxims. The impulse of these feelings joined to the machinations of the Jacobins, showed itself in many disorders. Jacobin chiefs banished. At length, the convention, pressed by shame on the one side and fear on the other, saw the necessity of some active measure, and appointed a commission to consider and report upon the conduct of the four most obnoxious Jacobin chiefs, Calat de Herbois, Belaud Varennes Vadier, and Bearer. The report was of course unfavorable, yet upon the case being considered, the convention were satisfied to condemn them to transportation to Cayenne. Some resistance was offered to this sentence, so mild in proportion to what those who underwent it had been in the habit of inflicting, but it was borne down, and the sentence was carried into execution. Calat de Herbois, the demolisher and depopulator of Lyon, is said to have died in the common hospital, in consequence of drinking off at once a whole bottle of ardent spirits. Belaud Varennes spent his time in teaching the innocent parrots of Guiana the frightful jargon of the Revolutionary Committee, and finally perished in misery. These men both belonged to that class of atheists, who, looking up towards heaven loudly, and literally defied the deity to make his existence known, by launching his thunderbolts. Miracles are not wrought on the challenge of a blasphemer, more than on the demand of a skeptic. But both these unhappy men had probably before their death reason to confess that, in abandoning the wicked to their own free will, a greater penalty results even in this life, than if Providence had been pleased to inflict the immediate doom which they had impiously defied. The first of Prairial. The notice of one more desperate attempt at popular insurrection finishes in a great measure the history of Jacobinism, and of the mountain of those, in short, who profess the most outrageous popular doctrines. Considered as a political body, they continued to receive great facilities from the increasing dearth, and to find ready opportunities of agitating the discontented part of a population disgusted by the diminution, not only of comforts, but of the very means of subsistence. The Jacobins, therefore, were easily able to excite an insurrection of the same description as those which had repeatedly influenced the fate of the Revolution, and which in fact proceeded to greater extremities than any which had preceded it in the same desperate game. The rallying word of the rabble was bread, and the democratic constitution of 1793, a constitution which the Jacobins had projected, but never attempted seriously to put into force. No insurrection had yet appeared more formidable in numbers or better provided in pikes, muskets, and cannon. On the 1st of Prairial, 20th May, they invested the convention without experiencing any effectual opposition, burst into the hall, assassinated one deputy Ferraud by a pistol shot, and paraded his head amongst his trembling brethren, and through the neighboring streets and environs on a pike. They presented Boissy d'Anglas, the president, with the motions which they demanded should be passed, but were defeated by the firmness with which he preferred his duty to his life. The steadiness of the convention gave at length confidence to the friends of good order. Without, the National Guards began to muster strong, and the insurgents to lose spirits. They were at length, notwithstanding their formidable appearance, dispersed with very little effort. The tumult, however, was renewed on the 2 following days, until at length the necessity of taking sufficient measures to end it at once, and forever, became evident to all. Pichegru, the conqueror of Holland, who chanced to be in Paris at the time, was placed at the head of the National Guards, and the volunteers, whose character we have noticed elsewhere, at the head of this force. He marched in military order towards the Faubourg Saint-Antoine, which had poured forth repeatedly the bands of armed insurgents that were the principal force of the Jacobins. After a show of defending themselves, the inhabitants of this disorderly suburb were at length obliged to surrender up their arms of every kind. Those pikes, which had so often decided the destinies of France, were now delivered up by cartloads, and the holy right of insurrection was rendered in future a more dangerous and difficult task. Encouraged by the success of this decisive measure, the government proceeded against some of the terrorists whom they had hitherto spared, but whose fate was now determined, in order to strike dismay into their party. 6 Jacobins, accounted among the most ferocious of the class, were arrested as encouragers of the late insurrection, and delivered up to be tried by a military commission. They were all deputies of the mountain gang. Certain of their doom, they adopted a desperate resolution among the whole party. They possessed but one knife, but they resolved it should serve them all for the purpose of suicide. The instant their sentence was pronounced, one stabbed himself with this weapon, another snatched the knife from his companion's dying hand, plunged it in his own bosom, and handed it to the third, who imitated the dreadful example. Such was the consternation of the attendants that no one arrested the fatal progress of the weapon. All fell either dead or desperately wounded. Last were dispatched by the guillotine. After this decisive victory and last dreadful catastrophe, Jacobinism considered as a pure and unmixed party, can scarce be said to have again raised its head in France, although its leaven has gone to qualify and characterize, in some degree, more than one of the different parties which have succeeded. Them as a political sect, the Jacobins can be compared to none that ever existed for none, but themselves ever thought of an organized, regular, and continued system of murdering and plundering the rich, that they might debauch the poor by the distribution of their spoils. They bear, however, some resemblance to the frantic followers of John of Leyden and Kniperdoling, who occupied Munster in the 17th century, and committed in the name of religion the same frantic horrors which the French Jacobins did in that of freedom. In both cases, the courses adopted by these parties were most foreign to and inconsistent with the alleged motives of their conduct. The Anabaptists practiced every species of vice and cruelty. By the dictates, they said, of inspiration, the Jacobins imprisoned 300,000 of their countrymen in name of liberty, and put to death more than half the number under the sanction of fraternity. Now at length, however, society began to resume its ordinary course, and the business and pleasures of life succeeded each other as usual, but even social pleasures brought with them strange and gloomy associations, with that valley of the shadow of death, through which the late pilgrimage of France appeared to have lain an assembly for dancing very much frequented by the young of both sexes, and highly fashionable, was called the Ball of the Victims. The qualification for attendance was the having lost some near and valued relation or friend in the late reign of terror. The hair and headdress were so arranged as to resemble the preparations made for the guillotine, and the motto adopted was "We dance amidst tombs in no country." But France could the incidents have taken place which gave rise to this association, and certainly in no country but France would they have been used for such a purpose. But it is time to turn from the consideration of the internal government of France to its external relations, in regard to which the destinies of the country rose to such a distinguished height that it is hardly possible to reconcile the two pictures of a nation triumphant at every point against all Europe coalesced against her, making efforts and obtaining victories to which history had been yet a stranger, while at the same time her affairs at home were directed by ferocious bloodthirsty savages, such as Robespierre. The Republic, regarded in her foreign and domestic relations, might be fancifully compared to the tomb erected over some hero presenting without trophies of arms and the emblems of victory, while within there lies only a mangled and corrupted corpse. Chapter Roman 18 Retrospective view of the external relations of France. Her great military successes, whence they arose, effect of the compulsory levies, military genius and character of the French generals' new mode of training the troops, light troops, successive attacks in column attachment of the soldiers, to the revolution also of the generals' Carnot, effect of the French principles preached to the countries invaded by their arms, close of the revolution, with the fall of Robespierre, reflections upon what was to succeed. External relations. It may be said of victory, as the English satirist has said of wealth, that it cannot be of much importance in the eye of heaven, considering in what unworthy association it is sometimes found. While the rulers of France were disowning the very existence of a deity, her armies appeared to move almost as if protected by the especial favor of Providence. Our former recapitulation presented a slight sketch of the perilous state of France in 1793, surrounded by foes on almost every frontier, and with difficulty maintaining her ground on any point. Yet the lapse of 2 years found her victorious, nay, triumphantly victorious on all. On the northeastern frontier, the English, after a series of hard fighting, had lost not only Flanders, on which we left them advancing, but Holland itself, and had been finally driven with great loss to abandon the continent. The King of Prussia had set out on his first campaign as the chief hero of the coalition, and had engaged that the Duke of Brunswick, his general, should put down the revolution in France as easily as he had done that of Holland. But finding the enterprise which he had undertaken was above his strength, that his accumulated treasures were exhausted in an unsuccessful war, and that Austria, not Prussia, was regarded as the head of the coalition, he drew off his forces, after they had been weakened by more than one defeat, and made a separate peace with France, in which he renounced to the new republic the sovereignty of all those portions of the Prussian territory which lay on the east side of the Rhine. The king, to make up for these losses, sought a more profitable though less honorable field of warfare, and concurred with Russia and Austria in effecting by conquest a final partition and appropriation of Poland on the same unprincipled plan on which the first had been conducted. Spain, victorious at the beginning of the conquest, had been of late so unsuccessful in opposing the French armies that it was the opinion of many that her character for valor and patriotism was lost. Forever Catalonia was overrun by the Republicans' roses taken, and no army intervening betwixt the victors and Madrid, the King of Spain was obliged to clasp hands with the murderers of his kinsman Louis Roman XVI, acknowledge the French Republic, and withdraw from the coalition. Austria had well sustained her ancient renown, both by the valor of her troops, the resolution of her cabinet, and the talents of one or two of her generals, Archduke Charles in particular. And the veteran Wurmser, yet she too had succumbed under the Republican superiority. Belgium, as the French called Flanders, was, as already stated, totally lost, and war along the Rhine was continued by Austria, more for defense than with a hope of conquest. So much and so generally had the fortune of war declared in favor of France upon all points, even while she was herself sustaining the worst of evils from the worst of tyrannies, there must have been unquestionably several reasons for such success, as seemed to attend universally on the arms of the Republic, instead of being limited to one peculiarly efficient army, or to one distinguished general. The first and most powerful cause must be looked for in the extraordinary energy of the Republican government, which from its very commencement threw all subordinate considerations aside and devoted the whole resources of the country to its military defense. It was then that France fully learned the import of the word requisition as meaning that which government needs, and which must at all hazards be supplied. Compulsory levies were universally resorted to, and the undoubted right which a state has to call upon each of its subjects to arise in defense of the community was extended into the power of sending them upon expeditions of foreign conquest. In the month of March 1793, a levy of 200,000 men was appointed and took place, but by a subsequent decree of the 21st August in the same year, a more gigantic mode of recruiting was resorted to. Every man in France able to bear arms was placed at the orders of the state, and being divided into classes, the youngest to the amount of 500,000, afterwards augmented to 1,000,000, were commanded to march for immediate action. The rest of society were to be so disposed of as might best second the efforts of the actual combatants. The married men were to prepare arms and forward convoys, the women to make uniforms, the children to scrape lintan, the old men to preach republicanism. All property was in like manner devoted to maintaining the war. All buildings were put to military purpose, all arms appropriated to the public service, and all horses excepting those which might be necessary for agriculture, seized on for the cavalry and other military services. Representatives of the people were named to march with the various levies. Those terrible commissioners, who punished no fault with a slighter penalty than death, no excuse was sustained for want of personal compliance with the requisition for personal service. No delay permitted, no substitution, allowed. Actual and literal compliance was demanded from every one, and of what rank soever. Conscripts who failed to appear, resisted, or fled were subjected to the penalties which attached to emigration. By successive decrees of this peremptory nature, enforced with the full energy of revolutionary violence, the government succeeded in bringing into the field and maintaining forces to an amount more than double those of their powerful enemies, and the same means of supplementary requisition, namely which brought them out, supported and maintained them during the campaign, so that while there remained food and clothing of any kind in the country, the soldier was sure to be fed, paid, and equipped. There are countries, however, in which the great numerical superiority thus attained is of little consequence, when a confused levy en masse of raw, inexperienced, and disorderly boys are opposed against the ranks of a much smaller but irregular and well-disciplined army, such as in every respect is that of Austria. On such occasions, the taunting speech of Alaric recurs to recollection: the thicker the hay, the more easily it is mowed. But this was not found to be the case with the youth of France, who adopted the habits most necessary for a soldier with singular facility and readiness. Military service has been popular amongst them in all ages, and the stories of the grandsire in a French cottage have always tended to excite in his descendants ideas familiar with a military condition. They do not come to it as a violent change of life which they had never previously contemplated, and where all is new and terrible, but as to a duty which every Frenchman is liable to discharge, and which is as natural to him as to his father or grandfather before him. Military genius of the French. Besides this propensity, and undoubtedly connected with it, a young Frenchman is possessed of the natural character most desirable in the soldier. He is accustomed to fare hard, to take much exercise to make many shifts, and to support with patience occasional deprivations his happy gaiety renders him. Indifferent to danger, his good humor patient under hardship, his ingenuity seems to amuse as well as to assist him in the contingencies of a roving life. He can be with ease a cook or an artificer, or what else the occasion may require. His talents for actual war are not less decided, either in advancing with spirit or in retreating with order. The Frenchman is one of the finest soldiers in the world, and when requisite the privates in their army often exhibit a degree of intelligence and knowledge of the profession, which might become individuals of a higher rank in other services. If not absolute water drinkers, they are less addicted to intoxication than the English soldier, who perhaps only brings to counterbalance the numerous advantages on the part of his opponent that mastiff-like perseverance and determination in combat, which induces him to repeat, maintain, and prolong his efforts under every disadvantage of numbers and circumstances. The spirits of the Frenchman, such as we have described, did not suffer much from the violent summons which tore him from his home. We have unhappily in our own navy an example how little men's courage is broken by their being forced into a dangerous service. But comfortless as the state of France then was, and painful as the sights must have been by which the eyes were daily oppressed closed up too, as were the avenues to every civil walk of life, and cheap as they were held, in a nation which had become all one vast camp, a youth of spirit was glad to escape from witnessing the desolation at home, and to take with gaiety the chance of death or promotion in the only line, which might now be accounted comparatively safe and indubitably honorable. The armies with whom these new levies were incorporated were by degrees admirably supplied with officers. The breaking down the old distinctions of ranks had opened a free career to those desirous of promotion, and in times of hard fighting men of merit are distinguished and get preferment. The voice of the soldier had often its influence upon the officer's preferment, and that is a vote seldom bestowed. But from ocular proof that it is deserved, the revolutionary rulers, though bloody in their resentment, were liberal, almost extravagant in their rewards, and spared neither gold nor steel honors nor denunciations to incite their generals to victory or warn them against the consequences of defeat. Under that stern rule which knew no excuse for ill success, and stimulated by opportunities, which seemed to offer every prize to honorable ambition, arose a race of generals, whom the world scarce ever saw equaled, and of whom there certainly never at any other period flourished so many in the same service. Such was Napoleon Bonaparte himself, such were Pichegru and Moreau, doomed to suffer a gloomy fate under his ascendancy. Such were those marshals and generals who were to share his better fortunes and cluster around his future throne as the paladins around that of Charlemagne, or as the British and Armorican champions begirt the round table of others' fabled son in those early wars, and summoned out by the stern conscription were trained Murat, whose eminence and fall seemed a corollary to that of his brother-in-law, nay, the bravest of the bravest, calm, sagacious Macdonald Joubert, who had almost anticipated the part reserved for Buonaparte. Massena, the spoiled child of fortune, Augereau Berthier lands, and many others whose names began already to stir the French soldier, as with the sound of a trumpet. These adventurers in the race of fame belonged, some of them as Macdonald, to the old military school, some like Moreau came from the civil class of society, many arose from origins that were positively mean, and were therefore still more decidedly children of the Revolution. But that great earthquake, by throwing down distinctions of birth and rank, had removed obstacles which would otherwise have impeded the progress of almost all these distinguished men, and they were therefore for the greater part attached to that new order of affairs which afforded full scope to their talents. New military system. The French armies thus recruited, and thus commanded, were disciplined in a manner suitable to the materials of which they were composed. There was neither leisure nor opportunity to subject the new levies to all that minuteness of training which was required by the somewhat pedantic formality of the old school of war. Dumouriez, setting the example, began to show that the principle of revolution might be introduced with advantage into the art of war itself, and that the difference betwixt these new conscripts and the veteran troops to whom they were opposed might be much diminished by resorting to the original and more simple rules of strategy and neglecting many formalities which had been once considered as essential to playing the great game of war with success. It is the constant error of ordinary minds to consider matters of mere routine as equally important with those which are essential, and to entertain as much horror at a disordered uniform as at a confused maneuver. It was to the honor of the French generals, as men of genius, that, in the hour of danger, they were able to surmount all the prejudices of a profession, which has its pedantry as well as others, and to suit the discipline, which they retained to the character of their recruits and the urgency of the time. The foppery of the manual exercise was laid aside, and it was restricted to the few motions necessary for effectual use of the musket and bayonet. Easier and more simple maneuvers were substituted for such as were involved and difficult to execute, and providing the line or column could be formed with activity, and that order was preserved on the march. The mere etiquette of military movements was much relaxed. The quantity of light troops was increased greatly beyond the number which had of late been used by European nations, the Austrians who used to draw from the Tyrol, and from their wild Croatian frontier the best light troops in the world, had at this time formed many of them into regiments of the line, and thus limited and diminished their own superiority in a species of force, which was becoming of greater importance daily. The French, on the contrary, disciplined immense bodies of their conscripts. As irregulars and sharpshooters, their numbers and galling fire frequently prevented their more systematic and formal adversaries from being able to push forward reconnoitering parties by which to obtain any exact information as to the numbers and disposition of the French, while the Republican troops of the line, protected by this swarm of wasps, chose their time, place, and manner of advancing to the attack or retreating, as the case demanded. It is true that this service cost an immense number of lives, but the French generals were sensible that human life was the commodity which the Republic set the least value upon, and that when death was served with so wide a feast from one end of France to the other, he was not to be stinted in his own proper banqueting hall, the field of battle. The same circumstances dictated another variety or innovation in French tactics, which greatly increased the extent of slaughter. The armies with whom they engaged, disconcerted by the great superiority of numbers which were opposed to them, and baffled in obtaining intelligence by the teasing activity of the French light troops, most frequently assumed the defensive, and taking a strong position, improved perhaps by fieldworks, waited until the fiery youth of France should come to throw themselves by thousands upon their batteries. It was then that the French generals began first to employ those successive attacks in column, in which one brigade of troops is brought up after another without interruption, and without regard to the loss of lives, until the arms of the defenders are weary with slaying, and their line being in some point or other carried through the impossibility of everywhere resisting an assault, so continued and desperate the battle is lost, and the army is compelled to give way, while the conquerors can, by the multitudes they have brought into action, afford to pay the dreadful price which they have given for the victory. In this manner, the French generals employed whole columns of the young conscripts, termed from that circumstance food for the cannon. Chair, a cannon before disease had deprived them of bodily activity or experience, had taught them the dangers of the profession, on which they entered with the thoughtless vivacity of schoolboys. It also frequently happened, even when the French possessed no numerical superiority, upon the whole, that by the celerity of their movements, and the skill with which they at once combined and executed them, they were able suddenly to concentrate such a superiority upon the point which they meant to attack as ensured them the same advantage. In enumerating the causes of the general success of the Republican arms, we must not forget the moral motive of interest which the troops took in the cause of the war. The army, in fact, derived an instant and most flattering advantage from the Revolution, which could scarce be said of any other class of men in France. Excepting the peasant, their pay was improved, their importance increased. There was not a private soldier against whom the highest ranks of the profession was shut, and many attained to them. Massena was originally a drummer, nay a common hussar, and there were many others who arose to the command of armies from the lowest condition. Now this was a government for a soldier to live and flourish under, and seemed still more advantageous when contrasted with the old monarchical system, in which the prejudices of birth interfered at every turn with the pretensions of merit, where a roturier could not rise above a subaltern rank, and where all offices of distinction were, as matters of inheritance, reserved for the grand noblesse alone. But besides the rewards which it held out to its soldiers, the service of the Republic had this irresistible charm for the soldierate, was victorious. The conquests which they obtained, and the plunder which attended those conquests, attached the victors to their standards, and drew around them fresh hosts of their countrymen. Vive la République became a war cry as dear to their army as, in former times, the shout of Denis Mount. and the tricolored flag supplied the place of the oriflamme. By the confusion, the oppression, the bloodshed of the revolution, the soldiers were but little affected. They heard of friends imprisoned or guillotined, indeed. But a military man like a monk leaves the concerns of the civil world behind him, and while he plays the bloody game for his own life or death with the enemy who faces him, has little time to think of what is happening in the native country, which he has abandoned for any other acquaintance with the politics of the Republic. They were indebted to flowery speeches in the convention, resounding with the praises of the troops, and to harangues of the representatives accompanying the armies who never failed by flattery and largesses to retain possession of the affection of the soldiers, whose attachment was so essential to their safety. So well did they accomplish this that, while the Republic flourished, the armies were so much attached to that order of things as to desert successively some of their most favorite leaders when they became objects of suspicion to the fierce democracy. The generals indeed had frequent and practical experience that the Republic could be as severe with her military as with her civil subjects, and even more so judging by the ruthlessness with which they were arrested and executed with scarce the shadow of a pretext. Yet this did not diminish the zeal of the survivors. If the revolutionary government beheaded, they also paid, promised, and promoted, and amid the various risks of a soldier's life, the hazard of the guillotine was only a slight addition to those of the sword, and the musket which in the sanguine eye of courage and ambition, joined to each individual's confidence in his own good luck, did not seem to render his chance much worse. When such punishment arrived, the generals submitted to it, as one of the casualties of war, nor was the Republic worse or more reluctantly served by those who were left. Such being the admirable quality, and talents the mode of thinking and acting, which the Republican, or rather revolutionary armies possessed, it required only the ruling genius of the celebrated Carnot, who, bred in the department of engineers, was probably one of the very best tacticians in the world to bring them into effectual use. He was a member of the frightful Committee of Public Safety, but it has been said in his defense that he did not meddle with its atrocities, limiting himself entirely to the War Department, for which he showed so much talent that his colleagues left it to his exclusive management in his own individual person. He constituted the whole Bureau Militaire, or War Office, of the Committee of Public Safety, corresponded with and directed the movements of the armies as if inspired by the goddess of victory herself. He first daringly claimed for France her natural boundaries, that is, the boundaries most convenient for her, the Rhine, the Alps, and the Pyrenees, he assigned as the limits of her dominions, and asserted that all within these belonging to other powers must have been usurpations on France, and were unhesitatingly to be resumed as such. And he conquered by his genius the countries which his ambition claimed. Belgium became an integral part of the French Republic. Holland was erected into a little dependent democracy. As an outwork for defending the great nation, Austrians were foiled on the Rhine. The King of Sardinia, driven from Savoyan schemes, realized which Louis Roman XIV never dared to dream of in return for the complaisance exhibited by the committee towards himself. He did not express any scruples if he entertained such concerning the mode in which they governed the interior of their unhappy country, yet notwithstanding his skill and his caution, the blighting eye of Robespierre was fixed on him as that of the snake which watches its victim. He could not dispense with the talents of Carnot in the career of victory. But it is well known that if his plans on any occasion had miscarried, the security of his head would have become very precarious. It must also be allowed that, although the French armies were attached to the Republic and moved usually under direction of a member of the Committee of Public Security, they did not adopt in their brutal extent the orders for exterminating warfare, which were transmitted to them by their masters. At one time, a decree was passed refusing quarter to such of the Allied troops as might be made prisoners, but the French soldiers could not be prevailed on to take a step which must have aggravated so dreadfully the necessary horrors of war. When we consider how the civil government of France were employed, when the soldiers refused their sanction to this decree, it seems as if humanity had fled from cities and the peaceful dwellings of men to seek a home in camps and combats. One important part of the subject can be here treated, but slightly we allude to the great advantages derived by the French arms from the reception of their political doctrines at this period. Among the people whom they invaded, they proclaimed aloud that they made war on castles and palaces, but were at peace with cottages. And as on some occasions besieging generals are said to have bribed the governor of a place to surrender it by promising they would leave in his unchallenged possession the military chest of the garrison, so the French, in all cases, held out to the populace the plunder of their own nobles, as an inducement for them to favor at least not to oppose the invasion of their country. Thus their armies were always preceded by their principals, a party favorable to France and listening with delight to the doctrines of liberty and equality, was formed in the bosom of each neighboring state, so that the power of the invaded nation was crushed, and its spirit quenched under a sense of internal discontent and discord. The French were often received at once as conquerors and deliverers by the countries they invaded, and in almost all cases the governments on which they made war were obliged to trust exclusively to such regular forces as they could bring into the field, being deprived of the inappreciable advantage of general zeal among their subjects. In their behalf it was not long ere the inhabitants of those deceived countries found that the fruits of the misnamed tree of liberty resembled those said to grow by the Dead Sea fair, and goodly to the eye, but to the taste all filth and bitterness. Retrospect. We are now to close our review of the French Revolution, the fall of Robespierre being the era at which its terrors began to ebb and recede, nor did they ever again rise to the same height if we look back at the whole progress of the change, from the convocation of the States General to the Ninth Thermidor, as the era of that man's overthrow was called. The eye in vain seeks for any point at which even a probability existed of establishing a solid or permanent government. The three successive constitutions of 1791, 1792, and 1795, the successive work of constitutionalists, Girondists, and Jacobins, possessed no more power to limit or arrest the force of the revolutionary impulse than a bramble or briar to stop the progress of a rock, rushing down from a precipice, though ratified and sworn to, with every circumstance which could add solemnity to the obligation. Each remained in succession. A dead letter. France in 1795 and 1796 was therefore a nation without either a regular constitution or a regular administration, governed by the remnant of an assembly called a convention, who continued sitting, merely because the crisis found them in possession of their seats, and who administered the government through the medium of provisional committees, with whose dictates they complied implicitly, and who really directed all things though in the convention's name. In the meantime, and since those strange scenes had commenced, France had lost her king, and nobles her church, and clergy her judges' courts, and magistrates her colonies, and commerce the greater part of her statesmen and men of note had perished by proscription, and her orator's eloquence had been cut short by the guillotine. She had no finances. Bonds of civil society seemed to have retained their influence from habit. Only the nation possessed only one powerful engine which France called her own, and one impulsive power to guide it. These were her army and her ambition. She resembled a person in the delirium of a fever, who has stripped himself in his frenzy of all decent and necessary clothing, and retains in his hand only a bloody sword, while those who have endeavored to check his fury lie subdued around him. Never had so many great events successively taken place in a nation, without affording something like a fixed or determined result, either already attained or soon to be expected. Again and again did reflecting men say to each other, this unheard-of state of things, in which all seems to be temporary and revolutionary, will not cannot last, and especially, after the fall of Robespierre, it seemed that some change was approaching. Those who had achieved that work did not hold on any terms of security the temporary power which it had procured them. They rather retained their influence, by means of the jealousy of two extreme parties, than from any confidence reposed in themselves. Those who had suffered so deeply under the rule of the revolutionary government must have looked with suspicion on the Thermidorians as regular Jacobins, who had shared all the excesses of the period of terror, and now employed their power in protecting the perpetrators. On the other hand, those of the revolutionists who yet continued in the bond of Jacobin fraternity could not forgive Tallien and Barras, the silencing the Jacobin clubs, the exiling Collot de Herbois and Ballade Varennes, putting to death many other patriots, and totally crushing the system of revolutionary government. In fact, if the thoroughbred revolutionists still endured the domination of Tallien and Barras, it was only because it shielded them from the reaction or retributive measures threatened by the moderate party. Matters, it was thought, could not remain in this uncertain state, nor was the present temporary pageant of government likely to linger long on the scene. But by whom was that scene next to be opened? Would a late returning to ancient opinions induce a people who had suffered so much through innovation to recall, either absolutely or upon conditions, the banished race of her ancient princes? Or would a new band of revolutionists be permitted by heaven, in its continued vengeance, to rush upon the stage, Would the supreme power become the prize of some soldier as daring as Caesar, or some intriguing statesman as artful as Octavius? Would France succumb beneath a Cromwell or a monk, or again, be ruled by a cabal of hackneyed statesmen, or an institute of theoretical philosophy, or an anarchical club of Jacobins? These were reflections which occupied almost all bosoms, but the hand of fate was on the curtain, and about to bring the scene to light. End of volume first.